Masked Demon Vessel by Alban55. Go support him on fanfiction.net. Chapter 1, The Grinning Salesman. Every year, from October 8 to October 10, the village of Konohagakure no Sato held its biggest, most renowned, and most wondrous festival, in celebration of the anniversary of the Kyuubi no Yuko's defeat. This 3-day festival was one of the things that Konoha was most renowned for, and it attracted salesmen and patrons from all around the elemental countries. It seemed like everyone had something to gain by being at the festival. Salesmen could come from all over and make a hefty profit on their wares, and the villagers of Konoha could bask in the enjoyment that the festival brought to them. With that determination in mind, a strange, red-headed man stepped into the village after being checked by the village Chunin guards. Although they had found several bizarre masks, there was nothing in the pack that could be considered dangerous, as far as they were concerned. This was the second time the strange man had been to Konoha for the festival, and as a mask salesman he had not been disappointed with the village the first time. The village's masks were something to be beheld, and he had made a fair number of sales that year as well. As the man walked throughout the village, he attracted many strange stares from its residents. Mothers rushed their children into their house after they pointed at him, and there were several glares and odd looks from the villagers pointed his way. He was hardly a testament to normalcy in these parts, though. He was wearing very gaudy purple clothes and carried a backpack larger than he was, which had several strange masks strapped to it. The bright red hair and pointed ears set him apart from everyone else, but what really caught everyone's attention was his smile. It never faded from his face, even slightly, which made it all the more unnerving the longer you looked at it. It looked so out of place as well. The man barely looked human with that smile glued on his face and his squinting, unopened eyes. Nevertheless, he ignored the odd looks he was getting and kept up his smile as he walked at a leisurely pace throughout the village. Hopefully, he would get to the village square before sundown and begin setting up his shop. The beginning of the festival was in approximately 3 or so weeks. He had gotten here extra early in order to make a few additional sales before the festival. He watched a few shinobi jump from roof to roof and shook his head. In many ways, this world was very strange compared to his own, but in many ways it was far more mundane. There were no Gorons, Zoras, Deku, or any of the other species that made up his world. Not to mention, this world didn't even know about the existence of magic. Yet, they did have something to replace that, the chakra as they called it. It was something the salesman didn't really understand. The salesman looked up into the sky, noticing that it was free of anything unusual. His grin widened a little bit further at that, and he squinted his eyes even more. When he got to the main square he was pleasantly surprised. There were only 2 other mask salesmen who had decided to get to the village early and set up shop. That was a lot less than he had been expected, and it only lessened the competition. "Excuse me, sir," he said to a passing civilian. The man looked at his strange garb and creepy face warily, before the salesman spoke again. "Would you happen to know where I may set up my shop?" he asked politely. The man's face contorted in understanding as he noticed the large pack of masks on his back. "You here for the festival?" he asked, before he pointed to a large, red building across the square from there. "That building is the Department of Tourism. They should be able to handle all your questions, concerns, and set you up with a stand. They provide special treatment to those who visit around the time of the festival," he said. The salesman thanked the man and turned to walk away, but the local said one last thing to the salesman's turned back. "Hope you have a good time. The Kyuubi festival is our pride and joy around the village. Though, I hope your visit isn't soiled by the presence of the demon kid," he said, before he laughed and walked away, going about his own business. The salesman's grin faded slightly. He looked at the receding man, before his smile turned into a contemplative frown. His eyes snapped open, revealing angry, bloodshot orbs that stared at the ignorant villager. As soon as the frown came it had gone, the wicked smile and squinted eyes on the salesman's face once more. He turned back around and began walking at a leisurely pace towards the Department of Tourism. 3 hours later, he had his makeshift stand on display in the village plaza, with the kanji 4 masks displayed proudly on a billboard right beside it. It was a humble little stand, but it would do quite nicely since it was only temporary. He sat his large backpack right beside himself, and began to unpack some of the masks that would go on display. He grimaced a little bit as he shuffled through to a mask that had caused him severe problems in the past. And with just how evil and scary it looked, there would be no one willing to take this mask off his hands. It practically screamed curse. It was kind of gaudy too, though it really reflected the power that was held within the mask. The display of purple with a little bit of red sprayed in some points all over the mask made it shine with an otherworldly appearance. There were colorful little spikes poking out of the bottom of the mask, with 2 more at the top, giving the impression of horns. However, what was most striking of all was the eyes of the mask. Two perfectly round, orange orbs that stared into your soul. They seemed to follow you everywhere you went, but they never moved. The happy mask salesman had done everything in his power to procure that mask, and when he finally had it, it had caused several problems for him. Besides the fact that it had tried to destroy a whole other world less than a year ago, it always seemed to bring pain and misfortune wherever it went. Though the evil had supposedly vanished from the mask, he always got a strange vibe whenever he looked at it. Taking that thing out would only hurt his business, so he put the accursed thing back from whence it came. It wouldn't do to put a magical mask on display here, those would only cause panic. So the salesman simply put up some less dangerous, decorative masks that would be sure to sell like hotcakes. The one he put on display near the front one was of his favorites. It was a mask that depicted a mustachioed man in a red cap that had an M on it. This model always seemed to sell well. A few more hours came and went by for the salesman, and the sun was beginning to come down over the horizon. He only sold one mask today, but that was to be expected since the festival was still far away. Maybe he went turn in for the night, or see if he could get a few deals on some new mask models from the other salesmen. He heard a little bit of yelling come from the center of the village square, noticing a row of about a dozen people shouting at something. Whatever the case, they didn't look very happy. Curious, the salesman wandered up to the group of villagers, pushing his way into the group to see what these people were apparently crowding around. They were yelling things such as Demon Kid and Fox Demon, and the happy mask salesman didn't know what to think about that. If there was some kind of demon here, wouldn't the village be on alert? He set his eyes on the target of the villagers' ire, a blond boy who couldn't have been older than 11 or 12. Who at the moment was clearly getting overwhelmed by the amount of vitriol he was getting. A pouty frown was set upon his face, his eyes squinted and somewhat angry as he regarded the villagers. The salesman was smiling at the moment, but on the inside he was a little bothered as to why the villagers were treating a child this way. Child didn't seem to be the right word though, he looked about the same age as the boy who had saved Termina, perhaps a little bit older. Whatever the case, the child turned his back from the row of villagers and ran in the opposite direction, over to the other side of the village square. The salesman watched him go, staring as the boy hid underneath the eaves of one of the buildings. He looked so sad and lonely, something that shouldn't exist on a face so young. The salesman stared for a little longer, before he turned away from the dissolving ruckus and went back towards his stand to clean up for the night. 30 minutes later, as he was sweeping the ground around his stand, the salesman heard a loud crash come a building approximately 50 feet away from his stand. It seemed to be a small market from the looks of things, judging from the cloves of garlic that hung in the windowsill. Tossed through the open door of the store was the same blonde-haired boy that had been harassed by the villagers earlier. He was thrown into the dirt like he was less than garbage, and his belongings were tossed out with him a few seconds afterwards. "You little punk! How dare you try and steal food from my store? If I told you once, I've told you a million times, I don't allow your kind to shop in my market. So take your dirty money and get out of my sight," said the voice of a fat, bald, bull-faced man as he walked out the front door of the shop. The boy didn't shy away. He screamed obscenities at the man before he took off in full force. The man shouted something the salesman didn't hear, and from the looks of things the boy didn't hear it either, or he just ignored it, because he never stopped to look back. Then, as fate would have it, he tripped directly in front of the happy mask salesman's stand. The market owner was still shouting, but he never left his property alone. The boy grumbled for a bit, wincing as he got over the pain and to his feet. The happy mask salesman stood over the boy, trying to make sure he was all right. Naruto looked over to the right when he saw the shadow looming over him, and took one glance at the squinting, smiling man that was crouching over. Naruto gasped and scrambled to his feet, shocked at the outlandish appearance of the salesman. The salesman chuckled at the boy, before he walked back behind his stand. "Who are you?" asked Naruto in an accusatory tone, as if the salesman was one of the villagers who would treat him poorly. The salesman never lost his grin, instead choosing to lean his elbows on the wood and fold his hands together. He raised an eyebrow when the boy screamed in alarm and got into a peculiar stance. He looked over to his side, and noticed that the boy had his eyes locked on a very outlandish-looking bull mask that he had on display. Its dead appearance made it look intimidated, and the war paint and tribal markings on it didn't help one bit. His masks were very foreign to the Konoha villagers after all. It was a melting pot of culture exchange. "Watch it, I'll kick your ass, jerk. I know some cool jutsu that I will use on you," he shouted at the mask, which obviously didn't respond to him. The happy mask salesman chuckled some more at the boy's antics. "Young man, are you a ninja?" he asked. The boy seemed to take notice of the salesman rather than the bull mask, and he smiled and gave a thumbs up to the foreigner. "Yeah, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, student of the academy. But someday I'll be a ninja, and not just any ninja. I'll be the greatest Hokage that ever lived, he shouted passionately. He seemed to forget all about the salesman's previous unnerving appearance. Who are you? Why do you look so funny? He asked again. Although he didn't show it, Naruto was also confused as to why the salesman wasn't showing him hatred right now. You've probably figured out by now that I'm not a local of this village. You may call me the Happy Mask Salesman. I travel all around the world looking for unique and exotic masks to add to my collection, or to sell. I've made it my job to come to this village for the annual Kyuubi festival. I hope to introduce the village of Konoha to my very unique mask collection, he said. Really? The salesman was perplexed at that. The boy had seemed somewhat excited to talk to someone that didn't seem to hate him. Yet, near the end of the conversation, Naruto seemed to become a lot more subdued and mellow, almost depressed even. Perhaps there was a much deeper facet to this boy's personality than he let on? Have you been to the festival before? He asked. The Happy Mask Salesman saw the boy's sad eyes, and his face turned into a frown. Yes, once before. What's the matter? You live in this village. Shouldn't you have gone to the Kyuubi festival before? The salesman asked back. Naruto shook his head. No, I'm not allowed to go to the festival. I've tried to go to the festival before, and when I do, I always get chased off. I have to barricade myself within my apartment. Usually, the villagers are content to just glare at me around the village, but the Kyuubi festival always brings out something more within them. There's always a thug or two that will beat me up around this time of year. And the other villagers will just ignore me if they see me get into a fight. The salesman didn't say anything, but was concerned about the boy's well-being. What did this child do to draw the ire of so many of Konoha's villagers? Naruto turned his attention onto a fox mask which bore a slight resemblance to the Kyuubi itself. The Happy Mask Salesman noticed the boy's curiosity, before he picked up the mask and showed it to him. This is a very popular model from where I'm from. It's called a Keaton mask. They say that whoever wears it may be subject to meeting Keaton himself, and they may receive a reward if they answer his quiz questions correctly, he explained. Naruto seemed to take a particular interest in that mask. Though, judging from what I've seen last time, it seems fox masks won't be very welcome at the Kyuubi festival. Most people are just content to wear a mask of a blonde man. He kind of looked like you, if I'm to be honest. That's the Yondaime Hokage. He's the hero who saved this village from the Kyuubi no Yuko. It makes sense that people would want to wear masks of him. Naruto replied. Is that so? The Happy Mask Salesman mused. It wouldn't hurt them to put a little creativity in their masks, though. He thought to himself, though he would never say that out loud. Naruto was still staring at him, seemingly waiting for him to say something. An awkward silence arose between the two of them, before the Happy Mask Salesman picked up the Keaton mask. Here. Why don't you take this mask home? I'll give you a little slice of the festival you've been missing out on, free of charge. I hope you'll find it to your liking, he said, holding out the Keaton mask to Naruto. The way Naruto's face lit up made the generous act all worth it, for the boy smiled the brightest and most cheerful smile the mask salesman had seen in a long time. He picked up the mask, feeling the papier-mâché on the inside of the mask, before he put it over his face. Squinted fox eyes not unlike his own stared back up at him as the boy tested his new appearances. Thank you, the masked boy said happily, before he turned and ran in the opposite direction. Interestingly enough, a few fearful screams could be heard from the villagers. The Happy Mask Salesman smiled, his day just got a little bit better. The salesman's day at the hotel was as uneventful as usual. Strangely enough, he would look out the window every few hours and stare at the moon, as if he were just waiting for something to happen. The next day, however, held many more surprises for the strange mask salesman. The same boy from yesterday stopped by his stand again, and he looked a little bit worse for wear. His Keaton mask was nowhere to be seen. Hee. I got a little carried away, he said sheepishly, smiling all the way. The Happy Mask Salesman looked perplexed. Naruto? What happened to you? He asked, slightly concerned for the boy's well-being. He looked like he had gotten into a nasty fight with someone. Well, since I got a mask I thought it would be a good opportunity to pull a few pranks. But, it turns out it wasn't the best idea to wear a fox mask around the village, he said a little glumly. He tried to make himself seem upbeat, but the Happy Mask Salesman saw through it immediately. I should have known better than to wear something like that in the village. A thug from the back alley of my apartment saw my mask, and decided it was a good idea to beat me up. I'm sorry. This was all my fault. I should have realized that fox masks would be taboo in the village. The Happy Mask Salesman apologized profusely. No, don't apologize, Naruto said frantically, waving his hands out in front of him. He smiled at the Happy Mask Salesman. All this time, I thought there was no one who would ever be nice to me other than the old man and Irika-sensei. But, now I've got someone to add to that list, he said. Thank you, he said happily. The happy mask salesman grinned a little wider at seeing his mission of making people happy getting fulfilled. But, Naruto wasn't done quite yet. He was busy looking at all the strange masks that the salesman had on display in his stand. Hey, he began, as he browsed through the collection. Can you tell me a little more about masks? Chapter 2, A Song So Healing. The happy mask salesman's grin took a trip north as soon as he had heard those words come from the boy's mouth. Can you tell me a little more about masks was the last thing that he had ever expected to hear from this world. Not just from this world, it was the last thing he had expected to hear in any world. In all honesty, his dream had been to teach the world about his masks and their unique properties. He actually had a shop set up in Hyrule where he loaned out masks to people who would then sell them to an interested party. The seller would pay the scripted amount back to him and keep whatever profit they earned. By doing this, he had hoped to make his world a little more aware of how his masks worked. However, that had been a bust due to the populace's lack of interest in the field, and the salesman was forced to take on a much more traditional business approach. Now that Naruto was showing interest, maybe he could make a little more progress towards his dream in this country, rather than in Hyrule. If it wasn't going to come true in Hyrule or in Termina, then he would make the best of it here. Those wide, innocent eyes seemed eager to learn about something as well. He might as well humor the boy. Of course I can teach you more about masks, my dear boy. I'm actually glad you asked, he said excitedly. The salesman was ordinarily a very giddy person, but this was just unprecedented. The salesman stepped out of his stand, and in his excitement he forcefully placed his hands on Naruto's shoulders. Naruto looked a little uncomfortable at the sudden contact, and he almost backed away from the salesman. Child, you have no idea how long I have waited for someone to say those words to me. Please, take a step back into my shop, and I'll show you all I can about the wonders of masks, he exclaimed, trying to appear as welcoming as possible to the young boy. The salesman led Naruto to the opposite side of the stand, gesturing to a curtain directly behind the counter. It was navy blue and seemed to be made of a thick fabric, as to obscure whatever was on the other side of it. Naruto just thought it was the back end of the stand before. He gave a questioning glance towards the happy mask salesman, and that was all he needed to do. The red-haired man grinned wider, sensing Naruto's confusion, before he placed a hand on the curtain, drawing it to the side. As it turned out, there was another curtain behind it which apparently served as the back end of the stand, and the space in between acted as a storage room for all the masks which weren't on display at the front desk. The space was only about 10 feet in length, but there were 2 long shelves on either side that were just stacked with all kinds of masks. There were probably around 200 of them in total crammed into the small space. More of them were stuffed into the salesman's backpack. Wow! Naruto said in awe, taking in the display. They definitely weren't like the generic masks that he usually saw around the village. Each one had its own unique design, with some rather exotic ones particularly catching his eye. The salesman sensed his wonder. It really wasn't very often that someone was interested in his masks. Usually, they were intimidated by him, or just distrustful of him. By extension, those same emotions carried to his line of work, especially when they figured out what his masks could do. What's this one? Naruto asked, his eyes drawn to the particularly strange mask. It was pitch black in color, and it seemed to be made of a stretchy black material. Certain parts of the mask looked like they were spider-webbed, but what stuck out most was the round, red eyes. Ah, that would be the all-night mask. A very peculiar mask, if you want the opinion of a professional. Besides its bizarre appearance, it has one other strange use. Because you see, this mask here has the power to prevent the wearer from falling asleep. As long as they continue to wear the mask, the user will never, ever fall into slumber, the salesman explained. Wait, you mean that these masks are for more than just show? Naruto asked, his voice suddenly becoming very excited. His face had threatened to split into a wide grin, but the salesman wasn't done talking yet. Of course, most of my masks, as well as other masks in my world, have a wide variety of uses. The magic that is sealed in them allows the mask to perform a specific function. That's so cool. If I could get my hands on even one of these masks, it would surely help me on my way to becoming Hokage. He said dreamily, before he turned to look back at the all-night mask. I wish I had this one. If I could prevent myself from falling asleep, I could train so much harder, and grow so much stronger than I am right now, he said, thinking of the pure possibilities. Now, don't get ahead of yourself. While it is true that some of these masks could in fact help you on your way to becoming a ninja, several of them have some very unwanted side effects. This mask in particular actually originated as a torture device of insomnia. Even if the mask prevents you from falling asleep, the effects the insomnia will have on your mind and body will not disappear. Wearing this mask is a double-edged sword. the salesman said, his voice becoming far more serious, though he still didn't lose his smile. Naruto looked disappointed for a second, before he put the mask back on the shelf, next to a red hat and a strange stone-like mask. He looked at those two masks for a second, wondering if they too had a strange effect. When he was done examining them, he turned back towards the salesman, looking a little more disappointed than when he had entered the stand. "Oh, but don't let something as minor as that disappoint you. Here, let me show you something that I'll think you'll quite like." With that said, the salesman walked to the back right corner of the little room, to a section of the shelves that had a few more stashed on them, rather than masks. He shuffled through the small collection, before he picked out the one he wanted. "A book?" Naruto asked, a little unimpressed. The happy mask salesman turned his grinning face towards the young boy, before he turned back to the book and opened to a specific chapter. On the first page of the chapter was an illustration, a black and white sketch of what appeared to be another type of mask. In the picture, it looked like it was made of a dark wood. There were a few leaves on the mask's head that signified hair, but what stood out the most were the sad little eyes that adorned the mask. "This is a sketch I drew myself of something called a deco mask. This particular mask is in a series called the transformation masks, which have very unique properties that separate them from even other masks," he explained. "Should you put on one of these masks, you will automatically take the full form of whatever race or species the mask represents. The Deku mask allows the wearer to turn into a Deku scrub, a common race in the land I am from. Does that make sense?" he asked. We have something like that here, too. It's called the Henge no Jutsu. Pretty much any ninja can mold chakra and change into whatever shape they want. I don't see the point of going through such a hard process when I can just use the Henge," Naruto said, not really impressed by the transformation masks. The salesman wasn't fazed though. "This Henge no Jutsu, does it allow you to always take the solid body of whatever you're transforming into? Does it allow you to use the same abilities as the one you transform into?" Naruto's face seemed to light up at that, and he looked at the picture of the Deku mask with a newfound respect. "Now that I think about it, it can't. The Henge no Jutsu is just an illusion anyway. It doesn't let me copy jutsu, and the transformation can be dispelled just by being hit once. This mask, can it really do those things that the Henge can't? Will it let me use the species jutsu?" he asked. The happy mask salesman laughed. "I don't know about that. Where I come from, there are no species or race that uses anything like a jutsu. But, they do have many latent abilities that you will be sure to find useful. This is a much rarer type of mask, though. I only have about 4 of them in my entire collection. This particular type of mask requires the soul of the individual who the mask represents to be sealed within its core. Such a thing can only be accomplished through a very particular song. Perhaps I'll teach you the song at a later date." Naruto was about to say something, but there came a loud ring of a bell from outside the curtain. The happy mask salesman grinned wildly, before he turned to Naruto again. "Perfect timing. You can watch me as I make a sale, learn a thing or two on how to actually sell the masks," he said, placing one hand on the side of the curtain to draw it back. "Welcome to the Happy Mask Shop. How may I help you?" he asked in rehearsed ease, as he came across a blonde-haired girl around Naruto's age and her father. "There are so many weird masks on display. Do we really want to come to this one?" the young blonde girl griped, as she pleaded to her father. The man looked down at his daughter in disapproval, a frown marred on his face. "Hush, Ino," he whispered quietly, a frown marring his face. When he was done scolding his daughter, he turned up back to the salesman and set a grin upon his face that was not unlike the one on the red-headed Hylian's. "I'm so sorry about that. Ino here can get a little bit snooty at times, but I can assure that she's just as excited for the festival as anyone else is," he explained. "Don't worry about that, sir. I'm well aware that kids just say some of the damnedest things. Was there anything I could do for you, or are you just browsing my collection?" "Mister," the salesman said politely. "I'm not a kid. I'm 11 years old. I go to the Ninja Academy dash." Ino shouted rudely at the salesman, before she was yet again shushed by her father. She glared up at her parent, before pouting. "Inoichi. Yamanaka Inoichi. And yes, I was curious as to the masks that you have on display here. The Kyuubi festival is a big tradition in this village, and so are the masks that go along it with. I was hoping to get the jump on them before all the good ones were taken. I don't understand where all these stupid masks come from. If I'm going to wear a mask to the Kyuubi festival, it needs to be something that shows off my hotness. Just a plain old ugly mask won't do." Ino's voice rang out to them. Inoichi winced at his daughter. She was beginning to get to that age. "Look, can we just go, Daddy? I have homework to do and I don't wanna." "Naruto." Ino incredulously, as her fellow blonde peeked out from behind the curtain. Naruto glanced at her weirdly, before he perked up and pointed dramatically at her. "Ino," he shouted. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I'm just here to pick up a mask with my dad. This guy said he'd show me a few things about these cool masks. Pfft, cool. These masks are just ugly. Naruto clenched his fists. You take that back? These masks are cool, and they're going to help me become Hokage. I won't let you insult them, he shouted at her. Ino scoffed at him. Oh, there's that Hokage exclamation yet again. Do you really think that a deadlast like you can become Hokage? Much less with some silly little masks that this salesman has. You're even stupider than I thought, you idiot, she said smugly. Who's an idiot? Naruto whispered, clenching his fists tightly. Oh, you didn't hear me? You are an idiot, she said slowly, enunciating every single syllable before sticking her tongue out at him. Naruto resisted the urge to grab it. The happy mask salesman held the boy back, and the girl's father scolded her for provoking Naruto so thoughtlessly. Inoichi's mood had been soured by the ordeal. Can we just get 2 yandere masks, please? You have those in stock, right? He asked. The happy mask salesman almost frowned. There was that creepy obsession with the yandere again. Of course. I always stock a few of those when I come to this village. I'll have them ready in a jiffy. With that said, the salesman disappeared behind the curtain, leaving Naruto alone with the Yamanakas. Naruto stared at Ino blankly, and the girl picked up on it. She huffed lightly, before she turned away after glaring at Naruto briefly. So, Naruto, I hear you're in the academy. How's it treating you? Inoichi asked awkwardly, grinning weirdly while he said it. Naruto was definitely surprised. It was rare that one of the adults didn't treat him with anything more than intense hatred. Oh, yeah. I'm Dash. He's the dead last, and he always will be, Ino said scornfully. She looked at Naruto with little more than contempt, while her father gawked at her. Naruto looked crestfallen. It was one thing to be called an idiot. He was used to that sort of treatment from his fellow classmates, what with his pranks and the fact that he often got them into trouble as well. But to say that he would be nothing more than a failure, that hurt far more than it should have. And unfortunately, he was quite used to this sort of statement coming from people. He placed his hands glumly at his sides, slumping over the stand's wooden counter. He drew a circle on the wood with his finger, his eyes half-lidded and depressed. Did those masks transform him into a whole other person entirely? If so, could he escape the awful life that God had given to him? Could he make it so that he wouldn't be a failure anymore? Would the pain stop after that? He rubbed the bandaged area from where he had gotten beaten up yesterday, thinking about the faces of the thugs that he had to endure. It wasn't the first time that gang had harassed him. There would be more of that on the eve of the Kyuubi festival, though those guys would be everywhere instead of just in the back alley behind his apartment. A rustling of the curtain brought Naruto out of his reverie, and the smiling salesman returned to the forefront carrying 2 masks that depicted a heroic-looking blonde man. Naruto stared at them intently, wondering just how far he was from the yandame's level. Thank you, said Inoichi. Let's go, Ino, he said simply. Ino stuck out her tongue one last time at Naruto, but he was too disgruntled to even pay attention to that. As the 2 Yamanakas walked away, Naruto stared at him as they donned their masks for a second just to test them out, before he turned back to look at the salesman. There was a bizarre look of longing in his eyes, a look which could only be made by someone who had something important missing from their lives. Mister, that song that you talked about which creates masks. Could you teach me it now? Naruto almost pleaded at the salesman. The happy mask salesman's grin faded to something very soft and sympathetic, before he turned around to look in his massive backpack. He reached inside and pulled out a very peculiar object, which strangely was not a mask at all. It was a musical instrument, and it looked very foreign from what Naruto could tell. It was a long, reed-like instrument which had multiple buttons on it, with a pipe sticking out in a curve at the end. He handed the instrument to Naruto, who could tell that it was a little bit heavier than he had anticipated. He took a look at it, touching the reed where he was supposed to blow. Play this bassoon for 3 days to get the hang of it, and then come ask me. It's a very simple song, one that shouldn't take much practice to master, but you still need to get accustomed to the instrument. Naruto looked flattered at the instrument he now held in his hands, the feel of the wood and the valves on the bassoon. It was the first time someone had given him such a gift. That bassoon is made from the special maple wood of the Kokiri forest from where I hail. It is a very magically intuned one, and is able to cover a wide variety of pitches and tones far beyond the bassoon's normal range. It is said that this instrument will only play for a person who severely needs it. Go ahead, give it a try, he encouraged. Naruto raised the mouthpiece to his lips, blowing into the instrument forcefully. A resonant tenor sound emerged from the bassoon, echoing with all the sounds of the forest. It almost sounded like the crying of a sad soul. Naruto smiled down at the instrument, before he smiled up at the salesman. Gone was the cocky, boisterous smile that Naruto had become so well known for, and in its place was a truly happy, grateful smile. Thank you. That night, off the top of a certain apartment in Konoha, a haunting melody could be heard to all those who would listen. It started out with a low, somber timbre, before it changed. It became higher in its pitch, and the tempo would increase until the music almost sounded like laughter. For Naruto was playing the bassoon off the top of his balcony in the middle of the night. Every 5 minutes he would pause, look up at the night sky and in particular, the moon. It was a full moon the night he had first gone to play the bassoon, and the soulful music and the quiet night sky always seemed to set his troubles at ease. During the day, Naruto dropped by the stand on his way home from school, eager to learn more about the mysterious masks that the salesman had in his possession. He had even made a few sales by himself while he was at it. 3 days later, September 20th, Naruto was beginning to get the hang of playing the bassoon, figuring out the tonal difference on what each valve did. It was time for him to return to the stand and learn the song that the salesman had promised him. Bizarrely, the salesman was waiting for him with an organ of all things. The villagers stared at the bizarre man and glared at the demon child as the two made a strange scene in the middle of the village square. I see. Are you ready to learn? Naruto, the salesman asked quietly. Naruto smiled and nodded. Very well, then. This is a melody that heals evil magic and troubled spirits, turning them into the transformation masks I have already told you about. It is a simple melody, but one that is quite soothing. Follow along with me. The salesman began to play the organ, creating a beautiful melody that Naruto couldn't even describe. He knew he could play it by ear already, even despite his lack of practice with the bassoon. Without even realizing it, his fingers were moving along the valves of his bassoon, and he was blowing into it trying to reproduce the melody the salesman was creating. About a dozen villagers gathered around the pair, standing in awe as they watched the salesman and Naruto run through their duet of a very soothing song. However, much of their attention was gathered on the salesman, as soon as they remembered just exactly who was playing the bassoon. Naruto's confidence fell as he saw that the villagers were neglecting him yet again, and his playing began to suffer. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the salesman's backpack resting on top of the stand. A very bizarre mask, even for the happy mask salesman, was sitting on top of it. Naruto thought he saw its eyes light up for a second, and he blew more forcefully than he should have into the bassoon. That mask was evil, he knew it. And it seemed to be looking at him in particular for whatever reason. His instrument forgotten, the boy continued to stare blankly at the mask. Ruto? Naruto? Naruto, are you all right? Naruto snapped back to reality, as the salesman was hovering over him in apparent concern. The blonde-haired academy student shook his head of evil thoughts, bringing up his bassoon to play again. I think I've gotten the gist of that song, sensei, he said, adopting the general honorific to the salesman. The salesman didn't realize what that meant or didn't care, but he laughed anyway at the title. You certainly did. You played splendidly back there, and we gathered up quite the little audience there with our performance. But the role of that song has not changed. Use it when you are confronted by troubled spirits, that song will surely ease their woes. And you've been such a good helper to me these past few days that it seems to be such a shame to let you go unrewarded. I'll tell you what, keep that bassoon as a memento, and as a trophy for your frightening progress. Naruto beamed at him, but in his mind he could not get the image of the purple mask with glowing orange eyes staring at him from the salesman's backpack. Why would such a nice salesman have something like that anyway? Later that night, the village of Konoha was treated with a new song as their mysterious musician began to play a new song on the rooftop. It was a very soothing melody, one that had been appropriately named the Song of Healing. Chapter 3, Majora's Mask. September 22nd. 2 days after Naruto had learned the Song of Healing from the happy mask salesman, and a little more than 2 weeks before the beginning of the festival. The village was getting more and more prepared for the event, and in the process was getting less and less tolerant with Naruto's presence. It happened pretty much every year, but every time it seemed to get worse. In his earlier years, people were hard-pressed to do more than just glare at him. Nowadays, a few people were beginning to get more brave. That was hardly the most notable thing about the day, though. It had a much more important meaning for a certain blonde academy student. For today was the day that he would be able to graduate from the academy. He rubbed the sleep out of his eyes, as a cool breeze blew his curtains astray. A loud thud jolted him to attention, and he looked over at the window to see that the wind had knocked over his bassoon. Naruto groaned and stumbled over to his window, moving the blinds out of the way as he struggled to pick up the large instrument. It was pretty heavy, but it was one of the few gifts he had ever gotten in his life. He wasn't about to just throw it away. He had gone back to the mask stand yesterday, but the weight and cumbersome size of the instrument made getting there difficult. It was almost as tall as him after all. He blew lightly into the reed, realizing that the thing didn't even need to be tuned. The happy mask salesman had mentioned that this was a very special bassoon, so maybe that had something to do with it. He played a few chords, still getting the hang of how to play it. The only song he had learned was the Song of Healing, a very basic song for something that had such a lovely melody. He didn't have any kind of case for his instrument yet though, but there was a strap so he could sling the bassoon across his back. The problem was, with an instrument that was almost as tall as he was, it was difficult to keep it from dragging along the floor. He slung it across his back anyway when he realized that he was running late to class. After locking the door, he quickly took to the roofs of the village. He wouldn't have any time to visit the mask stand or pull any pranks this morning. He looked up at the Hokage monument, almost like he was yearning for a certain something. He had recently thought of the mother of all pranks, paint bombing the Hokage monument. But, since he had met the happy mask salesman and gotten his bassoon, he hadn't pranked anyone at all. He hadn't had any time. He jumped onto the lawn of the academy, his balance a little disoriented from the large instrument that he had strapped to his back. He heard the giant bell ring, and he swore in alarm. He rushed through the hallways as fast he could, pushing open the door to his particular classroom. He stepped in as cautiously as he could, when he felt eyes on him. He froze in place, but when he noticed that neither Irika-sensei nor Mizuki-sensei were in the room, he relaxed. Still, the blank and sometimes cold stares of most of his classmates unnerved him, and he took a seat as quietly as he could next to both Shikamaru and Ino. They stared peculiarly at the instrument that Naruto set on the ground beside him. "What's going on? Where's Irika-sensei?" Naruto asked Shikamaru, who rose his head from the table. "They've already started the final tests. They're in that room over there." Shikamaru pointed at the door to the right of the blackboard. "They've already called Shino in, but I think we're in for a long period. The test lasts a little more than 10 minutes, and there are many students they need to test. It's too troublesome." Naruto hummed to himself. A few more minutes later and Shino had emerged from the room. He glanced up at his classmates, who seemed to be eager to hear about his performance. Regardless, the stoic boy said nothing, just adjusting his glasses and walking out of the room without a single word. He could at least tell us what the test was like. Naruto grumbled to himself, before he laid his head on the table. He was in the youth section, so he would probably be one of the last ones to be called up there. This was practically confirmed as he heard Chuji get called next. He perked up considerably when he realized something unusual. "Hey, Shikamaru. Isn't it your birthday today?" he asked. Shikamaru looked at him oddly for a second. "So what? I don't ever do anything special for my birthday or anything like that, it's just another day for me," Shikamaru remarked, before laying his head back down to sleep. "I wish I was like that." Naruto mumbled underneath his breath, so that neither Ino nor Shikamaru could hear him. Ino glared at her childhood friend, like he had said something blasphemous. "Don't be stupid, Shikamaru. Your birthday is only one day ahead of mine, and when we were kids our parents used to lump them together. We even had those joint parties for a few years, until you said you didn't want one anymore." Ino piped up. "Idiot, who would want to have one of those with you?" Shikamaru said, rolling his eyes at Ino. The girl in question balled her fists angrily, a vein popping on her forehead. She almost climbed over Naruto to attack the pineapple-haired boy. She put her foot down on the floor, and slipped on Naruto's bassoon. She fell face first, right into Naruto's crotch. Naruto froze as he felt the blonde-haired girl's face crash right into his lap, right over his sensitive area. His face flushed red, and he shuddered in response to the awkward situation. Shikamaru had backed up a little, an awkward grimace on his face. The rest of the class laughed uproariously at the expense of both Naruto and Ino. The boy's face became even redder at that fact, but the girl in his lap was bizarrely quiet even as the class laughed at her. "I didn't know you were into Naruto that way, Ino pig," Sakura shouted from 2 rows ahead of them. Even in the face of goading from her love rival, Ino still remained quiet. Naruto bit his lip, and the laughter of the class died out as the atmosphere of the room became very, very cold. The girl on Naruto's lap began to shudder violently, and when she lifted her head, the whole class froze. On her face was the most twisted, evil visage of anger they had ever seen in their lives. She sneered at all the kids that had laughed at her, and they immediately turned around and put their heads into their books. A few of them were even whistling innocently as they refused to make eye contact with her. She growled at them forcefully like a wild animal, before she turned back to look at Naruto. Her glare deepened, if that was even possible, and Shikamaru, who was the only one unintimidated, sighed as he knew what was coming next. "Naruto, you," she said dangerously, as she cracked her knuckles menacingly. Shikamaru turned away from the scene. He didn't have the heart to watch the whole thing. Naruto desperately searched to the side, looking for an escape route. When that failed, he held his hands out in front of him, trying to placate the enraged girl in front of him. "But, you were the one who tripped over me," he said, in an attempt to protest the injustice that was about to descend on him. That statement only made Ino growl louder, and she cracked her knuckles one last time. The rest of the class sweat dropped as they heard the sounds of what appeared to be animalistic roars followed by a pounding noise and fearful screaming. When all of that was said and done, a bruised and swollen Naruto was sitting in his seat next to angry, yet blushing Ino. Despite the event, the senseis next door continued to take the testers. Chuji had just finished up his test, to the result of a forehead protector, and now another girl was getting called up. Now, what was that about a party? Naruto piped up bravely. Ino looked at him like he had grown a second head. "It's my 12th birthday tomorrow, and of course I'm going to be celebrating it. It's not like I'd invite you or anything, though," Ino said callously, shrugging her shoulders and turning away. Naruto slumped down onto the table, a little saddened, but Shikamaru came to his aid. "Give him a break, Ino? You invite practically everyone in the class to one of those things. God knows I've suffered enough, but you can't just leave out Naruto like that," Shikamaru said lazily. "Shikamaru, you," hissed Ino, after she realized that Shikamaru had caught her. She looked from Naruto over to Shikamaru, who had gone back to laying his head on the desk. Clearly, he wasn't going to be much help. "All right, fine. You can come, if you pass your genin exam. I'm not about to allow some failure who couldn't even become a ninja show up at my party," she said. Naruto frowned. What kind of fucked up logic was that? Ninjas could only befriend other, talented ninja? What kind of unspoken rule was that, where it was a crime to actually be bad at something? Not that I'm a failure, Naruto thought to himself. He fiddled with his bassoon, which he was still laying on the floor at the bottom of his desk. An hour later, and it was almost his turn. Shikamaru had already gone and passed, leaving him alone in the back row with Ino. "Hey, Naruto. What are you doing carrying that thing around?" Ino asked, looking at Naruto's bassoon. Naruto frowned again, before he blew into the reed, making a low baritone sound come out. Ino's eyes widened, as her ears registered the melodious sound that came from the instrument. She never expected someone like Naruto to take up a talent like music. "It was a gift from the salesman I've recently starting working for," he said. "You mean that creepy-looking guy from the plaza? Why would he give you something like that?" she asked. Naruto looked at her in annoyance. "He's not creepy, he's one of the nicest people I've ever met. Way nicer than any of the people that live in this village," he said, before blowing into the bassoon yet again. Sasuke had gone to take his test now, which meant it was just the two of them in the room. He would be next. The door opened, and Sasuke strolled out of the room, a Konoha Hitaiate tied to his head. The look of smug arrogance that he usually wore never left his face as he walked from the room. "Ooh, Sasuke-kun. You're so cool," Ino squealed, hearts practically appearing in her eyes as she clutched her heart. Naruto shot her an unabashed look, as a voice was within the door called out to him. "Uzumaki Naruto?" Naruto took a deep breath. This was the moment that he was waiting for. He walked through the room only to find both of his senseis sitting at a desk, with a multitude of Konoha Hitaiatesh lined up in rows along it. The Bunshin no Jutsu was the thing that would make or break this test. Everything else he could do fine, but that one technique he just never seemed to get a hold of. And to top it all off, it was the first thing tested. "Bunshin no Jutsu," Naruto shouted, putting his hands in the necessary seals and molding his chakra. A puff of smoke materialized, and when it cleared, a faded and dead-looking clone lay on the ground. Naruto balked, and Irika's eye twitched. "Naruto, you fail." Ino raised an eyebrow as Naruto walked out of the testing room without a headband. Without saying a word to her, we walked up the stairs up to her row, and picked up his bassoon without even glancing at her. As he left the room, he started to play this very bizarre melody, a beautiful song that seemed to put all her worries at ease and set her heart aflutter. The bassoon's baritone gave it an awfully somber tone that made Naruto's sadness and disappointment almost palpable. And despite that, Ino couldn't say a single word to him. A few minutes later, and Naruto was walking down the main street of Konoha glumly. He raised his head, and he almost smiled when he thought about visiting the salesman's stand, but he thought against it in the end. It wouldn't cheer him up now. He leaned against the wall of a building, looking at the sky. The moon was out in the daytime, and he almost imagined that he saw a face in the moon, grimacing down at him. He turned to look to the left, and gasped in alarm. He waved his arms around and tripped over a few buckets of water at his feet. His bassoon fell off of his back and clattered uselessly to the side. There, leaning against the outside of a market stall, was the strange mask that he had seen the other day when he received his bassoon. And its eyes were directed at him. The mask didn't move, but to Naruto it looked like the dull orange eyes lit up to become much brighter than they were, and they glowed with sentience. Naruto felt this strange urge come over him, tingling on the edge of every hair and nerve from his head down to his feet. It was something truly primal, and if Naruto was honest with himself, it felt godlike. And not in the holy way. Suddenly, Naruto's brain was telling him things that weren't his thoughts. A little whisper in the back of his mind was telling him to pick up the mask and wear it, and Naruto could only numbly agree with it. Naruto clutched the side of his head and shook it, trying to rid himself of the thoughts that were very clearly not his. He squinted his eyes, looking away from the mask, before he collapsed onto the floor in shock. His head throbbed as he heard shrieking and screaming in his head, and then the voice disappeared completely. Naruto panted in alarm, and he wiped his face when he found a thin layer of perspiration running down. That was weird. What the hell was that? He thought to himself, and his mouth went dry when he took a look back near the market stall where he had seen the mask. It was gone. The failed genin shook his head again, still getting the last of the presents out of his head. He picked up his bassoon, and wondered about the mask. Was he hallucinating? Did he just imagine that the evil-looking mask was there? He didn't know, so he continued down the street like nothing had happened. He passed back the happy mask salesman's shop, noticing that the familiar Hylian was not there. Probably at another mask stand or out running a different type of errand. Being a stand, the salesman couldn't really set up any type of security that was at least legal, so all he had to rely on was the good nature of the villagers not to steal. The salesman's large backpack wasn't there, but there were a wide variety of masks still on display, including. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks, and his heart quickened in panic and fear. There, sitting flatly on the counter of the stall, was the mask that he had seen just a few minutes ago. The one that could seemingly penetrate his thoughts. All of a sudden, he felt it again. The cold presence in the back of his mind, urging him to do things that he would never consider doing otherwise. Right now, it was like the mask was talking to him. It was a soft, malicious whisper in the back of his mind, but its tone was strong and commanding. Pick up the mask. It hissed, and Naruto shuddered. Despite that, he was compelled to take the mask, steal the mask from pretty much the only person who had ever shown him kindness. He cupped his hands around the mask, it was oddly smooth. He lifted it up, hiding it underneath his arms as he felt the presence in the back of his mind grow ever stronger. He managed to ignore it for the time being, but he still ran all the way to his apartment with the mask intact. He fumbled with his keys as he opened the door lightly, like he was afraid of being caught stealing. He sighed in relief as he entered his apartment, and he placed the mask down on the table. It was ugly to be honest, and Naruto didn't know why he had wanted to pick it up. Still, his mind was screaming at him to keep it, at least for the time being, even if the voice he had heard was now suppressed. It was like the thing had some kind of lasting effect. Still, Naruto didn't want to hang around that thing. It creeped him out, and he needed an excuse to leave the house anyway. As he shut the door behind him, the mask's orange eyes glowed in the darkened room. Naruto locked his door frantically, but he looked up when he felt a familiar presence right next to him. His sensei from the academy was standing there, tall and imposing, smiling at him. Mizuki-sensei, he muttered. The silver-haired Chunin smiled. Hello, Naruto-kun. Are you feeling down because you didn't graduate from the academy? Personally, I think you did well enough to warrant passing, but Irika-sensei is just too strict. Mizuki shook his head. Naruto looked down, and didn't say anything. Tell you what. I'm going to give you another chance. If you can pass this new test I've designed specifically for you, then I think that's more than enough to let you graduate. Really? Naruto asked enthusiastically. Of course. Now, all you have to do is. Mizuki said, as he explained the test to Naruto. Naruto himself didn't notice the malevolence that was hidden behind his eyes. For some inexplicable reason, Naruto brought the mask he had stolen along with him, having stuffed it in a backpack he was carrying along with all of his ninja tools and weapons. It had called out towards him again, penetrating his mind again. He even left his instrument back at home, he figured he wouldn't need it. He had snuck into the Hokage tower as it had gotten dark and knocked out the Hokage using his Oryoku no Jutsu, which had a very strong effect on the dirty old man. He had taken the scroll of sealing after that, just like Mizuki said he should, and was currently hopping through the trees of the forest on all fours looking for his sensei. He hopped onto the forest floor, holding both the scroll he had stolen from the tower, and the mask he had stolen from the stand earlier. Mizuki should have been here by now. Regardless, Naruto opened the scroll of sealing and read the first jutsu on the list, which happened to be Kagebunshin no Jutsu? Damn, why does it start with the one I suck at? He mused. After that, he put aside the scroll and looked at the strange mask again. Put me on? I can give you incredible power. It hissed at him in his head, the smooth, seductive voice enough to tempt any human being. Naruto gulped lightly, drawing his face closer to the mask, and he was just about to attach it to his face, when Naruto, came a smooth voice from up in the trees. "Give me the scroll," the voice shouted. Naruto looked at the source of the noise, only to see Mizuki standing in the tree, a couple of large shuriken on his back. Gone was the long of usual friendliness, his face now only showed malice. "Put me on." The voice wasn't in his head any longer, now Naruto swore he had heard the mask talk. But he was too focused on Mizuki to pay attention to it. "Hey, what's going on? I thought you said I could graduate if I brought the scroll here, and learned this skill from it," Naruto said, confused. "Put me on. I'm glad I didn't tell anyone about this after all, now I can take my time killing you in peace," Mizuki muttered underneath his breath, so that Naruto couldn't hear him. "Naruto, there's no point in you having that scroll that contains many forbidden jutsu, so I'll just tell you the truth now," Mizuki stated. Naruto cocked his head in confusion. "The truth? Yeah. You know about the Kyuubi no Yuko that was defeated 12 years ago, right? Well, it turns out that the demon fox was sealed into something," Mizuki began. "Put me on. Since then, a rule was created that could never be told to you and you alone." "So, what kind of rule was it?" Naruto asked. He was so confused, and he didn't like it at all. "The rule is that no one is allowed to talk about the fact that you are the demon fox that attacked the village," Mizuki said maliciously. Naruto's mind then went blank. He stood there stiffly, his mind desperately trying to register what it was that Mizuki had just said. He couldn't quite believe it himself. And yet, Mizuki continued. "You are the Kyuubi no Yuko, the one that attacked the village, killed Irika's parents and everything. The reason why everyone hates you is simple. You are the Kyuubi no Yuko?" Mizuki shouted at Naruto. Naruto stood there, his mind still numb. "It's not true. I'm not a demon fox." His mind eerily worked out that that was the reason why everyone hated him. His mind shattered right there and then, and Naruto emerged at his most vulnerable. "It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. It's not true." He practically screamed that last part in his brain. And everything went quiet around him. The sounds of the woods, Mizuki's voice, and even his own breathing. He was completely deaf to them. "Put me on." Naruto lifted his head, and gasped. There was that voice again. "Everyone hated you is dash. Put me on." There it was again, the mask was speaking into his brain. It was tempting him to put it on, it could stop all of this. He knew it, he would prove that he was not a demon fox. Irika is the dash. Naruto was blocking out everything Mizuki was saying by now, and he didn't even notice Mizuki winding up to throw the demon wind shuriken at him. "Put me on." That last one was an inhuman shriek, that clearly came from the mask itself. Naruto clutched at his hair from all the noise, and he let loose an agonized shriek towards the sky. Who was he? Was he Naruto? Was he the Kyuubi? Was Mizuki a liar, or was he telling the truth? All these questions and more exploded into the confused boy's brain. He was going through a full-fledged identity crisis. "Put me on, put 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 me and put me on, 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 put me on." The mask was shrieking at him constantly now, urging Naruto to wear it in his madness. That mask, can I be someone different? Yes, this mask was the answer to all his problem. He could be a completely different person in the mask. One that wasn't held back by all the hatred of the village. "Yeah, that's it," he said, even as the mask continued to scream at him. Mizuki was also still talking, but Naruto was still blocking it out completely. With trembling hands, he picked up the gaudy mask. It had a presence. He shoved the mask onto his face, and almost immediately his body went rigid. He could feel the faint presence that was once in the back of his mind become more lucid, until it was completely there in his thoughts. And its temptations were as strong as ever. Man, Naruto felt good. The mental aspect wasn't the only part of this, however. Once he had placed the mask on his face, he had felt something. Something dark and evil, slimy, and yet strangely warm. He felt his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth being invaded by what that certain something, and it was euphoric, like a drug type of euphoric. Mizuki stepped back in confusion, as Naruto's body turned at an unnatural angle to face him. Naruto's bones cracked as he forced himself into the unnatural position, but he didn't care. He twirled the shuriken on his finger, and was suddenly struck by fear as it was not Naruto's face that was staring at him, but the glowing, orange eyes of a mask that covered it. A high-pitched giggle. Another one, slightly louder. A cacophony of laughter came from Naruto down below on the forest. Laughter that was sadistic and unnerving, and it was all in a twisted version of Naruto's voice. It sounded like him, and yet, it didn't. It was higher in pitch, like it belonged to a younger boy, and it seemed strangely evil. Naruto felt happy, and good, and happy. So happy. The mask was still screaming things at him, it was influencing him, but Naruto felt so good that he just might listen. He was going to crush Mizuki, tear him limb from limb, and he was going to do it with a wide grin on his face. The laughter turned into a paralyzing shriek, loud, long, and cruel, one that chilled Mizuki to the bone. It was like nothing human vocal cords could actively reproduce. Mizuki doubted that even a wild creature could make that kind of noise. What is this thing, he thought. No human could make that kind of noise. It was impossible. Naruto lifted his hand up to his face, and it looked like he was going to attack. Don't kid yourself, demon brat. Mizuki shouted, getting a hold of himself. He threw the demon wind shuriken, and it went whizzing through the air. Naruto didn't lower his hand, or even try to dodge. His hand just grabbed it, and it nearly cut off his hand. But Naruto was lucky enough to only have his hand be deeply injured. The boy only felt pain for a second, before it was numbed by the intense sensation that was soaring through his body. He giggled again, and looked at his mangled hand. There was no pain, no damage, no sadness. It was a wonderful thing, like Naruto had never experienced before. Using his injured hand, he reached up to his face, to behind the mask that he was wearing. A disgusting squelching noise emanated from something that was underneath, and Mizuki's jaw dropped, and his bloodshot eyes widened as Naruto pulled something out from underneath the mask. It was a tendril, several feet in length. Red in color, and pulsating like some engorged blood vessel. It had to have been coiled up so tightly in order to fit in that mask. Naruto shuddered, it was cold and slimy to the touch, yet it tingled with power. He held it out in front of him, and laughed again. Monster. Mizuki yelled, his voice blubbering. He took off into the trees, running faster than he had ever ran before. He had get away from that, he couldn't call it a demon anymore. That thing. Naruto wasn't fazed in the slightest. He laughed, and he swung the tendril he had in his hand like a whip. Miraculously, the whip extended as he swung it, wrapping itself around the frightened Chunin's ankle. No! Mizuki cried, as Naruto pumped energy through the tendril, almost frying Mizuki. The shock was of something far too alien to be chakra, it was something Mizuki didn't recognize. Naruto shrieked and howled in delight as he swung the whip upward and smashed Mizuki into the ground. A sickening crunch emanated from Mizuki as his shoulder broke on impact, and he lay there uselessly. Naruto squealed, as he thrashed Mizuki by whipping the tendril at a lightning-fast speed, lashing Mizuki across the back several times. It was fun, Naruto enjoyed it. He let go of the tendril, and like it had a mind of its own, it slithered back underneath the mask. Naruto moved forward menacingly, eyes on the defeated Chunin. Okay, I'll give you something. Money, jutsu from the scroll, I'll even let you graduate right here, right now. What is it you want, Naruto? Mizuki cried, begging for mercy. Naruto guffawed. What do I want? He asked rhetorically. The voice would send shivers down even the most hardened shinobi's spine. It was like Naruto's voice, but there was a much more sinister, childlike voice overlapping it. It gave the persona that there were two presences there now. I want to rip you to shreds. I want to destroy you, he exclaimed. Naruto cackled disturbingly as he picked up the Chunin with strength no 12-year-old should have. He dropped Mizuki on the ground roughly, before he thrust his hands brutally into Mizuki's torso. Those stubby little fingers managed to turn into deadly weapons, because Naruto's strength had increased tenfold, allowing him the capability to bury his hands into another human body. He panted as he practically performed excavation work on Mizuki's body, using his hands to rip out pieces of Mizuki's flesh. Mizuki had died early into this process, a look of horror forever plastered on his face. He continued to bore into the body like after Mizuki had died, digging his hands through the corpse. But then, as he noticed the look on Mizuki's face, the euphoria simply stopped. The mask screamed at him in its bizarre voice, clearly displeased by Naruto's display of resistance. Naruto clutched his head in anguish, as he realized what he had done. Forget killing someone, that was just brutality. Sadism, at its lowest. He placed his hands on the edge of the mask he was wearing, and his emotions were a turbulent cascade. The intense, addictive euphoria was still gnawing away at him, but he had just made his first kill, and enjoyed it at that. Two polar opposite emotions fought for dominance, but ultimately Naruto tugged at the mask attached to his face. He pulled, and cried out in alarm as the mask seemed to have a grip on his face. The dark, evil things that were under his skin now felt like just that, dark and evil. They wanted to take over his mind. No pleasure was being derived from those. Harder, and the mask became loose. He was forcing the dark, evil things out, and with a snap, the mask flew off of his face as he applied enough force, and he fell back, panting. He felt his face, he was drenched in sweat, from head to toe. His lip quivered, and he continued to clutch at his hair. He had murdered someone brutally back there, and he was just coming to the realization now. The mask, it still lay over there, and Naruto was avoiding it like it was contagious. Naruto looked over, afraid that it would jump up and attach to him again. He had already gotten a taste of its power, and of the control that it had over him. And yet, he knew well enough that it had been him to do those actions. He consciously remembered them, vividly. He warily backed away from it, and Mizuki's corpse, before he took off running as fast he could to the village, eager to get away from the mask. Chapter 4, Bassoonist on the Roof. As the boy took off, the evil mask that had nearly taken over Naruto's mind lay there on the forest floor, silent and unmoving. At first glance, it looked like the presence had vanished from the mask. There was a period of time where it just seemed like an ordinary mask, if not a little creepy. Several minutes after the forest had been abandoned, however, the eyes once again glowed a bright orange. The streets of Konoha were desolate at this time of night. No one was out on the streets except for a few Chunin guards who were patrolling the gates to the village, making sure that no unauthorized personnel entered the vicinity. The street lights had gone off hours ago, and there were little to no shops open at this time of night. Therefore, it would have been an unusual sight to see an 11-year-old blonde boy rushing into the village from the eastern forest right outside Konoha, looking very shaken up by something. One of his hands was being held limp across his chest, and looking closer at it, it was practically mangled, and if he was unlucky he'd never be able to use that hand ever again. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately for Naruto, there was no one out on the street to see him in such a panicked state. The infamous prankster and demon kid of Konoha would never allow anyone to see him in such a state. He would look across his shoulder every so often, as if he were looking back to see if someone was following him. Well, that or something. His arrival at the Hokage Tower couldn't have come soon enough for the shaken boy. Not even bothering to knock, he barged right into the hallway, trying to make a beeline to wherever the Hokage would be. His heart pounding in his ears, he made his way down the maze-like hallway that was the interior of the Hokage mansion. He came across a small bloodstain on the floor, and Naruto recalled that this must be the place where Naruto used the Oryoku no Jutsu on the Hokage. Well, if he wasn't where he had left him in a practically comatose state, there was only one other place he could really be. He continued down the hallway, noting in relief that there were no guards or anything around, and barged into the Hokage's office. He took in a breath when he realized that the Sandaime was in fact in his office, his back turned to Naruto. He seemed to be trying to plug up his still bleeding nostrils with little bits of tissue, and failing tremendously. Naruto shut the door awkwardly behind him. He would have been a little guilty that he had knocked out the Hokage and stolen the scroll of sealing, but the mask kept popping into the back of his mind, forcing his guilt aside. Naruto-kun. The chair swiveled around, and the Sandaime looked upon Naruto for the first time since he entered the room. He noted the lack of a scroll upon his back, but his eyes were also drawn to his damaged hand. Hi, Hokage-ji-chan. Sarutobi didn't say anything for a moment, but he took a long, drawn-out puff of his pipe. He normally wouldn't be up this late working, but with the recent incident, he was forced to send out shinobi to look for Naruto. He set his pipe down and folded his arms, staring at Naruto. I hope you realize the weight of what you have done, Naruto-kun. He began, his voice stern. Naruto looked down at the ground, but he wasn't paying attention to the fact that the Sandaime was lecturing him. Normally, if you were a ninja, at best case scenario you would have your status revoked. Worst case scenario, you would be branded a traitor. However, considering you are an academy student, none of those punishments can be handed out. Besides that, we have some new information regarding the incident. The Hokage continued. According to the ANBU, we have detected that Mizuki went missing at the time the scroll was stolen. A search of his apartment revealed information that he was planning to steal the scroll of sealing. Were you being used by Mizuki? Sarutobi asked, folding his hands. Naruto turned to the side. That was all Sarutobi needed to know. I see. And what happened to Mizuki? The fact that the scroll itself was gone put unease in Sarutobi's mind. He's dead, Naruto whispered. That seemed to throw the Hokage for a loop. He didn't expect Naruto, the dead last academy student, to be able to defeat a well-trained Chunin. It didn't make any sense. Then again, he might not have all the information on what happened there. Still, the pieces made sense. It was unusual for Naruto to be so reserved, but the first kill is a bad experience for everyone, including a usually hyperactive prankster. Were you the one who defeated him? Sarutobi asked. Naruto nodded solemnly. I see. Normally, you would be punished, as betraying the village is a heavy crime. However, things have come to light that you have been used by your sensei, who is the real perpetrator behind these events. You will not be punished. Rather, Tonight, you have done a great service to the village, Naruto. You have defeated a traitor and prevented the scroll of sealing from falling into enemy hands. You deserve to be rewarded, instead. Naruto perked up at that, as the Hokage opened up a drawer in his desk and pulled out a hitayate. "Ji-chan, is that?" he asked, as the forehead protector got tossed to him. Not every academy student can defeat a fully trained chunin, and not every academy student has done such a great service for the village. Such skills show that you are more than worthy to bear the mark of Konoha. In others' words, you pass, he said, allowing himself a soft smile at Naruto. Despite the fact that he just killed someone for the first time only hours earlier, and the fact that he just learned about the fox, Naruto couldn't suppress a grin from splitting onto his face, as he clutched the mark of a Konoha shinobi in his hand. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Ji-chan. Sarutobi smiled softly at the boy. He really was just a victim of the circumstances. After a few minutes of excited jumping, the boy settled down slightly, but he kept his mouth shut. There were two more things that were on his mind that put a damper on his excitement, but he didn't know if he should discuss it with the Hokage. First was the Kyuubi. Mizuki had told him all about the Ninetales sealed with him, and all of a sudden the hatred of the villagers made a lot more sense to him. That wasn't the biggest concern on Naruto's mind, however. No, second, and more importantly was the odd mask that had almost taken control of him and tempted him to do horrible, horrible things to Mizuki. Until the day he died, he would not forget that presence in the back of his mind, screaming at him. "Is there something wrong, Naruto-kun? You know you can always come to me with problems, and I'll gladly listen," Sarutobi told him, and Naruto smiled warily. "Nothing's wrong, Ji-chan. I'm just a little excited about graduating." Naruto lied. He began to back away slowly, subtly making his way to the door. The Hokage noticed this, but didn't say anything. "Your genin orientation is tomorrow. Be sure to be there on time," the Hokage added, hoping to stir some sort of opening up from Naruto. Unfortunately, Naruto did no such thing, turning around and opening the door, nodding surprisingly politely and stepping out. The Hokage took a puff of his pipe. Naruto was too reserved. Normally he would be bouncing off the walls at that news. It was understandable when he thought that he had committed a crime and had made his first kill, but there was still something off. What had happened there? The Hokage didn't have an answer to that question, but something was bothering him. A horrible feeling settled in Sarutobi's stomach, and he got the impression that he would regret the decision to allow Naruto to roam around free. He just couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Naruto. Naruto wandered around the streets in the middle of the night, finding his way back to his apartment. Main Street was still deserted at this time of night, but something was still setting him on edge. Why? This was because he was entering the village plaza, right where the Happy Mask salesman stand was set up. It was deserted right now, but the area still gave him chills. That mask had come from there. It had been in the salesman's possession, and he didn't know why or how he had gotten such a thing. Now that he had been exposed to the mask, the Happy Mask salesman didn't seem so friendly anymore. The grin that was always plastered on his face entered his mind's eye, and it looked creepier than ever. He shouldn't have taken it anyway, but the thing had compelled him to. It was like the mask was alive. Naruto shook his head free of thoughts. The stand was empty except for masks, and the one mask he knew to be alive was left abandoned on the forest floor, and it couldn't move. Definitely? As far as you know? An annoying little voice in the back of Naruto's head kept reminding him, and he forced himself to be rid of those thoughts. It wasn't here. It wasn't. He was free of its control. Naruto bit his lip, and then randomly darted down the street, making a beeline to his apartment. He threw open the door, rushing to the bathroom, looking at himself in the mirror. A vibrant, blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy stared back at him. At least the stress of the night's events hadn't taken a toll on his physical appearance, but the same couldn't be said for his mental state. After wrapping his injured hand, he walked into his bedroom, placing his forehead protector on the table. That was the only good thing that had come out of the night, the fact that he had graduated. He allowed himself a small bit of happiness at that. To get his mind off things, he reached over the other side of the bed, towards his bassoon. But before long he realized that he couldn't possibly play it with his injured hand. Frustrated, he fell back onto his bed, allowing his drowsiness to overtake him. He saw the center plaza of Konoha. He felt something attach itself to his face, constricting his breathing. He heard himself cry in alarm, trying to get it off. He saw the Happy Mask salesman, grinning in delight. He saw himself, thrusting his hand through Hokage Ji-chan and Irika-sensei. He heard himself, laughing in triumph over their dead bodies. He felt euphoria. He saw the village burn. He saw the moon, coming closer and closer, a grimacing face upon it. He saw the mask, eyes glowing. Naruto awoke, screaming. He sat up in his bed, putting his hand to his face. It was matted with sweat, and it looked like it was the same way underneath his shirt. He shook his head free of the nightmare, noticing that it was morning in the village. He shivered at the dream, it was remarkably realistic. He held his injured hand up to his face, noting with numbness that it was almost completely healed already, a testament to his healing ability. At least he'd be able to play his bassoon today. A sinking feeling settled in his stomach though, and he left his bed to walk into the bathroom. He looked at himself in the mirror, biting his lip as he took in his reflection. The stress of the day before had definitely affected him now. There were enormous bags underneath his eyes, but whether from lack of restful sleep or otherwise he didn't know. His hair was losing its usual golden color, and was instead now a dull color, his spikes losing a bit of their gravity-defying nature. Even his skin was almost a clammy gray, and when he touched himself he was cold. Come to think of it, he just felt cold. All of him. The mask and its power kept entering his head, too. He even had a dream about last night, and ever since he couldn't stop thinking about what it could do. It was crazy. He shoved the mask to the back of his mind, because today was the day of his orientation. He would find out what team he was on, and he would be able to begin missions. He picked up his hitayate off of his nightstand, ditching his goggles and tying it in its new spot. With a quick glance in the corner, he grabbed his bassoon, it being just about the only thing that could set him at ease right now. What are you doing here, Naruto? This meeting is only for those who passed. Shikamaru said when Naruto had arrived to the classroom, laying down at a desk. Hey, can't you at least see my forehead protector? Naruto said back, with a little less energy than what his classmates were used to. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow at Naruto's haggard appearance and lack of energy, but other than that shrugged it off. Maybe he was just sick or something. Shikamaru went to sit next to Ino, away from Naruto, who was down near the front row. His bassoon was leaning against the desk between his legs, keeping it in place. Irika was at his desk in the front, looking at some papers, which were apparently the teams for these future genin. Naruto pretended to pay attention as Irika began rattling off names. Okay, next is Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto perked up when his name was called. Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru perked up a little bit when his name was called, but it was mostly to sigh when he learned that he was in the same group as Naruto. And Yamanaka Ino? Ino rose from her seat quick as a flash, stuttering for words as she pointed from Naruto, to Shikamaru, back to herself as she realized who her teammates were. What? Why, she managed to get out. Irika ignored her pointedly, as Naruto slumped in his seat. He had hoped that he would have been on the same team as Sakura, but apparently it wasn't meant to be. Irika rattled off a couple more teams as Naruto stopped paying attention. And now, Team 10. Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Akimichi Chuji. Irika finished, as Sasuke remained stoic, while Sakura jumped for joy and flashed Ino a triumphant smirk. Ino growled. Got it, now that you are all in your teams, take this time to get to know each other. Your senseis will be here to pick you up in this very classroom in approximately 2 hours. That is all, Irika said, as he dismissed himself from the room. All around Naruto, new genin began to mingle with each other, most of the time teams that were trying to get to know each other better. Naruto got out of his seat, walking back to where his two teammates were sitting. Shikamaru looked at him neutrally, while Ino seemed to be a little bit angry with him. Hi, guys, he asked tentatively. Shikamaru laid his head down on his desk, nodding at Naruto to take a seat. Take a seat. It's gonna be a while? He said. Naruto took a seat in between both of his teammates, and an awkward silence befell the three of them, even with the resounding chatter of the room. So, happy birthday, Ino? Naruto said tentatively. Shikamaru looked at Naruto and raised an eyebrow, while Ino once again huffed in annoyance at Naruto. Just so you know, I'm still not inviting you or anything, even if you did graduate. Ino said stiffly, and Shikamaru sighed. They were all supposed to be ninja now, and yet both of his teammates were still getting hung up over childish things? Then again, they were 11, just turning 12 in Ino's case, so they could be forgiven at least somewhat. I didn't even want to go in the first place. Naruto muttered back, turning his head to Ino. 2 hours of intense silence passed for Team 7, without anyone really talking or anything. They didn't even break for lunch or anything like that, because they all knew it would just be a waste of time. The allotted time of 2 hours came and went, and they ended up waiting more than 2 more hours for their sensei to show up. The door slid open, and silver-haired Jounin who didn't have an eraser fall on his head walked into the room. Even so, he walked up to the front of the class, examining the only 3 genin left in the classroom. He touched his chin, giving them a nice smile, before he said, my first impression of you guys is... He trailed off. I hate you. The 3 genin face-faulted. Naruto thought about the meeting with his sensei as he made his way home that evening. It had been interesting to say the least. He had told them to introduce themselves, followed by what they liked, disliked, and their dreams for the future. After that, he had told them that they were to undergo survival training tomorrow, with a 66% chance of failure. If they failed, they would be sent back to the academy. They had all gotten a little worked up after that, with a nervous feeling still in Naruto's gut. He had finally managed to pass with so much effort, he wasn't going to let it all go to waste now. He opened the door to his apartment, flipping on the lights as he entered the kitchen. And then, he noticed a very familiar object resting on the table. He gave out an alarmed cry as he backed away from the mask as if it were a poisonous snake, going so far back that he bumped into the back wall of another room, staring at the mask like it would move any second. "You! How'd you get here? Why do you keep following me?" Naruto asked the mask frantically. The mask said nothing. It didn't even enter his mind with dark, dangerous thoughts. It didn't compel Naruto. Rather, it was completely silent, like there was no presence in the mask at all. Naruto gasped for breath, trying to control his breathing. His heartbeat was very, very quick, and it seemed like even the tiniest little thing would set him off and into a panic attack. He turned his back on the mask slowly, half expecting it to just jump onto his body when he wasn't paying attention. He wouldn't be gullible enough for that, he knew what it was capable of. "I know what you're up to," he shouted again, at the mask. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He rushed up to the table, taking the mask in his hands before tossing it straight out the window. The mask sailed into the street, nearly 3 houses over, before it finally came to rest near a trash can. Naruto slammed the window shut so hard it almost broke the glass. He collapsed onto the floor, catching his breath and trying to slow it down. That was awful, the mask didn't even do anything, and he lost it completely. Was he going insane? He needed it, needed something to calm his nerves in the meantime, get his mind off tomorrow's test, and more importantly, the mask. His bassoon had fallen to the ground while that little incident happened, and he stared at it longingly. He walked over to the kitchen table and picked up the musical instrument, blowing into it lightly. He played a few scales, noting that he was getting slightly better with it, even if he still only knew one song. He couldn't play it here though, he needed the right atmosphere. He stepped onto the balcony, feeling the chilly autumn breeze wash over him. That also served to calm his frayed nerves, and he blew into the bassoon one last time. This was just like his playing session from a few nights ago, staring at the moon on his balcony playing a bassoon. His mind on the mask, he put the reed to his mouth and began to play his heart out. All her friends were here to celebrate her birthday, and for that she was thankful. She had even put her differences aside with Sakura for just one day, and let them act as if they were old friends again. She walked her house, making sure her guests were happy and mingling. So far that seemed to be true. It was already an hour into the party and everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. "And she's such a bitch, do you even realize what she wears to class every day?" That was Sakura's voice, and she seemed to be talking in a hushed whisper to 2 other girls. Ino's ears perked up at the voices, and she casually picked up that the other girls were agreeing with her. "PSSH, what a blonde bimbo. She's never win the heart of Sasuke-kun if she continues to be such a bitch." Another girl perked up, once again to voices of agreement. Ino's heart sunk at that. She was one of only 2 blondes in her entire class, and was in fact the only one who was a girl. They couldn't be talking about another girl, it had to be her. Plus, she didn't know of another blonde who was interested in Sasuke. Ino bit her bottom lip, feeling a little hurt by those words. It wasn't she much the insults themselves, she had fairly thick skin when it came to those, but it was the fact that they would gossip so rudely about her behind her back. Suddenly, she became much more paranoid about all the chatter that was going on while she stood there, in shock. What if they were talking about her, behind her back? Like Sakura and those other girls were doing? "Ino, what's wrong?" Chuji asked, coming up to her, a bunch of party refreshments clutched in his hand. Ino stared at him, considering pouring out what just happened to the fat boy, but she shook her head. "Nothing. I just need a moment to myself," she said, stepping away from the confused Chuji. She opened her front door, casually noting that no one was paying attention. Her parents were in the kitchen, so they wouldn't notice her leave. Quietly, she slipped out the door. As soon as she shut the door behind her, she sighed and sat down on her front porch, thinking about things. Why was it that they wanted to gossip about her like that? Sakura at least was somewhat understandable, they were rivals and enemies, so she would want to throw mud on her. But what about the others? She thought she had been on good terms with everyone in her class. And why was she getting so worked up over what Sakura thought? The noises of the party filled her ears, so she decided to go for a walk. She took off down the street at a leisurely pace, sighing to herself as she let herself meander aimlessly around the village. A bizarre tune picked up on the wind and whistled through her ear canals, and Ino was left wondering what the noise was. Maybe it was just the wind or something? Yet as she continued to walk down the street, the noise grew louder, and Ino finally understood what it was: music. Someone was playing an intensely beautiful melody somewhere around here, and from the sounds of things she was getting closer. It was a strange song. It put all her troubles at ease, and suddenly the memory of the party felt like it was from years ago. Her mind was numb to the music, and she wanted to find out where it was coming from. She looked at when she saw a figure on a balcony, looking at the moon and blowing into a bassoon. Ino rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things, but when she focused on the figure, she gasped. Short stature, blonde hair, and an orange jumpsuit. Uzumaki Naruto was the one playing the bassoon upon the rooftop. She remembered that he had been carrying around one for the last few days, but she didn't think he could actually play. Naruto finished up his solo piece, going into another round with what seemed to be the same exact song. Had he been practicing this song up there for quite a while? Ino let the notes wash over her, this time getting the full blast of the melody. It was in fact a beautiful song, and the low timbre of the bassoon gave it great justice. There was almost a mystical quality to it. Ino was disappointed when it seemed that would be all Naruto played for the night. He leaned over the balcony for a few minutes, before he looked up and stared at the moon. When that was over, he picked up his bassoon and headed in for the night. Ino shook her head from the experience, and chased after him. She knocked on the door to Naruto's apartment, subconsciously moving a loose strand of hair out of her face. The door creaked open slowly, and when Naruto saw who it was, his face fell. "Oh, what do you want?" he practically hissed at her. Ino was taken aback by how hostile Naruto's tone was. Usually he was hyperactive and at the very least happy, but this Naruto was a far cry than the one she had witnessed. While he had looked a little off earlier, and was in fact low on energy, he wasn't very cranky towards anyone. But now his moodiness washed off of him in waves. "Oh, hi, Naruto, I was just in the neighborhood, and Naruto glared at her. He really wasn't in the mood for this shit. Especially with her, of all people. "I heard you play," she blurted out suddenly. Naruto's face turned beet red really fast, and he shoved his bassoon out of sight as he covered his blushing face with his hands. Ino stifled a giggle. "Is there anything you wanted?" he said, embarrassed. Well, things weren't going well at my party. Can I come in?" she asked, moving to walk into his house. Naruto blocked the way. "No, you definitely can't come in," he said a little forcefully, stunning Ino. "Why would I want to talk to you? We may be on the same team, but you don't want anything to do with me. Over the last few days, you hit me for something that wasn't my fault, singled me out and excluded me alone when it came to your friends, and have just been an extreme bitch to me over the years. And now I'm just supposed to be nice to you? Until you get your priorities straight and apologize, I don't want to talk to you or see your face. Good night," he finished, before slamming the door in her face. Ino stood there in the doorway, stunned. Naruto was never that eloquent, yet he had just delivered a straight-up verbal beatdown to her that she couldn't counter. She stood there dumbly for a moment, before she sat down on the steps leading up to Naruto's apartment. Naruto put his back to the door as he slammed it in Ino's face. He felt a little better after that, but his issues with Ino were only the icing on a shit sundae. Playing the bassoon had helped him calm down a little, but he still had a volatile temper and mood right about now, and he was going to lash out at anything in sight. He laid down on his bed. Tomorrow was the test with their sensei, and he needed to be at his best. If he was like his current self tomorrow, things would turn bad, and fast. Chapter 5, Joint Mission. Naruto had trouble getting to sleep that night, for the second night in a row. The first half of the night was marred by him constantly thinking about the day's events and worrying about what was to come. Now that he had a chance to simmer down, he had regretted what he had said to Ino earlier tonight. While he half believed the things he said to be true, it didn't change the fact that he didn't lash out at her because he was angry at her, but because of exhaustion and fear over recent events. Tomorrow was also a major source of concern for Naruto. He was officially a ninja tomorrow, or more accurately, he was going to go through a test that would allow him to be a ninja. It didn't help that Ino was on his team and probably hated him by now, even more than she usually did. Even though he was up for about 3 hours mulling over these things, the sheer exhaustion eventually overcame his mind and he fell into a deep sleep a few hours before he was supposed to be up. He dreamt about various awful things once again, to his immense dread. He saw the village burn and his few loved ones dead, as per usual, but there was one part of the dream that gave him a cold feeling in his gut. It was so real, it felt like he was actually there. Within this part, the village was still burning, but instead of it being an outside point of view with him looking in, he was a part of the scene, like he was victim of the tragedy. He was standing in the middle of the village, and he got the sudden urge to look directly up, like doing so would put his mind at ease and allow him to forget the chaos that was occurring. What he saw in his dream frightened him. He had seen that moon in his dreams before, but not from this close. It was at this point that he realized how weird the face on it was, and how weird it was for the moon to even have a face. Then, the moon spoke. "Don't be afraid, we just want to play," it said, though when Naruto looked at it, neither its mouth or its face had moved. And the voice, there was something odd about it. It was his voice. It was his voice, though it was higher and resonated, like there were a million clones speaking in a chorus. It was incredibly eerie, and he wondered how the moon could have a voice like his. It was at this moment that Naruto realized something that he should have the second he saw the moon. Why was it hovering over Konoha, so dangerously close? And was it getting closer? It was only 100 feet or so above Konoha now, ready to strike down on the Hokage monument and pretty much guarantee the destruction of the village. Naruto squinted as he thought he could see a small figure perched directly on top of the moon. It was moving up there ever so slightly, before it hunched to its knees and stared down at him. In his dream, Naruto's eyes snapped open as he finally realized what he was staring at. It was himself perched on the top of the moon. He was wearing the damn mask again, but this time it seemed to have corrupted his mind even further, as Naruto could see his doppelganger begin to spasm and cry in sheer emotion. "Just let it fall, it will be so much fun." Naruto heard the voice resonate. So that was where his voice was coming from. Naruto looked around at the burning village, and he could see people looking up at the moon in terror as they regarded their demise. Naruto's eyes widened in fear, not so much for himself, but for those around him. "No! Why would I want to do that? It would kill everyone." Naruto shouted back up at his clone, who tilted his head at Naruto, the big orange eyes of the mask staring into Naruto's soul. "Everyone? Killed? You know you want that. Don't lie to yourself." Naruto's doppelganger still had his head tilted, and the orange eyes were still staring into his soul, as if they were daring him to resist the temptation when it was clearly so strong in him. Naruto stared back, but didn't say anything more to his clone. The dream sequence was already beginning to become a little hazy, as the moon descended on Konoha, his other self laughing maniacally as it came closer and closer to impacting the village. Just before it impacted the village, Naruto awoke with a front. He sat up in his bed, once again drenched in a cold sweat for the second time in a row. He put his hand over his face and ran his sweaty hair through his fingers, before he looked out the window. The sun was already beginning to come up. "It's already this late," Naruto said drearily. He did only get a few hours of sleep, but those few hours didn't do a thing for his mental state, especially considering that dream he had was so real. He warily stepped out of bed, looking around for something. After the mask had seemingly appeared out of nowhere just last night, he had to be more cautious. He stepped into the kitchen and turned on the light, looked in the living room, and checked his bedroom one last time before breathing a sigh of relief. It wasn't here. He sat down on his bed. He had just spent the better part of 10 minutes looking around for an inanimate object that he thought was hunting him down. "I am going crazy." Naruto was practically sleepwalking his way onto the training ground where they were to meet their sensei. He had checked his house twice over, the mask wasn't there. That didn't explain how it got there the first time, but it was enough to put his mind at some slight ease as he went into this training. He had left his bassoon at home, he figured he wouldn't need it. He slumped onto the training ground early and laid down against the monument in the center. He almost fell asleep again, yet when Shikamaru and Ino arrived not more than 5 minutes later, he was forced to remain awake. "Naruto? You're here earlier than expected," Shikamaru said boredly, yawning heavily before he practically collapsed into the dirt without a care in the world. Are you okay?" Naruto asked, seeing that Shikamaru was laying face down in the dirt. Ino and Naruto looked at him like he was idiot. "I don't know why we're even here. We're not gonna pass. We're the biggest losers in the class," Shikamaru commented, apparently uncaring about his own reputation as a lazy bum. Naruto winced. Normally he would have exclaimed some violent rebuttal, but he was just too tired and paranoid to even consider doing that today. He looked over at Ino, he half expected her to do something similar. It was odd, Naruto noticed. The way she was acting didn't remind him of the usual Ino. She was far more subdued, much like he was today, but she also seemed to be avoiding eye contact. To be honest, the moment they saw each other, he expected her to go into a tirade of insults and yelling, demanding an apology for the way he had acted last night. But she didn't say anything, neither to him nor to Shikamaru. She simply stood there with her eyes downcast, clearly something was bothering her, and she didn't want to talk about it. Shikamaru lifted his head up from the ground, perplexed by the lack of reactions from both Naruto and Ino. They were both troublesome, so they both should have been screaming at him by now. "Peh," he mumbled. If they weren't going to yell at him, that was their problem. It was certainly less troublesome if they weren't going to say anything. They laid there for over 2 hours, none of them saying a single word to each other. The awkward silence between them was unbearable, but all three, particularly Naruto and Ino, couldn't find anything to actually say to each other. Yo! When they heard that voice, all three of them rustled, their tempers slightly flared. That was their sensei's voice. He had told them what time to meet at the training ground, and he has the gall to show up over 2 hours late? You're late! Naruto and Ino shouted. It was the first time either of them had spoken in over 2 hours, and Shikamaru raised an eyebrow when he realized that they were talking now. Ah, ha ha ha! Kakashi laughed lamely. Well, this morning I left my stove on at home, and on my way here I had to sit down and answer a dating questionnaire, so… A lie, probably. Ino shrieked. Naruto nodded somewhat enthusiastically beside her, but he still lacked his usual fervor. Shikamaru's eyebrow went higher. Apparently their sensei's idiocy made both of them lose the quiet streak they had gone on. Kakashi smiled underneath his mask. No use in beating around the bush for this group. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 bells. He dangled them in front of the 3 potential genin. Ino and Naruto looked at them in confusion, while Shikamaru just looked at them in boredom. Today's training is trying to get one of these bells from me, Kakashi said. Whoever doesn't get a bell won't get lunch. You will get tied to the log, and I will eat lunch in front of you. Ino and Shikamaru looked sick, but Naruto was surprisingly unperturbed. It was bizarre, he didn't eat breakfast today, but he hadn't felt hungry since yesterday, and even now, he still was not hungry. And since there are 2 bells, at least one person will be tied to the log. Shikamaru deduced. Kakashi nodded. Those that fail to get any bells will be sent back to the academy. It could be just one, or all 3. You won't be able to get these from me unless you have the will to kill me. Ino gulped, and even Shikamaru was a little bit surprised. Naruto just looked nervous. The will to kill. Those thoughts ran through his head over and over again. The will to kill. It sounded familiar to him, the will to kill. He had been really willing to kill Mizuki, so much so that he never wanted to experience something like that again. But, that's too dangerous, sensei. Ino complained. If you want to be ninjas, you're going to have to be able to deal with situations like this. We'll begin the training when I say start. Kakashi replied, raising his hand. Ready? Start. The 3 genin darted out of view to search for cover. 2 of those genin did so to hide from their sensei. The last one did so for a different reason, to find a secluded place to think. Naruto had found concealment in a tree on the far end of the training ground. He was lying down on a large branch and staring at the sky. He couldn't even see his sensei from his vantage point, but that wasn't what mattered to him, at least now. He needed to get things together before he could actively try to fight Kakashi and take those bells. He had actually been somewhat looking forward to proving himself to his sensei earlier, but the last thing he could remember Kakashi saying had bothered him. You won't be able to get these from me unless you have the will to kill me, he had said. Naruto's thoughts went blank at that point, and the Mizuki incident was suddenly much fresher in his mind. I can't actually go at him with the will to kill, can I? Especially after what happened last time. He told himself. But you're not wearing the mask now. You're in complete control of your actions? Naruto conscience told him. That didn't exactly make Naruto feel any better. But I saw the mask just last night. There's something weird going on here, and I just have this feeling that something bad will happen if I try to kill Kakashi-sensei. Maybe that's just something you're good at. Maybe you should embrace your dark side. His thoughts told him. Naruto put his head in his hands. That didn't sound like anything his conscience would tell him. No, I want to be a ninja, not a crazy, killing maniac. What's the difference? Wait, why am I talking to myself? And why am I having all these weird thoughts? A leaf fell from the branch directly above him, and he caught it in his right hand. He looked at the complex pattern of the village's namesake, twirling it gently. As he stared intensely at it, the leaf grew orange eyes. What's the matter? You know you want it. Naruto blinked and he threw the leaf away, screaming in terror and frustration. The wind rustled the leaves on the branch, and as he saw it, they were beginning to take shape. They shaped into a creature that was vaguely humanoid. The creature stuck out a whip made of leaves and wrapped it around Naruto, binding him in place. Accept your destiny, the creature shouted. No. No. Naruto struggled, writhing in place as he tried to wrestle the whip off of him. All of a sudden, he felt a sharp pain on his cheek. He opened his eyes, and the leaf creature was gone. He rubbed his eyes with his hands. Had he been imagining things? When he took a trip back to reality, he noticed his teammate standing on the branch with him, looking at him in annoyance and disdain. Shikamaru had clearly been the one to hit him. Shikamaru, what are you doing here? That's what I should be asking you? I know that we should be concealing ourselves, but hiding almost half a mile away from where Kakashi is standing isn't exactly productive. What's gotten into you? Running away like a coward to slack off is more like something I would do, Shikamaru said. I'm sorry, it's just, a lot of stuff happened. You were talking to yourself, too, Shikamaru said blunted. Naruto cringed. Shit, that was? Whatever. I don't really care. Whatever the case, I went to come get you because I knew an idiot like you couldn't figure out the true meaning of this test. So I'm here to tell you. Who's an idiot? Naruto yelled at him, the fire being ignited within him once again. Shikamaru smirked. Oh, so now you're okay? 'Cause that's something the Naruto I know would do. Whatever, you lazy idiot. What's the so-called purpose of this test? It's so obvious, but I'll tell you anyway. The purpose of the test is teamwork. The reason we're assigned to three-man cells, the reason that he gave us a test that would pit us against each other is all a test of our teamwork skills. We aren't going to get anyway trying to take a bell by ourselves. Wait, but there are only 2 bells. Even if we work together as a team, wouldn't someone fail anyway? Naruto explained, seemingly seeing a flaw in Shikamaru's reasoning. You'd think that, but in reality this situation is very much like a real mission. In missions, sometimes a team member has to take the fall, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. Working together is really the only way. Shikamaru shot back. I got it. So we'll have to work together. But there are only 2 of us here right now. We're gonna have to work together with. Naruto was cut off as a high-pitched girlish scream resounded through the air. Both Shikamaru and Naruto sweat dropped and face faulted. When Naruto and Shikamaru exited the tree and entered the clearing, Kakashi was gone. However, they did find Ino, who had apparently turned into a severed head that stuck out of the ground. She blinked at the 2 boys. Naruto managed to get out. Ino blushed lightly and looked away from the 2 of them as she fidgeted underneath the ground. When they did nothing, she began to glare at them. Well, are you going to help me or not? Naruto and Shikamaru looked at each other, and it passed through both of their minds that if they didn't help her, she'd probably become more insufferable for days to come. After they dug her out, she looked at them huffily, turning her back on them. Well, thanks for that at least. I've got to go find Kakashi-sensei now and get a bell from him, she added. Naruto said nothing, but Shikamaru stopped her before she could go with his Kage main no jutsu. Shikamaru, what are you doing? She asked angrily. Idiot. What do you think you can do alone? Don't tell me you haven't figured out the true meaning of this test. Shikamaru tightened his grip as Ino tried to walk away from him. It's teamwork, you idiot. Teamwork. Ino halted in place for a second, and Shikamaru thought that he had gotten through to her. But, that hope was dashed when Ino turned around and laughed in both of their faces. Who wants to work together with you guys? You, she pointed at Shikamaru, are the laziest bum in Konoha with the worst grades. What use would you be on a team? And you? She pointed to Naruto. Don't think I've forgotten about last night. I tried to be nice, but instead you repay me with insults and rudeness. I will not cooperate with you until you give me a well-deserved apology. Ino huffed. Why you? Naruto almost yelled, but Shikamaru put a hand in front of him. Shikamaru released his jutsu, and as soon as Ino was free, she ran away from her 2 teammates in search of their sensei. Aren't we going to go after her? Naruto asked. Shikamaru shook his head. No, let her go. She needs to figure out the hard way that working alone against a jounin will never get you anywhere. In the meantime, we need to figure out a way for us to get the bells. Around 2 minutes later, they heard another scream from Ino. Shikamaru sighed. Kakashi sighed as he gave Ino a little genjutsu lesson. She was now out cold on the forest floor, actually foaming at the mouth. He flipped through a page in his book that he had taken out sometime in the chaos. These 3 were getting nowhere. He looked at Ino. That was the second time she had tried to attack him head-on, and both times had the same results. He realized now who was most likely going to get tied to the log. He flipped through another page of his book, and his enhanced senses located the slight sound of a shoe crunching a leaf opposite from him. He noted the sound, but did not do anything. Until Naruto stepped out of the clearing. You too? Kakashi asked lazily. So, you're finally gonna try for a bell, eh? Naruto smacked his fist against the palm of his other hand. Damn straight. He looked around. He had already taught Ino about genjutsu and ninjutsu, so he supposed he could slip in a taijutsu lesson for Naruto. He flipped through another page, making Naruto shake his head in confusion. Why are you reading that book? Oh, I just want to see what happens next is all. Don't worry, it won't make a difference whether I read this book or not. Kakashi waved him off, angering Naruto. Don't mess with me. Naruto shouted, rushing his sensei. His elbow was cocked, and he was ready to pound him. Without even looking up from his book, Kakashi blocked his attack, ducked underneath a roundhouse kick, and got behind him, all in one series of movements. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was watching the scene unfold from a spot directly behind the action. So far, using Naruto as a diversion was working well enough, but he still needed more time to think of a plan. Shikamaru slapped his forehead when Naruto got poked in the butt by the infamous Sannin Goroshi. He wasn't going to last much longer. He needed to do something now. Thankfully, he had already set several traps in the vicinity. "I'm gonna have to do it," Shikamaru said, putting his hands in a seal as his shadow stretched out. He raced down the tree and onto the ground, becoming a thin line as it closed it on Kakashi. Kakashi was still crouched in position for the Sannin Goroshi, and he seemingly didn't the shadow coming up from behind him. However, just as Shikamaru was about to restrain Kakashi, the Jounin disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Kage Bunshin. I should have known he wouldn't have fallen for such a simple tactic. I gave my position away, he thought. As soon as his tactic failed, he moved from his position as quickly and quietly as he could. He needed to make sure Kakashi was lured into a favorable position, while making sure that Naruto could get back in on the action. He looked over. Naruto was already getting up, rubbing his sore butt. "Hey!" Shikamaru took his eyes off his position for just a split second, and Kakashi had found him. "Shit," he said, before he cut a wire connected to a tree trunk. 6 or 7 kunai flew toward him. Kakashi leaped out of the tree to avoid them, right where Shikamaru wanted him. "Get him, Naruto." "The bells," Naruto said in excitement, leaping into the air with a grabbing motion. Kakashi pivoted in midair, grabbing Naruto's hand and flinging the genin away from him. "Crap," Kakashi said. He barely saw a string glint in the sunlight, and upon closer inspection, its shadow was thick, way too thick. "Kage-main," he muttered, touching onto the ground before moving back away from the shadow. It just missed him, and the plans of the team were shot there for the time being as the timer rang out loudly. "Shit, it's noon already," Naruto shouted, as Shikamaru leaped out of the tree. Kakashi grinned deviously underneath his mask. Naruto and Shikamaru sat around the logs, looking sullen. Ino was now awake, tied to the center log as she complained loudly. Kakashi was standing before them. "Well, you guys seem to have the right idea, but you still failed. You 3 don't need to go back to the academy, though." "You 3? He trailed. "Should quit being ninjas altogether," Kakashi exclaimed. That threw all 3 of them for a loop, even Shikamaru. "What? I know that we didn't manage to get a bell, but what makes you think we should quit being ninjas altogether?" Ino exclaimed, struggling against the post. "Well, Naruto and Shikamaru figured out the true meaning of the test, but all 3 of you have traits that make you unsuitable to be a ninja," Kakashi said. "This training is a test as well as a simulation. Think of it as a real mission. None of you have the necessary traits to be able to carry out missions the way you're supposed to. Things you have done individually could lead to the failure of the mission or the death of your teammates. Ino, not only did you attempt to grab the bells by yourself and failed twice, you snubbed the idea of teamwork because it was with people you did not like. Shikamaru, although you grasped the idea of teamwork, you allowed Ino to go by herself when you could have easily stopped her. In a real mission, that could be a fatal mistake that could cost you your teammate's life. Naruto, you ignored the assignment for well over an hour, allowing your teammates to do all the work." Kakashi sighed, and looked at the sky. "However, because you, or at least 2 of you grasped the concept of teamwork, I'll give you all one more chance. But the battle for the bells will be much harsher after, and Ino is not allowed to have any food. That is her punishment for being tied to the log. If anyone feeds her, that person will immediately fail." "Got it," Kakashi said dangerously, and he disappeared. As Naruto and Shikamaru began to eat, Ino's stomach gave an unladylike growl. Naruto snickered at the noise, and Ino glared at him as she lost her temper. "You! Once I get out of here, I'm gonna..." But she stopped, once Naruto lifted his bento up to her. "Here. You need to eat?" Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, and Ino looked at him. However, he nodded his head before long. "Smart move. She'll start whining if she's hungry in the second part of the test. And following the rule after Kakashi telling us all that stuff about teamwork doesn't jive with me. You guys? Look, Ino, I know we haven't exactly been nice to each other. But, we're gonna be on a team with each other for a while now, and I don't want to be enemies with either of my teammates. Do you think we could just put everything behind us and start over?" Naruto said, and Ino instantly knew what he was talking about. She huffed for a moment, before cocking open an eye at Naruto, who was holding out his lunch for her. She smirked for a moment, before she smiled at him completely. "All right, fine. We can have a fresh start. But," she said deviously, as she tried to move her hands, but to no avail. "Ah, Naruto said, a light blush brushing across his face as Ino giggled and opened her mouth. Naruto took the chopsticks and grabbed a rice ball, holding it up to her mouth as she ate, his blush deepening. A cloud of smoke and a gust of wind thundered through the training ground. You guys! Kakashi shouted in rage as his face emerged from the cloud of smoke. You three broke the rule, he said simply, putting his hands in a few seals and summoning a Raiton ninjutsu. Any last words? We're a team, aren't we? Shikamaru piped up. Yeah. Naruto and Ino exclaimed together. You're a team, eh? Kakashi said, sauntering up to them. His rage faded, and a wide grin split underneath his mask. You pass. Huh? Why? Naruto asked. You guys are the first team who actually had the wits and the guts to go against what I said. You guys looked underneath the underneath? He looked at them, as Naruto untied Ino from the post. In the ninja world, there's a rule. Those who break the rules are called trash. Kakashi said, as his Raiton jutsu dispersed. He looked slightly whimsical underneath his mask. But you know, those who don't take care of their friends are worse than trash. Kakashi lectured, as the three of them smiled. Ino wrapped herself around both her teammates. Everyone passes. As a unit, Team 7 will start taking missions tomorrow. He flashed them a thumbs up. Let's go home, there's things to do soon. Kakashi said, as Shikamaru walked alongside him. Ino smiled at Naruto before joining Shikamaru. Naruto himself stayed behind for a few extra seconds. Friends, he thought. For the first time in a while, the mask wasn't on Naruto's mind. Rather, it was the foreign word friends that perpetrated throughout his thoughts. When Naruto awoke in his bed, he looked at his calendar. September 29th, he said out loud. He needed to meet with his teammates in just under an hour, but Kakashi had said that 2 days from now, the 1st of October, was a very important date. For the first couple days, Naruto and his team had taken to doing D-rank missions. But a couple of days ago, Kakashi had said that he had talked to the Hokage, and had gotten permission to take them on a C-rank mission relatively early. However, they wouldn't be going alone. His team would be paired up with another genin team and their sensei for this mission. The mission would take around a week, seeing as both teams needed to be back by October 7th. All ninjas were allowed leave during the 3-day Kyuubi festival. Things were beginning to look up for Naruto. His relationship with his teammates was better than he ever expected it to be, and most importantly, the mask had not entered his thoughts since the training test, nearly a week ago. It also had not appeared anywhere in his sight since. Come to think of it, he hadn't visited the happy mask salesman for a few days now. He wanted to check up with him on a few things, and maybe get a few masks. Now that the mask hadn't haunted him for a while now, he felt safe seeing the bizarre man once again. After Naruto got dressed, he ran out the door. He didn't eat breakfast, but he barely noticed that. One odd thing that was occurring is that Naruto was eating less and less, even if his well-being has improved over the last week or so. He shrugged off his food concern for the time, grabbing his bassoon, and heading out the door to meet with his teammates. Chapter 6, Sun and Moon. Naruto put his foot on the balcony, hoisting himself into the air as he energetically leaped from roof to roof across the village. It was a really nice day out, usual for late September, though there was a little bit of an October chill in the air. The villagers were getting more restless, as per usual during this time of the year. Every day they seemed to get worse, until October 10th passed and October 11th arrived. It would continue this way. He looked around, the sun was just barely rising. It was still early in other words, which meant he didn't have to meet with his teammates for a few more hours. He didn't like spending time in his apartment though, so he had to get out and look around the village for a while before meeting his team. He hopped from roof to roof for around an hour before he touched down into the plaza. The happy mask salesman should be setting up shop right around now, so he would drop by to see him first. The stand was looking all set up when he got there, and he could see the happy mask salesman moving a crate of masks into the back end where he kept all his usual masks. He still had a giant grin on his face, though Naruto could tell that it was significantly less wide than his usual grin. Hey, Naruto called out, walking up to the stand. The happy mask salesman turned like he was about to greet a potential customer, but when he saw Naruto, his grin got wider. Naruto, I thought you forgot about me. You haven't been here in a while? The happy mask salesman said, as he stood behind the counter. Naruto arrived and put his hands on the counter, looking around to see if there were any masks he could use. Well, the last week or so has been very busy for me. I just graduated from the Ninja Academy, and I had my first meeting with my team, where we underwent some exhausting training. But, I should be around for the festival. I'm glad you didn't forget about my masks. Is there anything you wanted at this moment? Well, I have a big mission in a couple days. Sensei says it might be the first time I see actual ninja combat, since I've been doing nothing but D-rank missions up to now. Do you have any masks that may help me with my ninja abilities? The happy mask salesman scratched his chin, before he snapped his fingers. I believe I told you about this mask some time ago, but if your goal is concealment, then there's no better mask for the job. He walked into the back area of the stand, and pulled out a mask. It was gray like a rock, with a cartoony face with mismatched eyes and a blank line for a mouth. I remember that. You called it the stone mask, I think. Naruto guessed. Correct, this mask is called the stone mask. Although it may not look like much, if you put it on, you will be about as noticeable as a rock. You may think you'd stand out wearing this, but trust me when I tell you that this mask is magical. He put on the mask, and the stone face stared back at the happy mask salesman. I can see you simply because you put it on in front of me, but walk up to any of the villagers like that, and they will not be able to notice you. Mark my words. The salesman said. Naruto decided to give it a test run. There were about a dozen villagers walking around the streets at the moment. As he walked up to them, normally they would have sneered and jeered at him. But now, they didn't notice his presence. Not a single one of them turned to even glance at him. It was like he wasn't really there. The happy mask salesman smiled at him from a distance. I'll take it, Naruto said happily, as he pulled off the mask. How much? I've been getting a lot of sales lately, but no one wants an ugly mask like that and they don't know about its special purposes. For you, I throw it in free of charge, in honor of your first official mask. I still feel the need to apologize for the whole incident with the Keaton mask. Naruto's face lit up. This would be very useful. Thank you. Oh, speaking of firsts, how are you keeping up with your bassoon practice? The salesman asked. Naruto touched the large instrument on his back, smiling slightly. It's been coming good. I still only know one song, but I've gotten the hang of everything on the bassoon. I can basically play most of these notes now. I see. Unfortunately, I have only one song to teach you, that was the Song of Healing. However, as you go through life, you will surely get the chance to learn more songs. That musical instrument isn't just something to use for entertainment. If you use it correctly, you can even help people with problems. Naruto continued to smile, but he was confused over what that meant. How could a musical instrument possibly help people? He knew that the Song of Healing was supposed to do that, heal, but the mask salesman had implied that there was something more to it. Oh, a customer. Welcome. The happy mask salesman said suddenly, as a large shadow fell over Naruto. He turned around, and he was surprised by who he saw. Hey, aren't you one of the senseis? You teach Sasuke's team, I think. Naruto said suddenly. The person he had seen was a tall, tan man in his late 20s. He was wearing the standard Hitai and flak jacket, but a cigarette hung between his lips as well. The tall man looked lazily down over his shoulder at the boy, and stared blankly at Naruto for a while. He scratched his head in confusion, making a few grunting noises as he did so. A look of realization split on his face, and he snapped his fingers. Oh, I remember now. You're one of Kakashi's kids, aren't you? Naruto. I'm Sarutobi Asuma, but you're gonna have to get used to calling me Asuma-sensei for the next week or so, he said. Huh? Oh, that's right. You're the other team we're having the joint mission with. Naruto pointed out, shuffling the bassoon on his back. Asuma noted it with interest. Hey, that's a very interesting instrument on your back. He pointed out. The bassoon was almost as tall as Naruto was, so it looked pretty comical resting on his back like that, when it clearly constricted his movements. Not a valuable thing to have as a ninja. Naruto smiled at the older man. You think so? I got it from one of the mask salesmen, though I don't know many songs yet. He pointed out. He blew into the reed of the bassoon, creating a soft timbre. Asuma closed his eyes and hummed, smiling softly. It's got a nice tone to it, really nice, the sensei praised. Naruto seemed to be beaming at the rare praise he got from someone who wasn't particularly close to him. Asuma placed a hand on his shoulder. Say, Naruto, are you pretty good at playing that thing? He asked. Naruto looked puzzled. Well, I just got it a few days ago. I try to practice as much as I can, but it's not like I've mastered playing it, he said. Asuma shook his head. It doesn't matter. That's a very special instrument you got there, and I can see you've got a knack for playing it. And I really don't have any other options at my disposal, so you'll have to do. Now, listen. He leaned over. Can I ask a favor from you? You see, I'm in need of some musical talent, he whispered. Naruto's face became blank. Aren't you just too lazy to find an expert? Asuma's sweat dropped. Hey, come on. This is the best I could do under such short notice. I'm tired of waiting around, and I haven't even asked you what I want yet. You see, tonight, I'm planning something very special. Here, take a look at this. Asuma pulled out a sheet of paper and handed it to Naruto. The boy leafed through it. It was a sheet of music, one that he just barely knew how to read because of his experience with the bassoon. He noticed the notes on the piece, with lyrics to a very cringeworthy song right below the staff. "Wow! You wrote a song?" Naruto asked. "Sure. Not so loud." "And yes. I did. But it's not something I want to advertise, especially with the nature of that song. You may be able to figure out what I'm asking here. I have a very special meeting tonight before we head out on the mission in a couple days. I've been really making progress with this thing, and I need something a little extra to put me over the edge. If you play this song for me during this meeting with Kurenai, then I feel that my chances would go way up." Naruto's mouth opened slightly, and an incredulous stupor overcame him. "You want me to help you serenade someone?" Asuma winced. No. Well, yes, but you don't have to say it like that. Shouldn't you be asking someone else about this? Naruto said awkwardly. He wasn't exactly close to the Jounin, he had barely met him before. Now, what the answer to that question was, it would feel awkward. "I couldn't find anyone." Asuma whined, trying not to make it sound as lazy and pitiful as possible. It was pretty obvious he just found Naruto's musical ability and ran with it. "Look, Naruto. My team and your team will be going on a joint mission together for a week starting tomorrow. If you do this for me tonight, I promise I'll make it worth your while. I'm sure there are a few techniques that I could teach you in that space of time," Asuma offered. Naruto's eyes widened. "Really? All I need to do is play this song on your date and you'll teach me new techniques? Why the hell didn't you just say so?" "I'll do it, then." Asuma beamed. "You're a lifesaver, kid. Kurenai's apartment is right near the academy. Meet me there at around 7 o'clock tonight and we can head over." He paused for a moment. "And it's not a date." As the Jounin took off, Naruto was left alone with the happy mask salesman, who was regarding him with usual perpetual grin that he had on his face. Nevertheless, there was a bit of curiosity behind that gaze. "A very interesting man. I'm surprised you took him up on that offer, but I suppose that you may take the opportunity for new techniques any chance that you get. Nevertheless, there is something I have been wondering." It was at this point that Naruto noticed the change in the happy mask salesman's demeanor. He hadn't really noticed it all that much, but it was there when they were talking about the stone mask. "Naruto, recently, one of my masks that I have not sold has gone missing. I know I haven't sold it, I could never sell that mask. It's far too important, and very dangerous. Far more dangerous than the likes of a transformation mask or a stone mask." Naruto didn't like where this was going, and a stone dropped into his stomach. "It is called Majora's Mask. It is a relic thought to have been used by an ancient tribe in its hexing rituals. No one really understands the nature of the mask's power, but the power itself is undisputed. It is a very powerful item, and not something that should fall into the hands of the wrong person. Have you happened to see anything like it around?" the salesman asked. "Like?" Naruto didn't even know where that thought had come from, but it didn't seem like he was the one who had thought it. It was a high-pitched screech in the center of his mind, yet Naruto wasted no time in obeying. "Nope. Majora's Mask? Never heard of anything like it. Besides, how would I know where it went missing to if I don't even know what it looks like? It's probably just in your back room somewhere," Naruto offered. The happy mask salesman did not change his expression, and it truly unnerved Naruto. "I see," he said slowly. There was something in that tone of voice that bothered Naruto, but more importantly, he was bothered by the fact that he had so easily lied to the salesman over such an important thing. Nevertheless, the salesman probably knew that he had something to do with it. He could tell by the tone of his voice. Naruto pressed the stone mask up to his face, though he didn't exactly put it on. The happy mask salesman regarded him coolly with the grin still plastered on his face, and he could tell Naruto was getting uncomfortable. "Well, if you hear anything about that mask, please be sure to let me know." It wasn't a good song. Naruto had a limited knowledge of music for the time being, but even he could tell the flaws with Asuma's self-written song the moment he had attempted to play it for the first time. The melody was kind of choppy, for lack of a better word. Naruto didn't exactly know how to describe, but he did not that it wasn't written very well. Some of the notation was either too high or too low, or it seemed to put notes in the wrong places, so the music didn't exactly flow properly. And the whole thing was in fortissimo. Yeah, right, like he was going to make Kurenai deaf later at the date. He would play the music as advertised, but that was one thing he would have to leave out, regardless of Asuma's opinion. The sun was just about setting over the horizon, September was nearly over, and it was getting chillier and chillier by the day. Soon, the time he dreaded would be upon him. Picking up his bassoon, he exited his front door and walked out into air, ready to make the trek over to the academy to meet Asuma. Just a few minutes of playing, and he would have his hands on a few brand new techniques. He touched down on the academy courtyard, standing next to the swing where he would always look with loneliness at the other children and their parents. "Wow, you actually came," a loud voice said from behind Naruto, startling the boy straight as he jumped in surprise. A puff of smoke had materialized behind him just a few seconds after he had arrived. "Gah! What the hell," he cursed, turning around to clearly see Asuma right there, a cigarette hanging between his lips. He was grinning like an idiot, and Naruto could clearly see he had a case of the jitters. "Yeah, whatever. Can we just go? I already memorized the song," Naruto said. Asuma raised an eyebrow. Normally Naruto had trouble with written assignments and overall he didn't seem to catch on to things as quickly as he should. Maybe he had a little talent with sheet music though? "It's past 7 right now, and the sun has completely set. Let's go," Asuma said giddily. Naruto smiled awkwardly at the jounin, falling into step behind him as they took to the roofs. Yuhi Kurenai was a shinobi that didn't opt for living in a simple little apartment. Instead, she had a small little house in the backstreets behind the academy, in a quiet little neighborhood away from the main business centers of the village. The lights were still on in her house, seeing as it was only 7 o'clock, so she was probably eating dinner at this point. Asuma crept into the back alley behind the house, Naruto right behind him. Asuma raised a finger to his lips, gesturing for Naruto to get into position. They were positioned in a location where the small balcony on the second floor of Kurenai's house was, so she'd be able to see and hear them perfectly should she come out. The light was on in the window, and there weren't any on in any other rooms of the house from where they could see, so it seems they showed up exactly at the right time. Naruto slung his bassoon in front of his chest, placing the reed into his mouth. He had memorized the song, and now all he had to do was make sure that the music was good enough to make up for Asuma's bad lyrics. New techniques were on the line. Asuma pointed at him. "Ready?" Naruto nodded, placing the reed in his mouth. He began tapping his foot and counting the beat in his head, trying to get with the rhythm of the song as best as he possibly could. He blew into the reed, his fingers working over the valves and buttons to go with the song. He had gotten the melody down, and had started with the fortissimo that Asuma had written it in, if only to get Kurenai's attention. The low timbre of the bassoon carried onto the wind, creating a very loud melody to go along with Asuma's lyric. The jounin sensei had started singing already, and Naruto was doing his best to drown out the awful lyrics. "She's coming," Naruto said in between breaths, as Asuma continued to sing. He gave an indication that he heard Naruto, as his body language made him look far more nervous as the sliding glass door towards the balcony opened. Naruto didn't look up, even as a beautiful woman in a maroon nightgown walked out onto the small balcony, staring down in confusion at the noises that had clearly disturbed her. She raised an eyebrow at first when she saw Asuma down there accompanied by the failure kid from the academy. She cringed when she heard Asuma singing, but something made her face turn up into an expression of awe as she heard the music that was coming from Naruto's bassoon, to go along with the singing. It mesmerized her, and lulled her into a dreamlike state as she heard the soft notes and chords that were being blown from the bassoon. The music had a mysterious rhythm to it, and it echoed slightly. With the wind picking up a little, her ears could hear it completely. It was a light wistful melody that was perfect for a serenading song, which was clearly what Asuma was trying to do. She decided to play along, resting her hand against her cheek as she leaned forward across the plants upon the balcony. Her face took on a serene expression as the music continued, and she began moving her head to the melody. The song was about 4 minutes long, and Naruto played beautifully throughout the entire piece, with minimal errors throughout. Though, if Kurenai noticed those errors, her face didn't show it. When Asuma stopped singing and Naruto finished with a dragged-out longa, the street fell silent, even as the neighbors no doubt wondered where the music had come from. Naruto and Asuma stood there in a tense silence, wondering if they had done anything wrong. The small sound of dainty clapping filled the air. Filled with hope, Asuma looked up at the balcony which held his crush, and his heart soared. Kurenai had a wide smile on her face, and was clapping softly at his and Naruto's display. "Bravo! Well done, Asuma," she said. A stupid grin lit itself on Asuma's face. I'm glad you liked it, Kurenai," he said awkwardly. Kurenai clucked her tongue. But I'm still standing up here wondering what the point of that was. You couldn't possibly want to take me on a date, and are serenading me to work your way into my heart, are you?" she said mischievously, shaking her hips from side to side. "Well, say no more, Asuma. I'm flattered, really. I didn't know there was a man romantic enough in this village who would find value in using such an old dating tactic. But I see I was proven wrong. It was wonderful." She lied slightly on the last part, considering Asuma's lyrics, but the thought was endearing nonetheless. "And you, Naruto?" she said, pointing over at Naruto. I had no idea that you were such a musically gifted young man. You were a wonderful compliment to go along with Asuma here. I don't think I've ever heard anything quite like that. Kurenai complimented. This time, she was telling the truth. Naruto blushed scarlet. And now, milady. Asuma trailed off, as he produced a scroll from his pocket and activated it in a puff of smoke. From within the sealed scroll, a bouquet of flowers emerged. Kurenai, would you? Asuma fumbled over his words, and inside he knew that he had better not screw this up. Kurenai raised an eyebrow, before she sighed and smiled whimsically at the jounin. It just so happens that before you arrived, I was just about to take a trip to the dango shop. Perhaps you would like to join me, Asuma, she said casually and nonchalantly, though even Naruto could pick up on the deeper meaning behind that question. She was just making things a little easier for him. Asuma flashed a thumbs up over at Naruto, his grin as wide as a smile. Naruto was smiling back at the two jounin senseis as their relationship began to take its first steps. I can't thank you enough for this, Naruto. You played a pivotal role in this, and did an amazing job with the bassoon. Perhaps I could call on you again if I need musical talent for one of our, He stole a glance at Kurenai. Don't forget, you have to teach me a new technique. Naruto reminded him. Asuma nodded, the smile never fading from its place as Kurenai wrapped her small hand around his rough, large one. Thanks again, Naruto. But, make sure you prepare yourself. We leave on the mission tomorrow, and I want you to be in top form for it. Asuma waved back at him, as he and Kurenai began to walk down the street to the dango store. Naruto smiled as they walked away, and he felt a warm feeling well up from within him. He chuckled to himself like a lunatic, before he began to blow into his instrument, creating a nonsensical and random tune as he strutted down the street. New technique for me, he sang, as he created music to go along with it. New technique for me. 2 days later, and things were still continuing to look up for Naruto. It was October 1st, which meant that it was finally time for them to leave on their first ever C-rank mission. He was excited, even if he still didn't exactly know the details of the mission. He was to meet his team and the team they'd be working with at the gates, and he would be briefed by the two jounin senseis when he got there. He stretched as he felt the cool October air wash over him. The first date between Kurenai and Asuma had been a success after the serenade from 2 nights before, and when he went out yesterday he had seen the two of them together again. Asuma wouldn't have time to spend with Kurenai today, for he was the other sensei who would be accompanying Kakashi along with the joint mission. But more importantly, Asuma was there to teach him a new technique. Naruto hadn't seen the mask in a while, but he could never truly be at ease and know if that thing was out of his life for good. Just because it disappeared for a week or so did not mean that it wouldn't come back at some point, like it had done before. Regardless, he didn't have time to worry about the mysterious mask right now. He was too busy stuffing tools and changes of clothes into his knapsack for the mission, as he was already running late. He was supposed to meet his team a while ago. With his suitcase packed, he added one final finishing touch. The mask he had gotten the other day was being held proudly in his hands, and as he placed the stone mask within the confines of his knapsack, before zipping the zipper up completely, he strapped his bassoon to his back, and it dangled down low next to his feet. With his belongings in place, he hoisted the knapsack along his back on top of his bassoon, before rushing out the door like a man possessed. What he didn't notice was the clanking of 2 masks within his knapsack, the spiked purple mask sitting at the very bottom underneath all of his clothes. Chapter 7, Masked Bandits. The gate was coming into sight really quickly. 6 genin and 2 jounin were the ones who were going on this mission together, and as the gate came into view, he already saw 6 other people standing there. That meant that he was the second to last one to make it there. There you are, Naruto. You're late. Even though she was on a different team, Sakura never missed the chance to yell at Naruto. Naruto tried to smile at her, but the pink-haired girl just scoffed and looked away. It was odd, usually he would command this type of behavior by both of his female companions. Yet, Ino was just staring at him calmly. She had been remarkably subdued their entire time on the team, and had rarely ever yelled at him or even raised her voice around him. Naruto adjusted his backpack while also adjusting his bassoon. Looking around, it seemed that he was the last genin to get there, which meant that there was a jounin missing. It was pretty obvious to him who it was. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan. I overslept. Naruto said, not bothering to make excuses for himself. Sakura just huffed at him before turning back to moon over Sasuke. Shikamaru and Chuji had begun to talk like the best friends they were. Sakura and Ino were arguing, and Sasuke was sulking off alone at this point. Since the rest of the genin weren't paying any attention to him, so Naruto turned his attention on the only jounin sensei who was currently there with them. Good to see that you made it relatively on time, Naruto, Asuma told him as he noticed that Naruto's attention was on him. Naruto made a unique gesture with regards to Asuma, and the Jounin sensei blushed uncomfortably. Let's just say that it all worked out very fine," Asuma said knowingly. A couple of the other genin looked at him strangely, but Naruto smiled back at him. "Anyway, what's this new technique that you're going to be teaching me?" Naruto asked eagerly. He just couldn't seem to get his mind off the new technique, and he also couldn't seem to stop pestering Asuma about it either. Well, you'll see what it is when we finally break for camp and we have some free time. I'm sure you'll like it quite a bit," Asuma said. Naruto frowned slightly. "Speaking of which, what is this mission anyway? I haven't been told what we're supposed to be doing," he asked. "Wait until Kakashi gets here. We'll explain everything to you then," Asuma replied. "Yeah, Naruto, that makes sense. Don't make this more troublesome than it needs to be and just wait for Kakashi to get here already," Shikamaru pointed out, taking a break in talking to Chuji to walk right up to them. Something made Shikamaru pause and raise an eyebrow, however. He seemed to glimpse Naruto's large suitcase backpack shake for just a split second. It was very light, but it was there, and it was bizarre. "Hey, Naruto, what's up with your backpack?" he asked. Naruto turned around and gave him a look of confusion that for some reason looked very fitting for someone like Naruto. "Huh? What do you mean?" Naruto asked. Nothing seemed off with the backpack he was wearing. For all he was worth, Shikamaru just seemed to find explaining it too troublesome and just let it be. Never mind." Naruto just looked at him oddly, before he noticed Ino staring at him strangely again. Naruto just awkwardly shook it off once again, pretending to be interested in the dirt right below his feet. Thankfully, Kakashi made it a point this time around to not be too late, so at exactly a half hour after the scheduled meeting time, there was a loud puff of smoke followed by the lazy Jounin stepping out of it nonchalantly. Asuma sighed. "Would it kill you to be on time for these missions just once? Sorry, you see I got lost." "Yeah, save it. I don't want to hear your stupid excuses this time," Naruto butt in. Kakashi was probably going to end up saying something like "I got lost on the road of life" or something like that, even though he had already used that one 3 times already with his own team. Hee. Kakashi chuckled lamely, scratching the back of his head. The other 5 genin were also looking at him with expressions of irritation, but Naruto was the only one who had said anything. "Let's just move on to the mission, shall we?" Asuma suggested. "Sounds good. I'll explain our mission, then. There has been some strange activity occurring over the past month or so. Details of unexplainable occurrences are happening. Appearances of strange phenomena are occurring in a very concentrated point in the northwestern forest of the High no Kuni. Our mission is to simply investigate the phenomena in question and see if we can determine its source. However, the location we are headed for has a deep concentration of bandits, and is very close to the border of Kusa no Kuni, so it was decided that 2 genin teams were necessary to complete this mission, hence why you all were chosen," Kakashi explained. That explanation set Naruto's nerves on end. Strange phenomena? He didn't like the sound of that. And no matter how much he tried to shake the feeling, he couldn't help but feel that this had something to do with him in one way or another. "Let's get a move on. We can discuss this more as we begin the trip," Asuma said. Kakashi nodded in agreement, and the 6 students fell into step behind their senseis. The chilly autumn air sent shivers down Naruto's spine as the early morning continued on. The 8 ninja were walking down the trail at a quite leisurely pace for their mission. The senseis in particular were attuned to pick out anything suspicious. "Sensei, what kind of strange phenomena have been happening at this place anyway?" Sakura asked. That seemed to be the topic on everyone's mind at this point. Even Sasuke was somewhat interested. There have been numerous reports of strange things occurring in that area, but what can be picked out as truth isn't exactly clear yet. Some people say that there have been unknown species of animal randomly appearing around that area, while others point out that a strange, foreign-clothed man is causing trouble around there, and that the local bandits are acting strange. Whatever the case, our mission is to understand what is going on. We will find out soon enough, Kakashi said. Sakura seemed satisfied with that answer, and she nodded. It would keep the rest of their curiosity satiated for a while at least. Asuma and Kakashi went back to talking, while Naruto was already beginning to get bored. He considered taking out his bassoon and playing, but on a mission that might draw unwanted attention, so he left it alone for now. His other gift from the Happy Mask salesman, the stone mask, was still buried in the bottom of his backpack. He felt his bassoon for a couple seconds, before adjusting it to a more comfortable position. He had felt the little grooves that had been engraved in the side of the instrument. They were symbols or characters of some kind, but they were foreign to Naruto. He didn't have any idea what they meant. Naruto's day went as planned. They were to walk pretty much all day until they rested, about 50 miles away from the site of their mission. The next morning, they were attempt to complete their mission. They would spend the next 5 days there, meaning that their return to the village would occur on October 7th, right before the Kyuubi festival. After over 8 hours of moving, the group of 8 ninja set up a camp in a mildly forested area with enough space for 6 genin and 2 jounin to rest near. They made a light campfire, while keeping the smoke to a minimum to avoid giving away their location. Most of them were quiet, scarcely saying a word to one another as they basked in the warmth of the flames. Only Chuji was making a fair amount of noise, as he scarfed down his trademark chips. Even Naruto wasn't making much noise, for he was busy rummaging through his giant backpack. As he pulled out a blanket to lay upon, he laid eyes upon his stone mask, and one other that he wasn't expecting to see. Everyone else looked at him when he gave out an audible gasp. "Naruto, what's wrong?" Kakashi asked his student. The other genin were looking at him in confusion as well, even as Naruto turned to give them a clearly forced smile. He quickly shoved the spiky, heart-shaped mask underneath all the other materials in his backpack. Thankfully, it wasn't giving off an aura this time around, though who knew when it could randomly turn on. "Nothing. Nothing. Everything is fine," Naruto said, chuckling slightly. That was a little too forced, and he could tell that Kakashi and Asuma were seeing right through it. The rest of the genin seemed to accept his answer though. "I see," Kakashi said, letting it go anyway. "Moving on, tomorrow you will all break into 3 pairs and spread out once we arrive. Asuma and myself will be at the main base of sorts, supervising," Kakashi said. "What exactly are we supposed to be looking for?" Shikamaru asked. "Since this is an investigation mission, I assume we have to use our instincts to locate anything out of the ordinary, but usually investigations are given more information than what you have vaguely told us." Naruto wasn't listening at this point, but he didn't really need to be anyway. All that the Jounins told them at this point was that there was very little concrete information about the occurrences around the area, and that there wasn't any more information to be had. The only thing that Naruto was mulling over was the appearance of the mask in his backpack. He had thought that he had wiped himself clear of the mask, but that obviously wasn't the case. "Alright, let's get some rest for the time being. I'll take first watch while the rest of you sleep. I'll wake you up in an hour, Naruto, so you can take the next watch," Kakashi said, pointing at Naruto. The campfire dimmed, and everybody settled down into their sleeping bags for the night. Pretty soon, the sounds of snoring filled the air. Naruto was surprised by how loud Sakura actually snored, and since he was right next to her, it wasn't like he was going to get any sleep anyway. He laid on his side for the next hour or so, and occasionally his foot would nudge the side of his backpack, which would remind him of things that had happened. Eventually, he heard rustling from the other side of their camp, and he already knew that it was Kakashi getting up from his post to come over and wake him up. As a shadow fell over him, Naruto fidgeted in place for a few times before pretending to look up to see who it was. "Alright, Naruto. I need to get some rest as well. Take the next shift and wake up Chuji in an hour," his sensei ordered him. Naruto blearily nodded unenthusiastically, but crawled out of his sleeping bag anyway. Yeah, I got it," he said. He took a seat on the rock that was directly behind him, and as Kakashi went to rest, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. The forest was quiet at night, with a lack of wildlife in this area. The wind was a cool, comfortable breeze, and the moon hung over the campsite and bathed it in a dim white glow. He plucked his bassoon out from underneath his backpack, and began to blow into the reed softly. It was a very quiet and low tune, and he made sure that he didn't wake any of his comrades up. With that being said, he felt the need to calm his nerves somewhat. The sounds of the bassoon mixed in with the forest, and Naruto felt himself getting more and more relaxed the longer he kept playing. It was a strange feeling, but it helped him get his mind off of the mask. "Naruto," a low whisper rang out in the forest around him. Naruto faltered in his song for just a moment, surprised by the fact that someone else would be up at this time, when he was supposed to be watching. He looked around, searching for the source of the voice, when he noticed that it was Ino, awake and staring at him through her sleeping bag. Naruto looked at her awkwardly. It would seemingly explain the way their relationship has been for the last couple weeks. "What are you doing?" she asked. Naruto didn't ask for her to get out of her sleeping bag, but for some reason she seemed to do it anyway, quietly slipping out so as to not awake their other comrades. After a couple weeks of being her teammate, Naruto wasn't particularly mad at her anymore. If he was going to be around her for much of his time, it wouldn't do. He would just have to get used to her. But still, it didn't explain why Ino was randomly interested in him all of a sudden. "Well," he trailed off, as Ino walked directly up to him. He didn't particularly feel like spilling his problems to her, but it was thrust out of his mind completely when a strange throbbing sensation entered the back of his mind. "Are you playing that instrument? Where did you even get that thing anyway?" she asked, sitting beside him. "The mask salesman who your dad bought the mask from," Naruto responded. Ino made a face. "I know you like that guy, Naruto, but doesn't he seem a little off?" Even Naruto couldn't find fault in Ino's logic. There was something a little off about that guy. He understood that his strange clothes were probably a result of him being a foreigner, but with those pointed ears and especially that unnerving smile, and Naruto couldn't feel entirely comfortable around him. Still, the happy mask salesman had been nothing but nice to him ever since he met him, so he had to defend him. "Well, he's the only one around this time who's been nice to me back in the village, and he's not even from around here. He gave me this bassoon as a present for nothing. Basically, he's the only one who's given me the time of day." That answer seemed to surprise Ino a little bit. She knew Naruto wasn't exactly liked around the village, for reasons she didn't really know why. But, she had always shrugged it off, and even participated in some of it herself, due to peer pressure and whatnot. "Naruto, why do they treat you like that back in the village?" Ino asked. It was honestly the first time it had ever crossed her mind to ask Naruto a question like that. Naruto looked at her solemnly, fiddling with his bassoon. He had found out the reason recently. The fox demon Kyuubi that was sealed within him was the cause for that. He wasn't sure he was ready to reveal that secret to the world, though. "I don't know," he croaked. "Oh," Ino responded. The two of them sat in awkward silence for a moment longer, before Ino finally spoke up. "Naruto, there's something I want to say. I know. I haven't exactly been the best person to you over the years. Back at the academy, and now that we're on the same team. I don't even know why I was so bad to you, but, with what has been happening these last few weeks, I was especially cruel to you, and—" Naruto was surprised, and it showed upon his face. He had never known Ino was the type of girl to act like this. "What I'm trying to say is that I'm sorry, Naruto. Mainly for the way I've been acting these last few weeks, but with how I've been acting all throughout the academy. I like to say I'm better than Sakura, but honestly the way we act is exactly the same, and that includes when you're involved. So, I'm sorry," she said. Now Naruto was extremely surprised. He blew into his bassoon out of bewilderment, because Ino was never one to apologize. The two genin sat in more awkward silence, and it was apparently his turn to say something. "I'm sorry, too. For the way I acted back at my apartment. It was your birthday, and I shut you out over basically nothing," he said. Ino scoffed. "Please, you had your reasons for doing that. I wouldn't be happy seeing someone like me if I were in your situation." She chuckled. Naruto only smiled back at her. "Naruto, can I listen to you play?" she asked. It was at this point that Naruto was beginning to notice that Ino was sitting pretty close to him, all things considered. He didn't need to be told twice, though Naruto thought that playing for someone else would be a little bit different than normal. Regardless, the blonde boy began to wing it, playing the song that he knew best. Ino closed her eyes and let the music wash all over her. It was such a serene tune, this song of healing as she had heard Naruto call it. She felt all her worries drift away, and it even felt like her soul had been mended by the tune. She was beginning to hum along to the tune when Naruto changed it up, playing a song she had never heard before. She didn't know it, but it was the song that Naruto had played during Kurenai's serenade. Naruto was simply getting enraptured by the music, just barely attentive to the listener beside him. He had a little bit of a mix-up though as he felt a weight apply pressure upon his shoulder all of a sudden, and he paused in his music. He turned to see Ino was now resting her head on his shoulder, breathing deeply. She had randomly fallen back to sleep, and had found that he was the most suitable pillow available. He blushed lightly, but otherwise did not do anything to disturb her. He would have to wake up Chuji in a little while anyway, so he could let this occur for a little bit longer. Naruto remained like this for a few more minutes, until he felt something slightly wet on his shoulder. Naruto cringed at the uncomfortable feeling, before he set his bassoon down and looked over at what he saw. The sleeping Ino was drooling into his shoulder, and a little puddle was forming on his clothes near where her mouth was. He winced in disgust, but he otherwise didn't wake Ino up until his watch was over and he had to wake up Chuji. Hey, Ino, wake up," he whispered, rustling his teammate awake. Ino fluttered her eyes open, and yawned, drowsily nuzzling her head into her pillow. She blinked a few times, before she finally noticed just what she was leaning against. She backed up frantically, and Naruto and Ino stared at each other. Sorry," she hazarded a guess. Naruto just stared, before Ino noticed the patch of drool that she had left on his clothes, and blushed heavily at that. "It's all right?" he said. Ino seemed to realize that his watch was up, and it was time for him to get some rest, so she went back to her sleeping bag and laid down within it, while Naruto walked over to rustle Chuji from his sleep. The next morning, Naruto seemed to be in a more chipper mood. He had mended his relationship with Ino, and had successfully gotten his mind on the mask that he still knew was in the bottom of his backpack. Yet, they were well on their way to the area where the suspicious activity was happening. They had arrived at about 2 hours before midday, and were immediately about to get to work. True to Kakashi's word, the 6 genin had split into 3 pairs, while the 2 jounin would hold down the base, which was at the very center of a crude map that Kakashi had drawn for them all in the dirt. Sakura had gone with Shikamaru to the northern part of the forest, Sasuke with Chuji to the eastern part, and he had gone with Ino to the western part. Which, after what had happened last night, he wondered if Kakashi hadn't been eavesdropping on them. "What are we supposed to be looking for?" Naruto asked. It seemed to be the million-dollar question of this entire mission. Naruto and Ino had been walking around the western forest for quite some time now, and Naruto could tell that there was something different about the place as compared to other forests within High no Kuni. "Shoo! Be quiet for a second. I think I see something," Ino told him, shushing Naruto quickly as she gestured for him to come hide behind a tree with her. She was peeking out of the thick bark every so often, apparently trained on something in the clearing ahead of them. Naruto ducked behind the tree with her, and looked out to view what she was looking at. He could see the smoke of an almost dead campfire rising above the landscape, which meant that there must be people nearby. The sound of raucous laughing pierced the din, and Naruto laid eyes upon them for the first time. To the untrained eye, they weren't anything special. They looked like an ordinary gang of bandits, about 24 of them or so, all spread out within a small to medium-sized camp within the woods. But there was something much different about this group, and they weren't the only things that were out of the ordinary with this area. Naruto was beginning to notice things. This section of forest was pretty dense, with the exception of the clearing ahead of him. But there were strange little things that were floating around them at this point. They looked kind of like little floating balls of yellow light, but they flew around like they were alive and left trails of light wherever they went, which underneath the canopy of trees made this area dim enough for him to see them. Bandits, but what's so special about them? We knew that this place was flooded with them, Naruto said. Ino only shook her head at the boy, seemingly realizing something that Naruto did not. They're acting strange. Just take a look at them for a little while, and you'll see what I mean, she replied. Naruto kept his eyes trained on the lot of them, waiting to see what Ino was so jumpy about. After a few minutes, he saw what she meant. Most of the bandits were just sitting in a circle in the middle of the camp, but there was something on a type of pedestal that Naruto couldn't make out from this distance. Then, the bandits all began to chant in unison. It was in a bizarre language that Naruto had never heard before, but these bandits spoke it with such unmatched fluidity, like they had known it all along. The chant was like a bizarre religious ceremony, and pretty soon the bandits were all kneeling in front of the pedestal as if it were an idol. "What's that thing in the middle of their camp?" Naruto asked, but he knew as well that neither he nor Ino could possibly see that far. This behavior is definitely strange for bandits. They're thieves, not zealots. I think we may have found a clue as to what's been going on here over the last few weeks, Ino responded. She jumped out from behind the trees, being careful not to draw attention to themselves. However, it looked like the bandits were far too entranced in their little ritual to notice them. This needs to be reported back to Kakashi-sensei. I'll go and explain the situation. You stay here and watch them, and see if they display any more strange behavior, she continued. It sounded like a solid plan to Naruto, so the blonde genin let her go while retaining his position behind the tree. As Ino disappeared underneath the canopy of the trees, Naruto watched the bandits closely. A few of them were getting up at this point, but one of the bandits had something strange attached to his face. Wait a second. Naruto thought to himself, feeling an odd sense of familiarity over what was happening. Before he could continue watching, there was a flash of movement, and Naruto reacted accordingly. A large bandit wielding a giant axe suddenly got in Naruto's blind spot, and wasted no time in trying to shove his axe through Naruto's head. Thankfully, Naruto was much quicker, and he reacted in time to move out of the way, which meant that the giant axe lodged itself into the thick bark of the tree. Naruto didn't even know where the bandit had come from, but the large man roared in anger as he drew his axe from the tree. Naruto didn't even need to look twice to realize that all of the other bandits were now alerted to his presence. The bandit with the axe apparently wasn't done with him quite yet though. He swung the axe again, and Naruto did the only thing he could think of in that situation: he lifted his bassoon to block the axe. His heart sunk when he realized what just happened, but surprisingly, the wooden instrument didn't immediately break underneath the pressure of the heavy axe. The bassoon was apparently made up of an extremely sturdy type of wood, and the happy mask salesman did tell him that it was made of special properties, so it was able to block it completely. The big bandit seemed to be looked confused for a moment or two, before Naruto used the opportunity to punch his several times in the gut. The bandit doubled over and wheezed, allowing Naruto to get behind a tree before the other bandits got there. I guess now might be the best time to try out my new mask, Naruto thought, as he heard the bandits in the camp chanting to themselves frantically, apparently concerned about the sneaky ninja that had been watching them. He reached into his backpack frantically and pulled out the blank, expressionless stone mask, which he then carefully attached to his face so he became as blank and boring as an everyday rock. He then stepped out into the open. The large bandit with the axe was knocked out cold, but the others in the camp were apparently preparing to head out to look for him. With these masks on, he could hopefully sneak right in there and see what was up. He carefully snuck up into the camp, being hesitant on whether the mask actually worked or not. Ino should be back at the main base at this point in time, but she could come back at any time. Overall, there were about 25 bandits in the camp, some of them in the tents that were set up around the clearing, while there were about 10 of them out and about. True to the salesman's word, he was not detected upon entering the camp, despite the fact that it should be obvious to see him moving around in broad daylight. 2 of them who were out drew Naruto's attention though. They were wearing masks. They were masks that Naruto didn't recognize out of one of the salesman's books, but they definitely looked like something that he would sell. Rather, they both looked like frog heads, with the hands of the frog covering the bandit's eyes. He had no idea what those masks did though, if they even did anything. He shuffled his way over to the center of the camp, where they were apparently gathered around that strange pedestal from before. He could finally get a good enough look at what they were worshipping. It was another mask. It was quite a bit different than masks that he had seen before. This one looked completely like a human face, though with a twist. The human face had a cap of some kind on, a very unique hat that he had never seen before. White hair stuck out of the cap, and the stern expression on that mask's face was covered in red and blue war paint around the eyes and forehead. Looking at it, Naruto felt a splitting headache come onto him, with a high-pitched screaming echoing in his brain from a source that he didn't even know of. This mask right here, it unnerved Naruto. A lot like Majora's mask from before, but this one was different. He could sense a presence even from this distance, but it wasn't the type that wanted to use him, like the other mask. This mask radiated white-hot rage, and it was directed at him. The bandits were milling around once again, as a particularly large bandit stepped out of one of the tents and locked eyes with him, who should have been concealed underneath the strange mask. "What are you doing in our camp?" he asked. Chapter 8, Fierce Deity. Naruto's head was throbbing when he first laid eyes on that mask, to the point where he didn't even care whether or not the large bandit from the tent had noticed him. It was like there were 2 different voices in the back of his head at the same time. One of them was all too familiar, and it was sickeningly sweet, to the point where Naruto could tell it was fake. The other was a new voice, one that was created when he locked eyes with the mask posted on the bandit's shrine. Even if the mask didn't move, he could tell that something within it was screaming at him in pure rage. It was a desire to kill him. No, to destroy him. To rip him limb from limb. In addition to that, the rage-filled voice mixed with the voice that was tempting him, and the result was a cacophony of noise and voices in his head that made him shut his eyes and try to block it out. "I asked you what you were doing in our camp," the voice from the particularly large bandit rang out, and Naruto felt the 2 voices temporarily leave his mind as he was brought back to the more physical problem he had encountered. It wasn't like he was in the most dangerous situation of his life, however. These were stupid bandits, not ninja, though that mask that they had on display was a little concerning. Naruto didn't respond, and instead drew 3 kunai from his pouch and entered his basic taijutsu stance. At first, the apparent bandit leader seemed to be insulted by Naruto's brash display, but when he looked over at the pedestal, he suddenly began to laugh. Hey, you idiots! Don't you see the stupid kid that just walked into the middle of the camp?" he blathered to the dozen or so other bandits in the camp, who dumbly stared at their leader. "No, Akamon-sama." The large, bulky bandit known as Akamon simply shook his head, his black ponytail swishing back and forth. Her beady black eyes stared Naruto down, apparently seeing right through the stone mask. "A mask, huh? I bet you think you're real tough wearing that thing, ninja boy. You think you're the only one who benefits from the power of a special mask, don't you?" Akamon hissed, pacing back and forth. He kept stealing glances towards the strange mask on the pedestal every now and again. "Boss? What are you talking about?" "There's nothing there," one of the other bandits shouted. Naruto was pondering that the mask he was wearing wasn't foolproof, though it seemed to have strange properties behind it that allowed him to be practically invisible to most people. The bandit leader ignored his underlings. "Special properties? Where the hell did you get that mask?" I don't like it," Naruto said warily, not bothering to take his mask off in fear of alerting the other bandits. Where'd that voice come from? One of the other bandits asked fearfully, though Akaman's eyes were fully trained on Naruto. The strange mask on the pedestal seemed to be bothering their intruder, and the bandit leader smiled a yellow smile at Naruto. Naruto's eyes squinted, and the boy felt his body heat up, while he felt a sudden weight on his torso underneath his jumpsuit. His mind was beginning to blur, and the new voice was not screaming at him anymore. However, the all-too-familiar voice was shrieking at him now, any tone of friendliness now absent. You don't like our precious mask, do you? I suppose a kid like yourself would never be able to understand its divine powers. With this mask as our god, we are no longer ordinary bandits, but instead holy men, who are determined to spread the vision of our god. So you've gone from being ordinary bandits to being an obsessed cult that basically does the same things? Are you guys being serious right now? Naruto asked, managing to temporarily break the turmoil his mind was going through. I suppose someone like you would never understand the power of our god. But perhaps we can show you to the path of light. Akaman, the bandit leader lectured. He clapped his hands twice in quick succession, and a few of the other bandits snapped out of their daze to assist their leader. There was a ring of wood a safe distance around the pedestal, and when the bandits surrounded it, they set it alight with flames, making the pedestal with the mask on it look like a burning effigy. Several more bandits filed out from within their animal skin tents, gathering around the fire and making bizarre chanting noises as they got onto their knees. It was a clear form of worship, but Akaman was not joining in with the rest of them. Deity, give us strength. Strength to smite this child, who has been corrupted by the dark power. Akaman screeched. Naruto was taken aback by the change in personality. He sounded like a religious cleric. Before this, he had sounded like an ordinary bandit, thuggish with more than a few speech problems. But, ever since the conversation had drifted toward their new religion, he became a lot more zealous and well-spoken in his approach, like he had undergone some core personality changes. He doubted the other bandits could see him, but even if they could, they were too entranced to notice him, which left only Akaman to do the dirty work. The rage-filled voice was back for Naruto, and he still didn't know where it was coming from. Yaagag! Akaman roared to the heavens, and Naruto grabbed his head. A strange power was coming over Akaman, and Naruto was able to feel it strongly. Akaman reached to his hip and pulled out a long, vicious, curved blade, silver in color and gleaming in the sunlight. Yet, Naruto's eyes weren't drawn to the bandit leader, and instead to the mask on the effigy. With the way the heat from the fire cast it, it looked like an aura was surrounding it. There was something alive, something familiar about the mask, and it was doing something. At this point, Akaman charged, the man having a surprising amount of speed and agility for someone his size. Naruto ripped off the stone mask to give himself a better view, and backflipped over 2 quick sword strikes. He reached down into his pouch, and pulled out 4 kunai, balancing 2 of the blades in each hand. I think we found what we're looking for, but I've gotten a lot more than an investigation with this mission. I need to get out of here and report back to Kakashi-sensei. It was much easier said than done for Naruto, though. Akaman managed to get behind Naruto relatively easily, and Naruto noticed how much more muscular he was compared to just a few moments ago. The energy that seemed to be flowing all around him might have something to do with it. He darted to the right, adjacent to where Akaman swung his sword into the ground, where it practically created a crater. It was a miracle the sword didn't snap in half. Clutching a kunai in both hands and sticking it out to his left, he ran by the slow bandit and sliced into his hip. The bandit roared in pain as blood soaked his clothes, but it wasn't even close to being enough to fall him. The chanting in the center of the camp got louder, and Akaman gave another inhuman roar as Naruto watched on in awe. The wound was fairly shallow, but Naruto watched as the flesh was beginning to heal itself before his eyes. It would only take a few minutes for it to heal completely. Okay, I'm starting to get freaked out here, Naruto mumbled, before the muscled bandit leader kicked him straight into a tree. The force should have shattered his body right there, but Akaman was incensed when a puff of smoke sounded and a log appeared in Naruto's place. Kawarimi! Ow! Akaman heard a boyish cry come from within the trees somewhere nearby. The boy really wasn't the best ninja if he gave his location away so easily, and even in his brutish state he could pick out where Naruto was. The muscled man lumbered up to the tree, and spread his arms out wide. He embraced the trunk of the large oak tree in a bear hug, before his muscles rippled while he strained. He grunted, and within the tree, Naruto was staring in disbelief. The bandit leader was trying to uproot the tree with his sheer physical strength, and was succeeding. He was an idiot for giving away his position, but the weight that still lingered on his chest was beginning to burn, and the more intense the situation got, the hotter it burned. But now, he had bigger problems to worry about than some burning sensation in his chest. For example, the fact that the tree he was hiding in was currently starting to topple over after being uprooted, and he was going along with it. A branch smacked him across the face, and he almost lost his bassoon to go along with it. He wasn't going to freeze up here, not now. But what else did he have in his arsenal that would help in this situation? He had his ninja weapons, 2 academy-level jutsu, the stone mask, and his bassoon. That was it. And as the burning sensation throbbed, he realized he had one more option. But, no. He would not let it get there. Besides, the evil mask wasn't even here. He leapt out of the tree into plain sight, but the instant he did, he was clotheslined by Akamon before he could even think to move in the air. The bandit leader was surprisingly agile for someone his size. He coughed as he got up from the pile of rubble he found himself in. That attack had literally knocked the wind out of him. As he rose to his feet, he noticed something that made the situation even worse. The other bandits were apparently done with their chant, and their ritual was now complete. They were now crowding around their leader, some of them drawing blades as he directed them to attack him. These bandits, like Akamon, seemed strangely different and powered up. It was pretty obvious to him that the mask on display was granting them this power, but if he could remove the mask. Wincing at his injured torso, Naruto slipped on the stone mask once again, effectively concealing himself against some of the stupider bandits, which in this case was all of them. He made a beeline for the effigy in the middle of the camp. "Stop him, you fools. He's going after the mask." For all they were worth, none of them seemed capable of reacting to the call of their leader, and essentially it was like Naruto had just disappeared from the face of the planet. "Roku, to your left. Get him." The bandit lackey seemed confused, but he haphazardly swung his sword to his left, not knowing what he was trying to attack. Naruto deftly leapt over the blade, and delivered a sharp kick to the bandit's face. Every bandit sans Akamon immediately stared at their downed comrade in bewilderment. They didn't have much experience with ninja when compared to their leader, but even then, they had never heard of a jutsu that makes one invisible. Akamon pushed a few of his bandits out of the way, trying to get to Naruto, who was taking every opportunity to smack dumbfounded bandits who got in his way. Leaving a few disoriented bandits behind, Naruto jumped into the camp, coming closer to the burning effigy. The mask hung in front of him, not being touched by the burning flames. "Hold it right there." Akamon somehow managed to put himself between Naruto and the effigy, slamming a fist into the ground to make it crack. Naruto stumbled in place, which knocked the mask off his face. Before he could scramble to the mask and get it back on his face, the bandits finally saw him once again. About 6 of them pounced on him with their weapons just as he recovered the mask. Once the shadows fell over him, he looked up with a deer in the headlights kind of look. Preventing himself from losing the mask once again, he backflipped out of the way once more, this time making sure that he was aware of Akamon behind him. He contorted himself in midair as Akamon noticed him coming, and the bandit leader was attempting to swing his sword into the ground once again. It was predictable, like most bandits were. Naruto contorted his body to leap directly over the bandit's attack, carefully avoiding the fire as he got closer. With a careful amount of precision, he snatched the strange mask off of the pedestal. The strange feeling was back, but for some reason he wasn't being affected like the bandits were. He didn't have a sudden desire to prostrate himself and worship this mask as some sort of god. But, the feeling that this mask wanted to destroy him was stronger than ever. He had enough experience with supernatural masks to know that this thing was bad news. But, he had a clue as to what was causing the strange occurrences all around this section of the country. What he didn't know was, how exactly did this mask get here? He could mull that over much later though. He had gotten a little too careless, and strayed around from Ino. Now that he had what he needed, it was time to lose these bandits and make his way back to camp. "He's trying to escape," Akamon shouted, as Naruto slipped on his stone mask one final time. Akamon got in his way in an attempt to stop him, but the much more agile Naruto leaped clean off his face to get to higher ground, the action stunning the bandit leader. Naruto clenched an arm around a branch of the nearest tree, pulling himself up into the most stable area he could find. He looked down upon the bandit camp, and noticed something particularly curious. The bandits, and even their leader, seemed a little bit less focused and fanatically once the mask was removed. Of course, it was still well within range, so they weren't completely out of its influence. "Huh? What were we doing?" one of them said, as Akamon remained in a stupor. Naruto stared down at the mask in bewilderment. "I don't know what you are, but I'm watching you," he whispered to the mask, depositing it in his pouch before fastening his bassoon. And to continue the odd behavior, Akamon just let him go. "Huh? Why does it feel like we're missing something important?" he asked confusedly. The bandit leader caught a glimpse of Naruto speeding through the trees. Unbeknownst to the young ninja, Akamon caught the flash of a white light for just a second, which seemed to have been emitted from something on Naruto's person. The dazed look in his eyes was replaced by a gaze of pure fury, and Akamon was reverted straight back to his previous state, of the muscle-bound lunatic that was clearly underneath the influence of something. That little brat. He took it. He took our deity. The burning effigy stood in the middle of the bandit, solemnly lacking its key feature in the warlike mask that had been suspended over it just a few minutes ago. What should we do, boss? The bandit known as Roku asked. Should we chase after them? Akamon studied his choices, seeing how quick Naruto truly was in the trees, compared to him and his bandits. No. Not yet. Akamon stated. The other bandits looked at him strangely. They all knew how important the mask was to their providence, and their leader was a big hothead. That kid was a ninja. He's probably not alone, and if he has our deity, he's likely to be going back to his ninja pals in some safe camp area. We can't just barge into a camp of ninja and declare war on them. The Akamon bandits need to play this a little more subtly for the first time. But, boss. Quiet. One of you, it doesn't matter which, just follow that kid. He can't be anything more than a genin, so use your heads and you should be able to avoid him. And remember, our deity is granting us power in this situation. We will be sure to get him back. The Akamon bandits saluted their leader, and the strange, uncharacteristic bandit camp launched their plan to take back the mask. Well, that was weird. I know that mission was to find out the cause of the strange happenings all over the place, but I never realized things would get that weird. And that mask? Naruto stated, as he leaped through the trees. I get a bad vibe from this thing, and it's similar to, well... He trailed off. He didn't want to think about the other mask, the one that the happy mask salesman called Majora's Mask. The burning sensation in his chest hadn't gone away yet. Anyway, I need to get back to Kakashi-sensei and tell him about these bandits and their mask. At least we now know a clue as to what's been going on around here. He touched down upon a large branch and turned right suddenly, and the boy was surprised when he saw the blonde girl come tumbling at him. She too was not prepared for him. Naruto! Ino shouted, as the two of them crashed into each other. They both fell from the trees, landing with a resounding thud in a pile of leaves near the bottom. Owawa! Ino winced, pulling herself to her feet. Naruto! What are you doing? Weren't you supposed to continue watching those bandits from earlier? Well, I thought you were going to go report to Kakashi-sensei. What are you doing here? Naruto asked, rubbing his sore head and also climbing to his feet. I heard a big crash coming from over where we were watching the bandits. I thought that maybe you had done something to inadvertently attract their attention, so I... Naruto raised an eyebrow. You were worried about me? What? And no. I was just concerned that you might endanger the mission or something like that. What a time for her to go all tsundere on me. But that's not important right now. Well, I didn't blow the mission. Actually, I think I may have found something that Kakashi-sensei would be interested in. You saw the way those bandits were acting, right? Well, I did get a little up close and personal with them, and they're even crazier than I thought at first. Ino looked inquisitive. What did you find? She asked. Naruto turned his head to the side, seemingly looking out for any unwanted listeners. I'll explain later, in front of everyone. We need to get back to the camp right away. Those bandits may not be completely out of our way yet. He explained. Ino looked slightly annoyed, but she otherwise agreed with his statement. The sun was still high in the sky by the time Naruto and Ino arrived back at their camp, and only the two senseis were located there. It wasn't until it was almost sundown that another returned from their expedition. From the looks of things, they had found some strange occurrences, but could not determine the cause. As the other four genin sat around the now extinguished campfire at dusk, Kakashi spoke. Well, it seems that today provided us with plenty of reconnaissance, but for everybody's sake I'd like to sit here and review for when we go back out tomorrow. I haven't heard the full explanation myself, but it seems Naruto stumbled across an unusual camp of bandits today. What exactly did you find, Naruto? Naruto didn't say anything at first, and instead he unlatched his pouch while putting it on the ground before him. Reaching an arm into the space, he pulled out the strange, white-haired mask that he had encountered earlier. That seemed to catch everyone by surprise, including the two jounins. A mask? Sakura inquired. The way it looked sent a chill up the pink-haired girl's spine, and she wasn't the only one to be adversely affected by it. This thing is weird, Naruto explained simply. The short explanation didn't do much justice for the surrounding shinobi. Care to explain, Naruto? Asuma asked, crossing his fingers. He didn't really like the thing, either. Well, earlier today me and Ino went out to look for clues, like you wanted us to. But, while we were out there, we found this camp of bandits. But, they weren't ordinary bandits, or, not anymore, I should say. The whole circle was silent. Even those that usually mock Naruto let him speak. The entire conversation was oddly compelling to them, and with that mask, they felt they had to listen to everything that Naruto said. At first, they seemed to act like any bandit clan. But then, their attention went to this pedestal in the center of the camp, and they seemed to be religious over the whole thing. What I found on the center of that pedestal was this mask. Their leader told me that it was sort of like a god to them, and all the bandits seemed to believe it. But, that's not even the weirdest part. All of them got on their knees and started doing this weird chant. They surrounded the pedestal in a circle of fire and began to pray to this mask like a god. But after that, the bandit leader went berserk. He was so strong. The mask was giving him some kind of weird power, and he was way stronger than any ordinary bandit would be. I couldn't really beat him. So I stole the mask from that pedestal and made my way back here, and those bandits weren't able to follow me back. The rest of the ninja sat around the fire pit, digesting the information that Naruto had just given them. Well, that would explain at least some of the strange happenings around here. But, I'm skeptical about the idea that a mask could influence a whole clan of bandits like that, as if it were alive. Asuma said. Come to think of it, Naruto, it seems strange that it's a mask that is causing strange behavior in all these bandits. You've been hanging out with that weird mask seller back in the village a lot. Do you know how a mask could do this? Ino piped up. It was at this point that the deep nagging voice in Naruto's head came back, and compelled him to lie. He wanted to tell them all about his experiences with Majora's Mask, but that high-pitched, squealing voice in the back of his mind was too powerful. Well, his masks are weird, but he's never shown me anything quite like this. There was again, that little nagging lie that always seemed to be on the tip of his tongue, and he had no idea where he came from. No matter how hard he tried to fight against it, it always came bursting forth. Well, that settles it. So far, this information is the most important part of the mission. However, we cannot return to the village with our mission unfulfilled. Tomorrow, we must search for an underlying cause beneath all this, to see if Naruto's story is true, and what this mask can really do. Also, Kakashi trailed off. Kakashi-sensei, if I could say one more thing. Those bandits, they aren't just some group we can go beat up and take care of like that. They were strong. I'd watch out for them. They're not just gonna let this go, but I don't think they'll even be able to find us. This mission has gotten troublesome. No one ever told me that there were gonna be superpowered bandits when I signed up for this ninja thing. Shikamaru commented. But are these bandits really that dangerous? Sasuke said. The other genin murmured a few things to themselves while the two senseis picked themselves off the ground. Okay. Regardless of how dangerous these bandits are, I think it's as good a time as any to do some joint training, Asuma said. He even looked at Naruto as he spoke. The only reason he was likely bringing this up was because he owed Naruto a new technique. Asuma then whispered something to Kakashi in a low breath that the genin couldn't hear. Kakashi looked a little confused at first, before signing, but then he seemed to resign himself to Asuma's agenda. Alright, we're going to some training for the rest of the mission ahead, seeing how it's possible this mission may raise in difficulty slightly. There's an exercise I want to teach the five of you, Kakashi said, pointing to Sakura, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Ino, and Chuji. That means you'll be working with me alone, Naruto. Kakashi and I decided to switch things up for this training experiment. I have the feeling I might be a better sensei to you, anyway. And then there's the technique I owe you. Why is the idiot getting special treatment? Teach me a new technique, Asuma. Sasuke demanded. Man, it's too troublesome, anyway. Just let it go, Sasuke. Shikamaru said. Naruto has already shown he is ready to learn this new technique. He went out of his way to help me with a very important assignment. Next time you want to learn a new technique, you should have the drive to go above and beyond, Sasuke. Asuma told him. The last Uchiha glared at the man, folding his arms in front of his face as he sulked. It's getting dark. We'll train for a few hours and then rest. Everybody except Naruto, come with me, Kakashi said. The rest of the genin followed, Ino stealing a glance back at Naruto. That left Asuma and Naruto alone in the campsite. So, what's the new technique? Naruto asked. He looked over at the mask, and the weird feeling returned to him. Hold on a second, he said, before he picked up the mask and deposited it in one of the tents, covering it with a blanket. That mask is bad news, it does things? Asuma looked at him oddly. Okay, he said. He was creeped out by the mask too, but it seemed he wasn't able to feel anything too substantial coming from it. Well, I was actually thinking. I have a few options to work with teaching you this new technique. If you have the correct nature, then this technique should be a breeze, no pun intended. But if you don't have the correct nature, it would be much harder to teach it this jutsu, and it would take more time than we have. However, there are still plenty of techniques in my arsenal I think could suit you. Naruto looked excited and confused at the same time. What's this nature thing you're talking about? I figured you'd say that. I know what your grades from the academy were. Asuma laughed, while Naruto pouted. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a single sheet of paper. Well, allow me to explain chakra natures to you. When it comes to techniques, it's possible to alter the shape and characteristics of chakra using highly advanced chakra control. Perhaps you've heard of Katan, Doton, Raiton, Futon, and Suiton? The 5 basic elements are the key to which chakra can be performed. Chakra transformation allows shinobi to use those elemental techniques. When it comes to shape and nature manipulation, it can take years of training in order to master changing your chakra to an innate type. We don't have years. I know that. I'm not going to teach you how to manipulate the shape and nature of chakra at this point in time. Fortunately, you're not creating a technique or anything, so we can take a few shortcuts if you're to learn this technique. But first, we need to figure out which chakra affinity you have. Affinity? Naruto asked. Everyone has a predetermined an affinity towards a certain chakra type. In this case, it would make learning techniques of that type a little bit easier for you. That's where these slips of paper come into play. They react to even the slightest amount of chakra. Just channel a bit of your chakra into this paper, and it will tell you what nature you have an affinity for. If it burns, it's fire. If it wrinkles, it's lightning. If it crumbles, it's earth. If it splits in half, it's wind. And if it becomes wet, it's water. We're looking to see if you have a certain type, so go ahead and put some of your chakra into it. Naruto took the sheet of paper and studied it closely, pouring a decent amount of chakra into the slip. When he heard a sharp tearing noise, he looked up at Asuma and held 2 halves of the paper. Asuma was already grinning. Wind, huh? Then we're good to go. Chapter 9, Wind Element and Traps. Naruto held the 2 slips of paper between his fingers, watching as Asuma smiled at him. Apparently the Jounin was hoping that Naruto would wind up with the wind element as a chakra affinity. How fortunate. We both share the same affinity. This will make it extremely easy for me to teach you the technique I wanted to. The wind element is what I use for these. He explained, pulling a unique pair of knives from his pockets. They fit on his hands like gloves. I can extend my wind chakra into these blades to amplify both their range and power. The power of wind chakra lies in its strong cutting technique, so it's perfect for weapons like these. Naruto stared at the weapons in awe. Is that what you're going to teach me? Not this time. Unfortunately, I don't have the kind of time to teach you how to channel your chakra into these blades. That takes an intense amount of shape manipulation that you don't have yet. I'm going to be teaching you a more mainstream futon technique that I like to use in right situation. Asuma paused for effect. But don't count yourself out on learning how to channel chakra into weapons. With enough training, you could easily do something akin to that, Naruto. We just don't have the time right now. Naruto looked a little put out, but he otherwise seemed to be ready to learn the new technique. What I'm about to teach is a fairly basic C-rank futon technique, but in the right hands and the right affinity, it can be deadly to use. But first, we can't practice a wind jutsu in our camp. There's a pond in a wide clearing not too far from here. If we go there, I should be able to teach you, Asuma explained. The sun continued to set over the horizon, but Asuma and Naruto didn't seem to mind. The others were going to be out for a while anyway, and a little darkness would never stop a strong enough shinobi from training. Naruto sat on the bank as he watched Asuma stand over the pond. The hand seals are tiger, ox, dog, rabbit, snake. Spend a few minutes and work on those while I finish the demonstration. Once you've finished, channel your chakra into your lungs and prepare to expel. If you've done it correctly, you should feel an intense amount of air enter your lungs. Since your affinity is wind, it shouldn't take long for you to feel this. When you have it right? Asuma trailed off, putting his hand up in front of his face, his palm facing upward. Expel all the chakra in your lungs into the air. Futon, Daitapa. Asuma exhaled all the chakra he had gathered into his lungs, bringing forth a great blast of wind outwards onto the pond. The gust of wind displaced the top layer of water and created several waves that crashed into the opposite shore. And when the gust subsided, the pond was back toward its still state. Naruto couldn't remain sitting on the sidelines after he saw that display. He shot to his feet, cheering loudly at the great gust of wind that Asuma had emitted. Awesome! Let me try. Naruto waddled up to the shore to stand beside Asuma, who gave himself a little leeway in front of Naruto. The genin performed the hand seals diligently, stopping when he got to the snake hand seal and holding it. Naruto felt the air enter his lungs, and he knew instantly that it was strong enough. It was a tingling sensation, strange but not entirely unpleasant. It was even kind of exhilarating, like the feeling that he was flying. Futon, Daitapa. Naruto expelled any gathered wind chakra into the air, trying to force himself to create the same type of gust that Asuma had just a minute ago. There was a quick whooshing sound of the wind picking up, and Naruto watched on as the pond began to ripple. Even still, he could tell that the gust of wind he had created from nowhere near as strong as Asuma's. When he had completed the jutsu, he had managed to create a gust able to ripple the surface of the water, but ultimately it lacked the power necessary to be used effectively. Asuma sat down on the bank. Not bad. I honestly didn't even think you'd be able to make even the smallest bit of wind on your first try. That wasn't practical, but this shouldn't take very long. Go ahead and try it again, you may be able to get it down before tomorrow, Asuma said, as he pulled out his signature pack of cigarettes from his vest. His monstrous stamina can allow him to practice this jutsu over and over again without a break. He's going to get this really fast, Asuma thought, discarding his old cigarette and lighting up another. Futon, Daitapa. Naruto had already launched another practice attempt, and with a few more tries, he had managed to increase the blast radius and force of the wind jutsu. Asuma had worked his way through his fourth cigarette. The dusk turned into night, but Naruto still remained out there, his gaudy supply of chakra keeping him going. Asuma had stopped paying attention to him a long time ago, but he knew better than to doze off in such unfamiliar territory. I've got it. Futon, Daitapa. A massive burst of wind rushed over the still pond, similar in scope and power as Asuma's demonstration. It had been over 5 hours since Naruto had begun the technique. He hadn't stopped for a breather in all that time, and even still, mastering a jutsu in 5 mere hours was an impressive feat. The power of the jutsu had jolted Asuma out of his dazed stupor, and he watched the demonstration of Naruto's skills. Yes. I got it. The Daitapa is mine, he cheered, busting out another Daitapa over the pond just for the hell of it. Asuma was surprised. He had expected that Naruto would take at least a couple of days to get it all down, but here they finished in one night. Thanks so much for teaching me this technique, Asuma-sensei. I don't really know much else besides the henge and kawarimi from the academy, Naruto said, as Asuma dragged himself to his feet. Well, don't get ahead of yourself, kid. Stuff like chakra exercises are all good, but it's important for a ninja to expand his repertoire of jutsus. From the looks of it, you were lacking in that department. Even with the futon, Daitapa, I think it's necessary for you to get one more go-to move, Asuma said, putting his cigarettes away. So, does that mean you're going to be teaching me another technique? Naruto asked, his eyes lighting up with hope and wonder. You knew the deal, kid. You helped me out with Kurenai, and I'd teach you one technique. I've got my own team to look out for. But, if you're really itching to get another one, you'll have to ask Kakashi once we get back from the mission, Asuma said, smirking at Naruto. Though, I think you're about ready to take on the next part of the mission, ahead of your peers. We've got more work to do, especially with regards to those bandits. If we can capture their leader and bring him back to Konoha for interrogation, we can figure out a way to put a stop to all the strange behavior. You and me, we'll break off into a pair tomorrow and take the fight directly to him. Naruto looked puzzled for a moment. I thought we were gonna go investigate and search for more clues. We are. But if you're right about those bandits, then we need a more direct approach with that group. Bring that mask along with you tomorrow, it could be useful. When Asuma and Naruto got back to the camp, only Kakashi was awake, guarding the camp while the genin slept. He cracked open an eye as he saw Asuma and Naruto approach, nodding at Asuma lightly. Are you done for the night? He asked. Asuma sat down on a nearby stump near his belongings. He's already gotten the technique. I don't need to train him anymore. Kakashi looked slightly surprised, picking himself off the ground and grabbing his sleeping bag. He walked past Asuma and stopped in front of his tent for a moment. Really? I didn't realize he was such a quick learner. But, since the two of you are back, I guess it's about time for Naruto to take the night watch while I get some sleep. Kakashi. I'm going to take Naruto back to that bandit camp tomorrow. We need to do some more poking around that area to see if what Naruto says is true, and that bandit leader he described. He trailed off for a second. They're bandits, in general terms they shouldn't be much trouble for anyone to defeat or outsmart. But I see your point in wanting to take a hands-on approach with these guys. If what Naruto says is right, and we have powered-up bandits to worry about within the High no Kuni, then this mission is no longer C rank, Kakashi said. I was thinking about that too. We truly don't know whether this is something that can affect the other bandit clans around the countryside. If we could capture their leader, we could get more information. Kakashi finished his sentence for him. I wish we had some shortwave radios on us, but I want the rest of our teams to continue combing the woods for anything else. It's productive that Naruto found a lead, but it's not telling us the cause of these strange occurrences, nor where that mask came from. These bandits definitely don't hold power over the nature of the forest. I feel that they are just another side effect. Naruto was already packing his gear away to go to bed, but as he did so he pulled the mask he had found earlier and set it to the side. He lifted his bassoon carefully and played a quick note. The two senseis weren't focused on his music though, instead on the eerie mask. "Are you sure you want Naruto to bring that thing along?" Kakashi asked. He had a point, bringing the mask they were obsessed with back could spell trouble. Yes. Naruto should bring that mask back to the place where he found it. We need to run a few experiments with it while we're at it, to see if it really does have an effect on those bandits. The next morning started off quiet. There was little talking at breakfast around the campfire, with Asuma stealing a few knowing glances at Naruto every once in a while. Sasuke in particular seemed grumpy while he chewed his onigiri, like over the training he had to do last night, and the fact that it wasn't a new technique. While Shikamaru lazed around and Chuji munched, Ino seemed to be the most fidgety among them. She kept scooting closer to Naruto, awkwardly stealing glances at him. "Naruto? Are we gonna go check that camp again?" she asked him, as Naruto stared up at her. "You won't be going with Naruto this time, Ino. I'm gonna take him back to the place where he found that mask, and we're going to investigate those bandits a little bit more. You, on the other hand, are going to head with everyone else into the western section of the forest." Asuma butt in. "Oh?" Naruto was slightly surprised by how reserved the normally boisterous girl was being, but he let it go. She finished up her breakfast earlier than everyone else, and then urged the other genin to get off their rears and going. Before anyone even knew it, they were all up and ready to go. Ino took the lead and rushed into the treetops with Sasuke to the side of her, with the other genin stumbling behind, still a little worried over Ino's wrath. Kakashi blinked, before putting his tray of food down casually. He took 2 quick glances at Asuma and Naruto. "I'll leave the bandits to you two, then. Are you prepared, Naruto?" Asuma asked. Naruto lifted his bassoon onto his back, before fixing his weapons pouch to his waist. With the final touches, he picked the strange mask he had found yesterday and fixed it to the front of his chest. Of course. Asuma picked up his knuckle knives, attaching them to his hands with a metallic clang. "Then let's go. You lead the way." Asuma and Naruto leaped into the canopy of trees in a different direction of where the other party was going, heading due north to where Naruto had seen the bandit camp yesterday. While they made their way through the trees, Asuma had his eyes trained on the surroundings, picking up on anything that Naruto may miss. The genin clearly didn't have the necessary detection skills yet. After 15 minutes of high-speed movement through the trees, they had arrived. "Wait a second, Asuma-sensei," Naruto said, halting on the branch. "There it is," he whispered, using the canopy of the tree to hide himself. Asuma followed suit. Down below them, the place where Naruto visited yesterday lied. A few bandits were already milling about getting ready for the day, some collecting firewood or materials to fix tents. A few more were even sharpening their weapons. But at first glance, there wasn't one characteristic they had that wasn't akin to a normal bandit group. They were just milling about, doing regular things that one would see happen in a bandit camp. "Well, I don't get it. These guys just seem like normal bandits. They aren't showing any of that cult-like behavior that you said they had," Asuma commented, as a large bandit came out of his tent. Naruto seemed to ignore Asuma's statement, instead focused on the large bandit in the far end of the camp. "That's him. His name's Akamon, he's the leader, and he's the one who became a muscly freak when they started worshipping the mask. He's trouble, I know that much." "Wait, what's he doing?" Naruto once again felt the searing sensation from yesterday, and a sense of dread entered his heart. He was shaking, but it didn't seem to be a result of anything his body was doing. Rather, the object that was fixed to his chest was pulsating. "Asuma-sensei, I think we may have messed up," Naruto said, looking down at the mask. The eyes glowed an intense bright red, and Naruto yelped as the mask flew from the perch on his chest as if it were alive. "What the hell?" Asuma asked Naruto, his tone a color of surprise as the mask began to float in midair around 10 feet in front of them. The Jounin raised his knuckle knives. "Get ready, Naruto. This thing is alive." "Wait, Asuma-sensei. Look down there." Asuma peeled his eyes away from the mask for a split second, looking down at the bandit camp. What he saw before him was one of the oddest displays he had ever seen as a ninja. The bandits were filing out of their tents, every last one of them. But, the strange behavior did not stop there. They were akin to zombies. They did not speak as they shuffled about, except for the odd moan that escaped their lips every few seconds. Their eyes were completely white, having been rolled into the back of their heads. As they moved, the floating mask pulsated harder in midair, and a greenish-silver aura surrounded the mask as it cast its influence all over the hapless bandits. It can take advantage of a weak mind. A group of bandits would be the easiest to manipulate, Asuma deduced, seeing how neither he nor Naruto had succumbed to the wills of the mask. That's creepy. What do we do?" Asuma was about to respond, but for maybe the first time, a pair of ninja were fooled by a group of bandits. For there were more than a dozen bandits concealed within the trees in the surrounding area, and when it was time, they leaped into position, surrounding both Naruto and Asuma. Not good. Get down. Asuma roared, as he and Naruto darted from the trees down into the bandit camp before they could converge on the pair. Naruto almost lost his footing on the ground, while Asuma recovered much faster. How did we not notice that? Asuma asked himself, shaking his head. Bandits catching a ninja off guard, this won't do. I wonder if the mask has something to do with it. Maybe it's been sending them signals ever since I took it from them. Naruto pointed out. That way they'd know what to do and when we were coming. Asuma scratched his chin. Well, we've got bigger problems to worry about now, Asuma said. The surprise had left them unscathed, but at this point they had attracted the influence of the bandits, and Akamon. Well, look who it is. That brat from yesterday. And how kind of you to return our precious god to us. Akamon wheezed. Out of the all bandits, the effects the mask had on him was the most monstrous. He was even more bulky than yesterday, his throbbing muscles giving him the image of a monster. His eyes had also rolled into the back of his head, but they were glowing and off-white as well. His grin was psychotic, but tinted with a fair bit of zealotry as he looked up at the mask that was his providence. He drew his blade, which looked very fitting in his meaty hands. Naruto bit his lip. All of them looked even worse than they did yesterday, and the feeling he got from the mask was screaming in his mind. Asuma looked around. It was one thing to focus on Akamon, but with all the bandits converging in on them, they had more than one opponent to worry about. Akamon roared as he swung the blade down, and the gust of wind that was produced from it could nearly slice both ninja in half. The Jounin and Genin parted to the side, Asuma getting trapped in a melee of about half a dozen bandits, while Naruto split the sides to charge Akamon. Taki me head on. You're an idiot, Akamon said, as she slashed down once again. His brute strength was enough to dislodge some of the ground, making Naruto lose his balance. Meanwhile, Asuma had taken out the half-dozen bandits with his chakra knives, and was already cutting his way through another line of them effortlessly. Grunting lightly, he disappeared in a kawarimi after a strike from a bandit. They have no jutsu, but they're beefed up on strength. And they don't fight like the thugs that they are, they're like trained killers. How can a mask do something like this? Asuma remarked in his mind. He noticed Naruto having trouble with Akamon in the center of the camp. The behemoth's strength was incredible, but he was lumbering about, and Naruto was managing without him. He kicked a bandit in the face, before an idea came to him. He lifted one of the trench knives, detaching it from his hand and launching it towards the bandit leader. Akamon blocked it swiftly with his massive blade, but Asuma was trickier. Staying with the knife, he used his chakra to manipulate the blade in midair, and controlled it so it slashed into the massive bandit's sword arm. Ack! The curved blade of Akamon clattered to the ground as the bandit leader cradled his wounded. If he weren't so muscle-bound, the trench knife would have cleaved it clean off, but in his state, he managed to escape lucky. You little shit. I'll kill you for our deity. Everyone, quit jacking off and kill these sons-of-bitches. Akamon rared, punching the ground with his good arm as Naruto attempted to take advantage of the opportunity. Asuma-sensei. Don't you have anything that can finish all these guys off at once? There's too many of them to handle with just taijutsu and weapons. Naruto shouted over. Asuma slashed another one down, following up with a vicious kick to the head. Despite the situation, he grinned. I've always got a jutsu or two to use in a situation like this. But you're gonna have to get out of there. Asuma shouted back. Right. Asuma kept one eye trained on the bandits and another trained on Naruto as he gave Akamon some berth and fled the bandit camp, getting a safe distance behind Asuma. Alright. So things are gonna get a little hot right now, you guys. I hope you don't mind. Asuma flashed through a few hand seals, avoiding enemy attacks all the way as he did so. He took a deep breath, being careful enough to get all the bandits within the vicinity. Katan, Hizekishu. When Asuma expelled his breath, a cloud of black ash covered the outskirts of the bandit camp, almost making the near-mindless bandits pause in their efforts. Well, looks like I got nearly all of you in this cloud. So, he ground his teeth together, creating a spark within the flint that he always kept between his teeth, before spitting it into the cloud of ash that he had produced. Akamon balked as the ash exploded into a burst of flames, engulfing the bandit leader in a downpour of hot flames. He screamed as they seared his skin, and he watched most of the rest of the bandits give off their own screams as the sheer pain snapped them out of their trance. Asuma smiled and leaped out of the fray, touching down over where near Naruto was standing. Wow! That was awesome, Asuma-sensei? Naruto beamed, as Asuma smirked while lighting up a cigarette. He looked overhead, something wasn't right here. The mask was still fixed in its position in midair, giving off its eerie glow. Well, that was too easy. I thought these guys would be a little harder because they're different from most bandits, but geez. Naruto continued on, laughing to himself. Something's not right, here. That mask? You sons of bitches. Asuma and Naruto's eyes both snapped toward the dissipating cloud of dust, and their eyes became trained on the only standing bandit left. Akamon was clearly reeling. His skin had been partially burned off, revealing the oozing muscle within. Blood was pooling at his feet, and the nauseating scent of cooked flesh permeated the air. And yet, he was still looking at them intensely. You think 'cause you used your fancy jutsu that this is over? No, never. We bandits were treated like vermin, like we weren't worth anything. People never pause to think the circumstances of our lives, why we do the things we do. And we realize, this world is rotten to the core. There isn't a place for anyone, let alone people like us. But our God, our deity. He trailed off. He gives us a chance to change that. He appreciates us when we fight in his name. Akamon spread his arms out wide, his cooked flesh squelching as he did so. A manic look was plastered all over his face. Our God. Fierce deity. All was silent. A cold chill wafted into the clearing where the three combatants were standing. Asuma didn't know what was going on, but Naruto was petrified. This type of behavior, it unnerved him far more than any of Akamon's behavior yesterday. You are its new vessel, are you not? Naruto paused, breath catching in his throat. A cold sense of fear invaded his mind as he looked upward. Asuma did not seem to recognize the voice, which could only mean one thing. Asuma stared in concern as Naruto looked up at the fierce deity's mask, eyes still glowing and aura still flashing. Do not disappoint my expectations? Naruto took a meager step backwards as his mind reeled in pain. This wasn't the high-pitched, squealing voice that he had been hearing. This voice was fierce, gruffer, and filled with anger. His mind went numb as he swallowed, and the fierce deity's mask began to move. Asuma and Naruto watched as it floated on its own accord over to the wounded Akamon. Akamon himself had tuned himself out to the presence of both ninja, and was now giggling madly as his god approached him. He sighed in blissful relief as he saw the back of the mask, and his mind went blank as it attached itself to his charred face. Chapter 10, Red Gate, Wooden Gate. Naruto tensed when the strange mask of the fierce deity attached itself to the charred face of the bandit leader, Akamon. There was something startlingly familiar about the sequence, even as his body began to morph. He had been through something akin to this before, and if what was happening to Akamon anything like what happened to him, this was going to be dangerous. Asuma, on the other hand, didn't have any idea how to respond to the situation. In all his time as a ninja, this was the closest he had been to what seemed to be magic, with no reasonable explanation as to how something like this can exist. Right in front of them, Akamon's body was beginning to change. For starters, Naruto was beginning to wonder just how he could get so big. He was big before no doubt, but his body was mostly morphing to accommodate his rapid change in size. A bluish aura was surrounding the bandit, as the mask was molding with his face. He grunted and growled, his voice turning into a deeper, more malevolent version of what it once was. Naruto had the suspicious feeling that the mask was trying to take over his mind, or at least compel him to follow its will. That was what happened to him, after all. He just couldn't comprehend why someone would do that willingly. The being before him could hardly be considered human by now. When it was over, the bandit leader was now almost 10 feet tall, and even more muscle-bound. He seemed like a vague caricature of his former self, except larger, and with a white-themed color. The bandit's hair had turned from chestnut brown to a stark white, and his clothes had been bathed in a silver tunic and armor. He was wearing what looked to be red and blue war paint on his face as well, and his eyes were completely white, with no iris or pupil. Yet, Asuma wasn't concerned about any of that, unlike Naruto. His eyes were trained on the massive double helix sword that was once the bandit's saber. To err in your strength of mind is to give in to the playful spirit, who regards both the heavens and the earth as nothing more than a child's game. Few have the mental fortitude. As the war deity, destruction does not appall me, yet the playful spirit is my mortal enemy. You are my mortal enemy? Add that to the list of strange occurrences. The once stupid bandit was now speaking in strange, flowery speech that was too vague for both Naruto and Asuma to make heads or tails of. Yet, that last part was as direct as could be considering the circumstances. As he spoke, it was directly to Naruto, and he even pointed his double helix sword at him. Naruto. What is he talking about? The playful spirit? The war deity? All these terms sound like nonsense, but I feel uneasy about all of this. I can't understand this through terms such as jutsu and shinobi. Asuma pointed out. It felt like a stone had dropped into Naruto's stomach. Asuma didn't know what the seemingly possessed Akamon was saying, but Naruto did, once he stripped away all the vague speech patterns. He knew that Akamon wasn't the one who was saying these things, at least directly. He had enough experience with demonic masks to know that. And with that fierce deity mask behaving very similar in a manner to Majora's mask, he knew that there was a connection. And as such, you must be destroyed. The connection he had to Majora's mask had apparently marked him as an enemy of another freaky mask. Akamon hefted his massive sword over his shoulder, though at that distance, Naruto was wondering what he could with a close-range weapon. He got his answer when he swung it. A bluish-white beam shot out from the tip of the blade, flying to Naruto at what seemed like impossible speeds. Naruto's voice sputtered as he glimpsed at what seemed to be impossible, but Akamon was already firing a barrage of the magic beams at him. Naruto flashed away to avoid the beams, throwing a few quick kunai at the beefed-up Akamon. He deflected them off his blade as if they were nothing, before he himself charged Naruto. For such a behemoth, the fierce deity was light on his feet, very agile, and absolutely skilled with his blade. After a few quick jabs, Naruto knew that it wouldn't be long before he was stabbed, and he would be absolutely run through by that blade. The demon that was capable of intelligent speech disappeared it seemed, and now the bandit leader was only conversing with a manner of grunts and screams as he tried to pick off the much smaller Naruto. Without skipping a beat, he lifted his sword up to his face to block an attack from the trench knives of Asuma, who had had enough of standing by and watching idly as Naruto was ganged up on. Nuisance! Akamon growled underneath his breath. The extension of the chakra from the blades made a very slight cut on Akamon's cheek, but he was so enthralled in the battle he didn't even notice. Even still, there was something about the fighting that didn't sit right with Asuma. He was being overwhelmed by far in physical strength, and he was a jounin who had trained in taijutsu since he was a child. "I have no interest in you," said the possessed Akamon, who let loose another barrage of sword beams, but this time they were not aimed at Naruto. A medium-sized rock appeared as the bluish beams should have easily disintegrated Asuma, but a quick Kawarimi solved that. "Irritating tricks you use?" the fierce deity-possessed Akamon said, before he was slashed in the nape of the neck by a flying trench knife. Such a blow would have easily killed a mortal, but in Akamon's case, it only made him flinch, even as blood poured from the deep gash. The blade flew back into Asuma's hand, and he was already unleashing a flurry of slashes with his blades that was coordinated like a dance. The mask-wearing Akamon was an experienced warrior god at this point though, and with great precision he blocked every strike, even managing to parry and land a heavy fist in Asuma's gut in the split second he dropped his guard. His hand was heavily laden in an armored gauntlet, which made the blow all the more powerful. The jewel-encrusted knuckle shone with an energy that Asuma was unfamiliar with, but he was already feeling his strength getting drained. Taijutsu or close-range combat wasn't going to work on a powerhouse such as this. As weird as that sounded considering their opponent was an ordinary bandit. Despite that, the bandit leader still didn't look all that interested in Asuma himself. When he wasn't defending against the Jounin's attacks, his eyes were trained on Naruto, and Naruto alone. Asuma didn't really understand it. "I get no satisfaction from fighting a mere mortal. You are trying my patience. Bring out your master now to face me," the possessed Akamon stated towards Naruto. Once again, Asuma noticed that Naruto was acting strange. The genin's gaze seemed to take on a misty, unfocused look, before he shook his head and glared at Akamon. "That thing isn't even on me right now. I'm so sorry that I have to disappoint you, but the only thing you're gonna get beaten by is a mere mortal," Naruto shouted back, pulling out two kunai and rushing him in clear Naruto fashion. "Wait, Naruto," Asuma called out, and when he realized that the genin wasn't going to stop, he rushed to his aid. In his mind, he was considering the possibility that Naruto knew what the fierce deity was talking about. He had definitely been hiding something, just like Asuma had the suspicion he was. Akamon bode his time, and when Naruto was in range, he struck without any wasted movement. Naruto brought up the first kunai, throwing it so it clanged into the holes between both helix. The other one he brought up and attempted to block the still-moving blade from slicing him clean in two, but he wasn't strong enough, and he took a slice in the hip as he leapt over the blade at the last second. He flopped to the ground holding his side, as he groggily dodged a couple of sword beams. The blue beams seared the ground where Naruto was just a second ago, but the stubborn boy was able to climb to his feet and retaliate. He ducked underneath another sword swipe, remaining crouched and on his knees. With a degree of difficulty, he formed his hands into a succession of hand seals, as fast as the inexperienced genin could do. Futon, de Tapa. Naruto poured all the chakra he could into the wind jutsu, and it was spectacular. The gust of wind was stronger than anything the genin had ever put out before, and Akamon was forced to go on the defensive, while still getting knocked back and disoriented from the blow. While he was disoriented, Asuma swooped in and snatched Naruto away from the vicinity, opting not to let him continue the fight in close-quarters combat. Grabbing Naruto underneath an arm and throwing him aside, he flashed through some hand seals while the wind was still strong. Naruto vaulted himself to his feet once more, as the possessed Akamon roared as the wind stopped. "Kaze no Yaiba?" Asuma muttered. The double helix sword that the former bandit leader was no doubt impressive, but in theory it was still a material blade. Wind swirled around the end of his chakra blades, adding even more sharpness to the blade that was already embedded with his futon nature chakra. With a Kaze no Yaiba on top of it, it could cut through just about anything. "Naruto, come here for a second," Asuma called, as the boy fell into line alongside the other team sensei. "What could you possibly be planning now? I expected the two of you to fight with honor, like a true warrior. Now I can see that my expectations were greatly misplaced," the fierce deity boomed. Asuma shot him a smile back. "Sorry, honor isn't exactly the way a ninja approaches battle. It seems you and I have different opinions on how to fight," he shot back, holding back both whirring knives of wind that were clutched in his hands. Naruto threw a kunai at the fierce deity, who parried it by letting loose with a flurry of sword beams. The magic sliced through Naruto like he was butter, but it wasn't long before he disappeared into a puff of smoke. "What trickery is this?" the fierce deity asked. However, before the deity could go any farther, Akamon's body was stabbed in the back with a chakra-enhanced blade. Even the bandit leader's muscle-bound skin was cut through easily by the wind chakra. "While you were disoriented by Naruto's Daitapa, I sent out a transformed Kage Bunshin to make it look like I was removing Naruto from your reach. Then, I used my other clone to charge up a Kaze no Yaiba to distract your attention away from anything that may come from behind you. You may be bursting with power, but the way you fight is very straightforward, with little strategy or thought behind your attacks. You are beginning to anger me," the possessed Akamon hissed. He had been stabbed directly in the back with a chakra-enhanced blade that went against all the fighting principles he had subscribed himself to. Like he wasn't even slowed down by the attack, Akamon swung his double helix sword around himself, cutting through Asuma, who once again disappeared in a puff of smoke. With a bleeding back, the fierce deity scowled, as the Jounin burrowed his way out of the ground from where he was apparently hiding. "I'm surprised. You aren't even phased, and the wound hadn't slowed you down in the slightest?" While Asuma and Naruto battled with the possessed Akamon, the other ninja were busy completing their own part of the mission. Like Asuma had ordered, the rest of the ninja group had worked their way into the western part of the forest, searching for more clues as to the strange happenings that had occurred. Kakashi had taken Sakura and Shikamaru, while the other three genin in their group had formed their own team and split off from the remaining Jounin sensei. They were walking through the forest, when Kakashi stopped right before they entered a small clearing, where the treeline gave way to a grassy area with little flora and fauna otherwise. "Sensei, those little glowing orbs seem to be even more abundant in this place," Sakura noted, her eyes following the little balls of light that hovered in the air all around them. "Wait, you two," Kakashi ordered, as the three of them took their hiding places behind a tree. "This isn't the bandit camp that Naruto mentioned, but I sent something out there," he finished, poking his head out just barely to see. There was little there that would usually catch Kakashi's interest. No enemies, no traps, and no people either. There was nothing his trained ninja eye picked up on that was a danger. The lone Jounin gave the signal, and all together they popped out of their hiding spot into the middle of the clearing, gathering around each other while keeping their guard up. The canopy of trees around them blocked out most of the sky from view, and because of that the clearing was slightly darker than the other sections of the forest. The orbs of light that Kakashi didn't understand were freely flying around them, dancing in the air without a care in the world. Both Sakura's observations and his intuition would prove right. "Kakashi-sensei, look." Kakashi had already seen it, however. It didn't radiate danger, but Kakashi was certain that there was something odd about it that he didn't understand. It was the only thing in the clearing, resting at the far side where the treeline opposite to where they had come and stood. It basked in the dark shadows of the thick forest lightly, looking slightly camouflaged with what surrounded it. It was a log. A rotted-out, hollow log from a collapsed tree that must have been hundreds of years old, if the size of the enormous decaying trunk was any indication. It blended in perfectly with its living brethren, but Kakashi could see the inky black void that existed within. Kakashi had the strangest feeling that it led to somewhere other than the other side of the forest. There was something eerie about the total blackness within the hollow log. Sakura and Shikamaru didn't fail to notice the special thing that was in front of them. "Kakashi, are you getting a strange feeling when you look at that hollow log?" Shikamaru asked. The kid really was smart, he seemed to have the same intuition as him, a Jounin. Kakashi didn't respond. Instead, he walked carefully up to the edge of the clearing, peering into the black void inside the log. There was a certain power about it, one that wasn't chakra. "Stay here, you two. Look out for any signs of trouble," Kakashi ordered, holding his arms out as the two genin approached the log as well. After taking the crooked forehead protector from over his left eye, his Sharingan emerged, the three tomo whirling. The scarecrow Jounin stepped into the massive hollowed-out log, and instantly noticed that something wrong. Not only was the inside large enough for him to walk in standing up, it was also far too long, as seen how the light near the entrance got smaller and smaller. It was much bigger on the inside than it appeared on the outside. Kakashi's Sharingan eye was moving all over the place, working out any and all possibilities. It was far too dark inside the log for it to be natural. He couldn't sense a ceiling even with his Sharingan. After a moment of walking through the depths of the hollow log, his shinobi sandal kicked up a few loose pieces of rock that was apparently on the floor, and the Jounin halted in place. His eyes fell upon the drop that suddenly appeared before him, and the gravel he kicked up fell into the abyss. He looked down the void, listening in on when the rock would finally make the sound of an impact. It never came. The pit probably wasn't bottomless, but at the very least it was deep enough to where the pebbles that fell down into it would not make a sound that carried this far. Something else was off about the pit as well. His Sharingan eye would usually allow him some kind of insight when it came to seeing in the dark, but the expanse before him was still nothing more than an empty and black void. Whatever the case, it led to somewhere. Genjutsu? No, I don't sense anyone around to cast it. But a space like this can't exist in an old, rotted log. What is going on here? Is this another example of the strange phenomena going on around here? Unless. A thought overcame Kakashi, and he calmly turned around and walked directly back to the entrance. He saw the concerned face of Sakura and the lazy face of Shikamaru as he exited the log, and he scratched his head casually. Well, that log definitely isn't normal. It's just speculation, but I think I may have found the root of all the strange occurrences going on in this section of the forest, he said lazily. What? What happened in there? Sakura asked shrilly. Nothing dangerous, if that's what you're worried about. Still, our findings are something that we'll need to report back to Hokage-sama. The sooner we can get this place back to normal, the better. Can't you just deal with this now? Sakura asked. Hey, don't remind him. This mission is already troublesome as it is, Shikamaru said irritably, earning an annoyed glare from Sakura. Kakashi held up his hands in a placating gesture. Well, it doesn't help that we don't fully understand this thing yet. It doesn't seem to be a type of jutsu at all, as strange as that may sound. It doesn't look like anything we can just seal away, Kakashi explained. The best thing to do right now is just report our findings back to the village and let them decide. But, if this thing's the source of the strange phenomena around here, should we really leave it unchecked? Sakura pointed out, while Shikamaru gave her another irritated stare. Kakashi placed a finger to his chin, contemplating the idea. It's all right. Our mission was just to investigate the phenomena in this section of the forest. And there has been nothing to indicate that whatever this log is causing, it is of any danger to the village of Konoha. The fierce deity was not letting up. Asuma's plan from earlier had let up, and he was now facing more competition from the fierce deity, who had the disposition of a berserker who would keep fighting no matter the cost. Asuma hated to admit it, but the former bandit's physical power eclipsed his own. Fortunately for him, the reason he hadn't lost yet was because the bandit was either possessed or drunk on his own power, and he fought more like the stereotypical definition of a warrior. Very straightforward and low on both strategy and brains. Luckily, Naruto wasn't useless in this fight. The Jounin smirked as the young boy appeared directly above the fierce deity without making a sound, forming the familiar set of seals that Asuma had taught him not long ago. He didn't call out the name of the jutsu, but even the berserker warrior noticed Naruto directly above him as the boy's shadow fell over the muscle-bound warrior's head. As he completed his seals, he thrust his hands out forward, letting loose with another torrent of wind to try and flatten the fierce deity with a finishing blow. Akumon's possessed face turned into a scowl as he hefted his sword up to try and block the wind and protect his face. He launched a few sword beams at Naruto, and the beams were strong enough to throw off the jutsu. He stood his ground against the weakened gust of wind, and gave a sadistic grin as one of his beams connected with Naruto's right leg. Not good. He's fast. Asuma cried. In close combat, Naruto was clearly no match for the possessed bandit, especially when that sword could cut through just about anything like butter. Considering the fierce deity has his sword pointed to cut Naruto clean in half at that moment, Asuma had to do something. No, I won't make it in time. I've got a dash, Asuma thought, realizing that he didn't have time to flash through seals for a jutsu. Naruto seemed to notice the folly in his plan, but by that time it was too late. The boy's blue eyes widened as he took in the massive blade hurling towards him. He hadn't used a kawarimi, and his mind couldn't work out any feasible way to escape the situation with the limited time he had. The masked bandit leader was far faster than his size would indicate, with both body movement and attack speed. The fierce deity was in mid-swing when Naruto's comrade from Konoha appeared directly in front of him, throwing his body in the way of the blade in an apparent attempt to shield the boy. Asuma glimpsed Naruto's look of anguish as the gigantic double helix sword sliced deeply through his side. The Jounin had reacted on instinct. His father had always told him to put his life on the line for a fellow Konoha ninja. Naruto could only numbly watch as Asuma thrust his body in between Naruto and the sword like an effective meat shield, wincing as the blade slashed him directly across the hip. The entire spectacle didn't last more than a few seconds, but the effect was already incorrigible. Asuma was missing a portion of his hip. The blade had hewn it off roughly as if it were a butcher knife preparing the lowest quality of meat available. Gravity finally took hold of the two Konoha ninja, and they flopped ungracefully toward the ground in opposite directions. Asuma fell into a bed of leaves not far away, and Naruto crashed into a crate in the bandit camp. Naruto scrambled to his feet frantically, catching a glimpse of the wounded Asuma laying on the forest floor. The possessed bandit leader was glowing with a strange power as he stood over Asuma. It was almost like he was getting stronger and stronger the longer he had that mask on. "Asuma-sensei!" Naruto cried, shaking off the slight wounds he had gained from being thrown into the crate. "Why must you insist on insulting me so? It does not bring me pride to have to destroy you in that state. Come, bring out the power of the playful spirit so we may truly do battle, without any nuisances," the fierce deity said in his deep, booming voice. He spared a glance at Asuma with his white eyes, as if the Jounin were nothing more than garbage. "Ah? I have forgotten about the one that lie before us. This fool has tarnished the name of a warrior with his deceptions and tricks, and has interfered with my battle. I have neutralized the problem, but I fear he must be punished further," the possessed warrior continued, raising his double helix sword again. Asuma shakily raised his head, the wound on his hip a little bit too much to bear. "Damn it! This wound, it's..." Asuma thought. His thoughts were becoming more jumbled as he tried to think of a strategy to get both him and Naruto out of the situation alive. The possibility that he would at least make it was getting remote. Whatever that mask, it was totally foreign to Asuma. It stood out as being a power completely opposite chakra, but it had the ability to grant a mere bandit strength, speed, and fighting prowess that surpassed a Jounin. That was of course assuming that the warrior in front of them was still the bandit that had encountered earlier. The thing seemed to be merciless too, it was turning his attention on the fallen Asuma. The wounded Nin heard the sound of footsteps rushing toward the fierce deity, and inside his mind, Asuma was screaming. "No, Naruto! We need to find a way to get out of here. You're no match for him." Asuma's prayers went unanswered as Naruto rushed the masked bandit with a desperation and fear uncharacteristic of the genin. He didn't even bother performing any sort of jutsu, because in his mind he was being assaulted. "Killhi Mr. Ifimtoshreds? Put emion and dl it me ma ssakrim." The mess of words in his head wasn't making any sense to him, but at that moment his attention was drawn back to the weight that had settled underneath his jumpsuit. He had nearly forgotten about it before, but his chest was scalding hot at that point, and when he reached underneath his shirt to pull out the weight, fear settled in his stomach. It was Majora's mask. It had been here the entire time, as the weight that he had felt underneath his jumpsuit. Unless the mask willed itself to not be seen until that point, Naruto didn't know how he hadn't noticed before. He didn't want to believe that the mask was still haunting him, but the renewed voices in his head and the presence of the bothersome mask crushed that notion. He supposed he should have known it wouldn't leave him alone. He stared into the mask's soulless orange eyes, and the garbled words were ringing true in his mind. The mask wanted to tear apart the being that was before them, like the struggle for dominance between two abominable powers. While before the mask had a playful, high-pitched, yet sinister voice, this time it was screeching at him in his mind. A strange mixture of fear and compulsion fell over him. His mind went numb, and all rational thought ceased as he held the forbidden mask up to his face and put it on for the second time. Chapter 11, To Soothe the Soul. It washed over him like a blanket. It was the same euphoric feeling that had arisen the first time he put on the mask, which made his mind cloudy and unclear. The oddest thing about the mask was that it didn't seem to take control of its victims through a normal type of possession. Majora's mask was not the one who was moving Naruto's body. No. The mask's true power was that of compulsion. Influence. It would cover Naruto's mind in certain types of emotion, and with its sweet words, it would compel him to do the mask's bidding. Moving a meat puppet around was not in the mask's nature. That made it all the more terrifying when Naruto used the mask's power. He was conscious of it during the entire time, if not in a muddled, dreamlike state, and he remembered everything when it was all over. Of course, knowing all this didn't make him stop wanting to rip the mask-wearing bandit in front of him to shreds. That euphoric feeling that Majora's Mask was giving him was rapidly subsiding. Waha. Hee-hee-ha-ha, O-W-E-E-K-K. The voice was now screaming its horrible, high-pitched wail that reverberated throughout his mind every waking second. His brain was pulsating, but Majora's Mask power was making him share its simultaneous joy and rage in the presence of its mortal enemy. Naruto shrieked, his voice a high-pitched squeal mixed with the malevolent presence of a true demon. Over to the side, Asuma couldn't believe his eyes. Hell, Naruto's seal breaking and the Kyuubi's chakra being unleashed would be more believable than this. He had just witnessed Naruto give an inhuman shriek and gain a foreboding power when he put on the strange mask. It wasn't chakra, he knew that much. Where did he even get that purple and red thing with the glowing orange eyes? He was mimicking the possessed bandit leader now. Speaking of Akamon, the fierce deity seemed to have a general uptick in mood when he saw Naruto take out the strange mask and put it on his face. He was releasing even more power now. I see. The fierce deity began with its low, booming voice. You have at last shown your master. Child, you too have succumbed to the playful spirit that regards war and combat as little more than a game. Even now, it compels you to do its bidding, does it not? The fierce deity boomed, his double helix sword at the ready. Naruto dropped into a low stance, placing his hands on his knees as his high-pitched noises fell to a low chuckle. A strange hissing noise reverberating through the atmosphere, and both Asuma and the fierce deity noticed that power was gathering on the front of the mask, near the bulbous orange eyes. From both eyes, twin beams converged on the direct center of the mask, forming into one. Naruto then fired the red magic beam of light forward towards the fierce deity, holding his position. The beam cut burned through the ground as it drew a charred line in the dirt. It was quick too, as the fierce deity barely had enough time to raise his sword. He thought of releasing some sword beams, but decided against it as he reflected the red beam back at Naruto with the dull end of the sword. Naruto slumped, but none could read his true expression underneath that mask. This time, the reflected beam did not draw across the ground. They traveled in a straight line in midair at a faster pace of when they were released, but Naruto flashed to the side with speed that was not characteristic of a genin, and avoided the deadly beam as it burned a neat hole through a tree nearly 100 feet away. The beam dissipated, and Naruto charged. The fierce deity pointed the bladed edge of his sword forward. Come, vessel of Majora. See the insurmountable strength that you must face, the possessed Akamon roared, as Naruto remained silent for once. The fierce deity raised an eyebrow as he followed the ninja-esque movements that Naruto made as he rushed towards him. Whereas the fierce deity was always known as a berserker, Majora's Mask always fought like it was a game. That alone made the mask less honorable than the war deity, and the jerky movements as Naruto flashed around the battlefield could be defined as childish. It wasn't like the mask, though. Even though Majora had his influence well rooted within Naruto's mind, the fierce deity could tell that Naruto still had aspects of control throughout the ordeal. What? The fierce deity roared. Naruto had channeled chakra into his feet, and leaped. The chakra provided a speed boost that the fierce deity could not react to, and Naruto delivered a magic-enhanced left hook to him before he could even get his sword up. The action knocked the muscle-bound bandit back, and he skidded along the dirt before sticking his sword in the ground and pulling himself to his feet to level a hatred-filled glare at Naruto. The masked vessel was staring at him with those unblinkingly orange orbs, his head tilted drastically to the left. Incredible! The fierce deity said out loud. Majora's Mask was well known for taking many victims, but usually it would merely supplant its will within their minds and its power throughout their bodies. This time, the boy was using his own abilities. It was a tandem. Naruto's own abilities were complemented by the mask's own unique powers. Naruto had taken the deity off guard when he used his chakra to provide another boost in speed, which was already augmented by the power that Majora provided to him. It has been a long time since Majora has taken a vessel with their own latent powers. Usually, they are a powerless puppet that is cast off as mere garbage. Naruto merely watched as the fierce deity readied his sword with both hands. There was something about the way he carried himself that suggested he was far more serious than when he was fighting Asuma. He hefted the sword over his head, firing 5 sword beams at Naruto with far more force than Naruto had seen him use before. Naruto sidestepped the first 2, but the remaining 3 had been created in such a pattern where it was clear that the fierce deity would attack further while he was occupied with those. Taking the bait, Naruto leaped into the air to avoid the final 3, looking down where he saw the fierce deity on the move once again, barreling to where it was predicted that he would land. The fierce deity wasn't terribly surprised when Naruto decided to buck all trends. Instead of coming back down to the ground, he halted in midair and stood aloft, bobbing up and down as he levitated. What the hell, the wounded Asuma thought. He had been watching the strange fight unfold for a while now, being too wounded to move. He was hoping for Naruto's success, but the boy had been showing some odd abilities. Like now, for instance. Naruto let out a laugh to the sky, and the fierce deity growled. It wasn't surprising that Majora was enjoying the fight, even though there was a good chance that he could destroy the mask. The fierce deity narrowed his eyes as Naruto lifted his mask, enough to reach his hand underneath but not enough to show his face to the world once again. Clenching his fist like he had grabbed a hold of something, he pulled tightly as a red and purple tendril snapped out from underneath the mask. Naruto cackled as he gripped the tendril, a disgusting squelching noise emanating from where he had grabbed it. He tested it a few times, whipping it forward with accurate precision. Whip versus sword. I wonder which is stronger, he mused, giggling out the last part. Performing a strange dance in midair, he shot towards the possessed Akamon like a bullet, the tendril coiled around his wrist. When he was within striking distance, the whip became taut, and he launched it. It cracked against the fierce deity's blade, wrapping around the tip of it as if it were alive. It wasn't the smartest move. The fierce deity had him beat in physical strength, but the masked Naruto was able to recklessly flip himself over the swipe from the deity and land on the ground, undoing the whip. Ha! Ha ha! Naruto snarled as he burst forward with another chakra-enhanced speed boost, arms splayed outward as the tendril coiled around his wrist yet again. The voice in his mind was urging him to dig his fingers into the abdomen of the former bandit and tear out his internal organs, just like he did to Mizuki. However, the possessed Akamon stabbed his massive sword into the ground like a stake, preventing Naruto from gaining access. Still influenced by the mask in his head, Naruto rushed forward anyway, but peeled out to the right to run in circles around the fierce deity, who no doubt was too slow to catch up to him. What's the matter? You're the bad guy. At least try to stop me before I rip you to shreds. The fierce deity picked up his sword from the ground, his white eyes searching for an opening. But Naruto was still running in his perpetual circle, keeping himself as a moving target. He finally halted as he was prepared to make an attack, but that was when Akamon struck. He tried a downwards vertical slash, which was strong enough to uplift several layers of dirt. Despite this, Naruto's balance wasn't thrown off in the slightest when the strike failed to hit him, and he continued to move at Akamon. The burly warrior was fast for someone his size, but he wasn't able to react when Naruto shoved his palm into the bandit leader's abdomen. The bandit's skin was tougher than it was before, but even it couldn't hold up to the penetrative force that Naruto could dish out while under the influence of Majora's mask. He pulled his hand out, rubbing the droplets of blood on his jumpsuit's pants, and shuddered in sadistic pleasure as the fierce deity was forced back a few feet. Naruto didn't stop there. Uncoiling the whip from around his wrist, he cracked it with all the force he could muster. It whipped across Akamon's chest 3 successive times, and the last time Naruto had charged it with electricity, which stunned the massive bandit and added even more damage to the wound. This is fun. But I need more. Naruto cried. While the fierce deity was still disoriented, Naruto charged another beam, firing the wide laser from the center of the mask. The muscle-bound bandit didn't have enough natural defenses to withstand the beam, with or without the fierce deity possessing him and giving him power. The burning red beam cut through his left lung like it was paper, and the fierce deity collapsed upon the ground several yards away from both Naruto's and Asuma's position. Naruto wasn't finished yet. Ha ha! The bad guy loses, he snickered, his high-pitched voice not going unnoticed by both the wounded Asuma and the fallen bandit. With the coiled tendril on his hand, he reached up back to the mask, lifting it slightly as the tendril slithered back into the underside of the mask. With the deed done, Naruto was prepared for a much more bloody excursion. Rip him tear him killhim. Killhim, the voice in Naruto's head screamed. It had escalated to even greater heights, and in the back of his mind, Naruto was scared. The spirit of Majora's mask was speaking to him like a million buzzing angry mosquitoes, all simultaneously urging him to do heinous acts. The overwhelming senses of rage and euphoria were still the primary emotions that were washing over his mind, and more than ever, Naruto wanted to act on them. All the pain and regret that the mask had given Naruto was now nothing to him. No contemplation of future pain was even acknowledged. With a whoop, Naruto leaped into the air, his feet planted forward to deliver the finishing blow on the possessed Akamon before could get up. Naruto had the strangest sensation that the mask-wearing bandit was his mortal enemy. One that he would do battle with for all eternity, until one was finally destroyed. The fierce deity seemed to realize what Naruto was doing, but he couldn't get up in time before the masked genin descended upon him. From the looks of things, Naruto was going for the head. In any other situation, the loser of a fight to the death should feel abject fear just before their times comes. Naruto was too caught up in his joy that he didn't notice that the fierce deity's facial expression was one of minor annoyance, not abject fear. Even as Naruto's sandaled foot caved in the deity's skull, the deity didn't change his expression, showing no indication that he felt the pain from the blow that was enhanced by the power of Majora's mask. As blood splattered from within Akamon's crushed head, Naruto backflipped off the white-haired corpse and landed 10 feet away. He was twitching in glee. Yes! I killed him! I killed him! Naruto guffawed, mulling over his apparent victory. However, the euphoria in his mind turned into confusion as a deep blue energy rose off the corpse of the once bandit leader. The blue magic burst off him with a loud crack, spiraling up into the air as the presence of the fierce deity apparently left its latest vessel. Even from the kaleidoscope perspective that Majora's mask's eyes gave him, he knew that something was different. The physical changes that occurred to Akamon's body were fading. The bandit leader's bulging muscles were receding back to their normal standard. He was losing the height he had gained when he used the mask's power, and the bleached white hair had returned to the musty dark color it was before. The bandit's eyes were no longer completely white, and the strange war paint that had been present on his face had disappeared. What Naruto was looking at was simply a dead bandit, the same as before when he had gotten burned by Asuma's jutsu, only with a crushed face to top it all off. The blue energy was swirling around in midair as it began to take shape into a small, floating figure. The familiar mask of the white-haired warrior was hovering, exactly the same as it had been when it was mounted upon the pedestal. A deep, throaty chuckle sounded throughout the air. Perhaps it wasn't wise of me to fight with such a weak vessel. I will concede this battle to you, for the time being. If it is our destiny to cross blades once more, I will have a much more worthy vessel, and will strike you down with all of my strength. Remember that, and always be prepared for my arrival. The mask said sullenly, its voice deep but quiet as it drifted along the wind. The familiar euphoric feeling that Naruto was so accustomed to disappeared in an instant, like somebody turned off the faucet that was providing him with that feeling. In its place was white-hot rage, to the point where Naruto was like a mindless beast, and nothing more. RRRE. He screeched, thrusting forward with no regard for fun and games. Like a child who failed to get his way, he threw a tantrum and tried to attack the floating mask with reckless abandon. The mask merely floated away and shattered into what looked like fragments of glass, signifying that the fierce deity's presence was no longer in the bandit camp. Naruto roared once more as his fist only impacted air, his rage not subsiding in the least. If there was anything that Majora's mask hated, it was a game ending prematurely. Damn you! Naruto shouted, the rage poisoning his mind into something it was not. He pounded the ground with his fists as a gentle drizzle of rain poured from the overcast sky. After some time, it became a harder rain, and Naruto was left seething in the downpour, his hair wet behind the mask and his jumpsuit dirty and ruined. He was too drunk on power and emotion to care. And Naruto, stop it. He's gone. Asuma's wounded voice came from over to the side, completely out of the way from where Naruto and the fierce deity had done their dirty battle. Those words cut into Naruto with a dose of reality, and for the first time since he had put on the mask, he felt the wave of influence dissipate long enough for him to achieve clarity. A wave of nausea and alertness overcame him as the rage from earlier tried to extend its olive branch to his mind once more, but Naruto's will was finally overriding the mask's. He had overdone it again. Those horrible emotions that chipped away at his sanity re-emerged once he put the mask back on. Hadn't he sworn to himself that he wouldn't fall victim to the mask again? Yet, he had willingly put it on this time around, when things got too dangerous for both him and Asuma. Apparently the ramifications of using the mask didn't occur strongly enough the first time. Now that he had more clarity, that mindset quickly changed. Before he lost himself to his madness once again, he had to get the mask off his face. Not wasting any time, his hands darted to his face, feeling the surprisingly warm material of the mask plastered to his face. Ugh! Naruto cried as he synced his fingers beneath the underside of the mask and pulled. Just like last time, Naruto dreadfully felt the spine-crawling sensation of attaching themselves to his face, wriggling underneath his skin. Unlike last time, it did not come off when he pulled. A deep-set panic arose in his mind as he gripped the mask, pulling harder and harder than ever before. The first time he put the mask on, he struggled with taking it off. The second time, the mask was glued to his face, not even giving a single bit of leeway when he attempted to pull it off. Blackness was starting to creep up on his vision, and Naruto felt the cold fear that he would lose himself once again to the mask if he couldn't find a way to free himself while he was still sane. In a sense of desperation, he grabbed a kunai from his pouch and slipped the thin blade underneath the mask like a lever, using all the force he could to pry the mask off his face. The mask was gripping tightly, and Naruto heard a horrific squelching noise as the mask began to give way. A sharp pain nearly paralyzed Naruto, like a spike that had been driven into his face was suddenly pulled out. Naruto felt something get cut, and with a jerky motion, he freed himself from the mask. The kunai flew from his grip as the mask was pried off his face, floating to the ground. All of a sudden, the distant sense of the mask's influence disappeared completely, and Naruto shook and shuddered as he saw the reddish-purple tendrils of the mask for just a split second, before they retreated into the back of the mask. The genin felt a warm liquid running down his face, dribbling off his chin. Eyes shimmering, he placed his hands gingerly on his unmarred face, feeling no less than 5 small holes leaking blood on his cheeks. In the back of his mind, he knew that was where he had ripped the infesting tendrils of the mask clean out. And Naruto's mind forgot the mask for a brief moment, and he ran past the awful thing as he rushed towards the wounded Asuma, desperate to see if there was anything he could do. "Asuma-sensei," he cried, skidding along the ground on his knees as he halted at the Jounin side. It was a nasty business, once he saw the damage that had been done. He had taken too long once he succumbed to the mask, and the wound was too deep. There was an entire portion of Asuma's hip missing, and blood had already leaked into a puddle on the forest floor. "Oh, no. No, 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 no." Naruto cried loudly, shaking his head as he saw the damage. He froze up, trying to think of a solution to what seemed to be inevitable. There was no way a rookie genin would know medical ninjutsu, so he couldn't perform emergency treatment on the spot. His only hope was likely to get back to camp and leave it in Kakashi's hands, but there was no time. "Don't work yourself up so much, and Naruto?" Naruto froze, his mind going numb as he regarded the serene expression on Asuma's face. It seemed so wrong on a man that was about to die. Naruto couldn't understand it. "Asuma-sensei, I am sorry," Naruto cried, clenching his fists together in an attempt to calm himself down. Asuma let out a throaty chuckle, as if he didn't know what Naruto was apologizing for. "Idiot, why are you apologizing?" he said weakly. In reality, there was more than one thing on Asuma's mind at the moment, but Naruto seemed to be in enough anguish at the moment. He would refrain from asking about the events. He didn't want to spend his final moments thinking about that. Because this is my fault. That bandit leader guy was after me, and you were dragged into the crossfire because of that. And then, I took too long in defeating him. If I was faster, we could have been back at camp right now, and Kakashi-sensei could have done something." Asuma shook his head. "Kakashi isn't a medic nin. Naruto. Honestly, my fate was decided when I got wounded. Don't blame yourself, there was nothing we could have done to prepare for this," he croaked weakly, drawing out every word. "I won't ask what that display was, but I will say this." He trailed off. "When you took that thing off your face, why you look to be in serious pain. Far more pain than I am currently. The fact that you went to lengths to endure that for a sea comrade, well, it says a lot about you as a ninja of Konoha," Asuma said, giving him a smile. Naruto felt a tear drip down, from the combination of both stress and sadness. A deep scar of anguish passed through Asuma for the first time. "Naruto, I have one last request. Please, hear me out," Asuma said, breathing a little heavier. All this speaking and raised emotions were no doubt worsening his condition. If there's one thing I truly regret, it's that I did not get to spend more time with Kurenai." He paused as he began to get choked up. "Did you know, Naruto, that we grew up together? We met in the academy, graduated in the same year. Whenever I got a promotion, she would follow shortly after. I've loved her since we were in the academy, Naruto. But I've never felt truly adequate enough to ask her on a date, until recently. She always seemed to be too good for a lazy bum like me. Now I realize how stupid that is," he sighed. Naruto wanted to look away, but couldn't. He felt he should at least bear witness to the man's final words. "Please, Naruto. Once you get back to Konoha, find Kurenai. Tell her how much I love her, and tell her that." He trailed off, a single tear rolling down his cheek. Who said ninjas completely killed their emotions? Tell her That I'm sorry we didn't get to spend more time together. Please, Naruto, he choked out. Naruto watched the man pour his soul out to him, and he felt strangely calm. Asuma-sensei? The Jounin's eyes had glazed over. He never got to hear Naruto's response to his final words. At this rate, he would never be truly at peace. Already, the boy knew what to do. The rain continued to pour, the only sound within the abandoned bandit camp. Naruto walked into the thick of tents near the pedestal that once held the fierce deity. He found what he was looking for within a few minutes. His big black bassoon was splayed across the ground in front of one of the closer tents. It had been thrown off of him in the thick of the fight, landing all the way in the middle of the camp. Strangely enough, it didn't seem to have a scratch on it. Naruto picked it up somberly, looking for any cracks. When he found none, he blew into the reed, creating the low timbre that was so associated with his bassoon. Quietly, he made his way back to the corpse of Asuma, the instrument strung across his back once more. Majora's mask hadn't moved, but Naruto kept his eye on the demonic mask, like it could spring up at any time. He stood over the corpse of Asuma, looking over the pool of the blood that he lay in. With a heavy sigh, he began to play. It started out slow, but soon his fingers began working their way around the instrument like magic. Although Asuma wasn't around to hear it, Naruto played his heart out for his temporary sensei. Just when he had found someone who acknowledged him, he continued to play, the soothing sound of the song of healing coming from Naruto's bassoon. Note after note, Naruto played, until he finally finished. He felt largely satisfied, and at ease. He didn't even flinch when the body before him began to sparkle, before completely vanishing into thin air. A small mask that was a perfect replica of Asuma's face had appeared where the body once lay. When Naruto looked up, a transparent apparition of Asuma was smiling at him. "I leave my regrets with you, Naruto." He spoke, and with those simple words, he vanished. Never to be seen again. Naruto allowed himself a small, but sad smile. He picked up the mask with tender care, studying the features. The words the happy mask salesman had told him rang true. With this mask, he had put Asuma's soul at ease, and was now tasked with easing the regret that he had left in this world. With another sigh, he quietly slipped Asuma's mask underneath his jumpsuit, before slinging his bassoon across his back once more. It was time for him to head back to camp, and break the bad news. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about the other important matter that was still lying on the forest. Picking up that thing would lead to no good, but a horrible feeling was settling in his stomach. He might never be rid of that mask. It appeared everywhere. He just wanted to get away from that thing, and thankfully it still wasn't moving. Without looking back to see if it had moved, he jumped into the cover of trees, in the direction of their camp. A sense of dread overcame him when he heard a whisper, quiet but clear. It was nonsense in the back of his mind, but there was no doubt that it was in his mind. Naruto didn't stop. Naruto tried to slip back into camp as discreetly as possible given the circumstances. The sun was beginning to set by the time he had arrived, but he didn't know if his teammates would be back even at this hour. That idea was shattered when he heard rustling coming from one of the tents across the way, which Naruto identified as Kakashi's and Asuma's. Well, he had to get this over with sooner or later. His sensei was coming out now. "Naruto, you are unharmed?" Kakashi said, hesitating when he saw the strange hole wounds on his face that had not completely closed up yet. The Jounin's voice was completely serious. Naruto could tell that he had a horrible feeling about the mission. "Where is Asuma?" For a few seconds, Naruto didn't respond. Only the pitter-patter of the rain resounded throughout the campsite as Naruto struggled with what he was going to say next. He couldn't find any words, so all he did was solemnly shake his head. He still felt awful about Asuma's death, despite the fact that the dying Jounin had told him not to blame himself. He could tell that Kakashi was used to death in this line of work, having seen many friends die. The slight eye widening was the only indication that he was surprised, but it was a reaction. The infamous Kakashi had been affected. Kakashi stood rigid for just a moment, before he sighed and slumped his shoulders. "I see," he said curtly. "I can't say I'm not surprised by this outcome. This was supposed to be a C-rank mission, perfect for a Jounin to teach his students. You were there. How did it happen, Naruto?" "There's something weird about this place, Kakashi-sensei. I told you about the weirdo mask, but I couldn't believe it when I saw it. It was alive. It gave the bandit leader some amazing powers. He was faster and stronger than anyone I've ever seen before. Not even Asuma-sensei could keep up, and then..." A deep throbbing entered his head. "Do not tell them about me." Strangely, Naruto obeyed. He had heard the voice remain in his mind even after he had been removed from the mask's presence, but it wasn't so controlling before. He had been once again compelled lie about Majora's mask, but this time the urge was much stronger. The bandit leader, he killed him. Naruto shouted, choking up slightly. It was more horrible than anything I have ever seen before. But, apparently the bandit leader used too much power for his own good, but before long it rejected him. I guess, you could say that's the only reason I wasn't killed. Naruto grumbled. Kakashi sighed. What a disaster. What do we do now, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto said awkwardly. He at least had the decency to look ashamed during it all, though it seemed Kakashi knew that it wasn't his fault. Nothing we can do. What's done is done. We have all done our part and have completed the mission. Let this be a lesson to you, Naruto. The life of a ninja is sometimes a harsh one, and at times, you will likely see comrades die in surprisingly simple ways, on surprisingly simple missions. We do our best to prevent these deaths, but sometimes our best isn't enough. Kakashi trailed off. Although, it's going to be tough to explain to those kids that their sensei has passed away. They're inside now. Naruto looked like he was about to be sick. I need to go lie down now, he said quietly, limping past his sensei. Kakashi let him go. Yeah? We're finished up here. We'll be heading back to Konoha in the morning. Naruto nodded at his sensei one last time, seeing the silhouettes of his teammates and friends in two separate tents. Sighing, he approached the only tent that was completely vacant. He needed to be alone. The events of the day and the stress he had incurred were enough to exhaust even the normally exuberant boy. Was knocked out in an instant as he collapsed onto the sleeping bag in the middle of the tent. He dreamt of things that night. Terrifying things. It wasn't like the nightmares he had encountered after putting on the mask for the first time. He didn't see a creepy moon, or a doppelganger of himself wearing the mask. No, this time it was like he was hovering in a black and empty void, cold and desolate, with nothing around to give him company. Then, as if to ease his pain, a single dot of warm light represent a certain object slowly got closer to him. However, as it drew near, the warm light got colder and colder until Naruto could feel the malice resonating from it as it approached. When it was close enough, he realized what he was seeing in his dream. It was Majora's mask, close enough to cause him serious discomfort as it stared at him with those blank orange eyes. Naruto swore he could see bloodshot veins illuminated within. Naruto twisted and turned in his sleep, as Majora's mask consumed his dream. Inky black tendrils spread out from underneath the mask, stretching to all corners of the endless black void. Like tentacles, they corrupted everything in their path. Majora let out a high-pitched laughter as the black void began to crumble, a mishmash of light and space as the void began to warp. And then, Naruto woke up covered in a cold sweat. He placed his head in his hands, shaking his head profusely. It was just a dream, nothing more than that. The mask thankfully had not followed him from its spot in the forest. Naruto! Wake up! We're getting ready to leave, a voice Naruto recognized as his sensei's called out to him. Naruto rubbed his eyes, trying to shake himself of the dream. The cool autumn air and mild sunshine penetrated his tent. It was a perfectly pleasant morning, now that they were on the 7th of October. The 3-day Kyuubi festival began tomorrow. Naruto was going to have to limit his time out on the village to avoid the few villages that got a little more bold. The Kyuubi vessel looked over at the empty sleeping bag. The others must have left him alone for the night after learning about what had happened the day before. That was thoughtful of them. With a lethargic yawn, he quickly changed clothes and headed to the outside world. His team and the genin of the now senseiless Team 10 were waiting for him, packs thrown over their shoulders. He noted that Sakura, Chuji, and Sasuke looked a little worse for wear as well, and another pang of guilt electrified his spine. Sakura and Chuji in particular looked like they had been crying. The trip back was a silent affair. The silence and awkwardness pervaded the group, as customary when a comrade died on a mission. No one could find the things they wanted to say, so they trudged on in silence. It was nearly sunset by the time they reached the great gates of the village, and the sky began to pour down rain. The two Chunin guards greeted the company with small smiles, before they faltered when they noticed the forlorn mood the group was casting. Kakashi broke the silence. Everyone, I have to report to the Hokage Tower right now to explain the details of the mission. Good work, everyone. Sakura, Sasuke, Chuji, I will be speaking to Hokage-sama about the future of Team 10, as well as preparations for Sarutobi Asuma's funeral. Naruto, Ino, Shikamaru, take the next 3 days off for the festival, and be prepared to resume missions once the festival is over. That's all for now. Without another word, Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the 6 genin alone. It's troublesome, but I guess I'll see you all at the festival. My mom always forces me to go every year, even though she knows I don't really like going to it. Sakura smiled a little, slightly more upbeat than she had been previously. All the rookies should meet up during the festivities. It might be fun, she said. Yeah. I'll see you guys there, Naruto said, a little too forced for his liking. The rest of them raised an eyebrow at his apparent voice crack and nervous jittering, but otherwise said nothing. Come to think of it, I've never seen you at the festival, Naruto, Chuji pointed out. Oh, I've been around it. I'm usually off pulling a prank or eating some food during it. Well, I gotta go. It was fun going on the mission with you guys, but I've got things to take care of. As Naruto ran off, the other 5 genin looked at each other. Ino seemed the most perplexed. Well, what was that all about? Ino asked, putting her hands on hips as she watched the energetic blonde bound down the streets, avoiding both obstacles and villagers. Isn't it obvious? Shikamaru said, yawning. He's not going to go. Sasuke turned his head away and snorted, but the other genin were interested. Huh, why? Ino asked. Hell if I know, but everything points to him being afraid to go. Think about it, Naruto is the most loud and obnoxious individual in the entire village. A festival would seem like the perfect place for him. But, it's not a coincidence that none of us have ever seen even for a second at the 3-day Kyuubi festival. For some reason, he doesn't Oi, Ino. Where are you going? He called after her. The girl had suddenly gotten a resolute look on her face as she listened to Shikamaru, before taking off down the street after Naruto. Chapter 12, Lunar Luminosity. The sun had set on the village as Naruto locked the door to his apartment. The Kyuubi festival would begin in a few short hours, and he needed to be ready. If he stayed shut in his apartment and never left for anything, he could avoid all his problems. The villagers and the mask. Right? He could see the calendar from here. October 8th was tomorrow, looming ever closer, with October 10th 2 days later. The 3rd day of the festival was by far the most intense, but it always signified the final day before things returned back to normal. As he was latching all windows and covering them with blinds, a knock at his door made him nearly jump out of his skin. Heart racing, he had more confidence than previous years. He was a certified ninja now, he could hold off the villagers. Putting his eye to the peephole, he saw someone he did not expect standing outside his front door. Tapping her food impatiently was Ino, apparently waiting for him to answer the door. Ino? Naruto asked in slight surprise, pushing the door open slightly to let his teammate in if need be. The girl just stood there in the doorway, breathing slightly heavier than normal. Hey, Naruto. You ran off so quick when we got to the village gates. And, it's just that the festival starts tomorrow, and Shikamaru always told me that you never go. She trailed off. It was at that moment that Ino noticed the strange look of pain that entered Naruto's gaze for just a split second. Dumbfounded, she found herself wanting to comment on it, but Naruto spoke first. I'm sorry, Ino. The festival, it just isn't a good time for me. Ino crossed her arms, clearly not appreciating the vague answers that were coming from Naruto's mouth. After their little talk in the forest, she was adamant on being nicer to the boy. That could start with making him happy during a time he wasn't comfortable with. Nah. I'm not going to have it. The Kyuubi festival is a time of year that no one should be alone on, no matter who they are. Tell you what, Naruto, I'll go to the festival with you. At least that way you'll be able to enjoy yourself somewhat. Ino huffed. Ino, what are you saying? I can't dash. I'll be here at noon tomorrow, and then we'll both go to the first day of the festival and enjoy ourselves. Ino said, in a tone that brooked no argument. If anyone causes you trouble, I'll pound them. Naruto backpedaled into his living room at the sight of the confident-looking girl, who thrust a fist forward before slamming his front door in his face, leaving Naruto alone in the room. The tired and tormented boy laughed, a throaty chuckle at first that soon blossomed into a reserved, yet happy laughter. Maybe he wouldn't have to spend the festival barricaded in his apartment this year? Ino. Hey, Ino. Why did you run off like that? Ino heard her former best friend's voice call out to her as the girl ran into the other genin walking down the street. She had left them behind to go after Naruto, but now that she was done with her business, she ran into them on the street once again. She deflated slightly when it seemed Sasuke still didn't have any remote interest in what she was doing, but she climbed down from the stairway and into the street once more, rejoining the group. What was that, Ino? Why were you visiting Naruto in his apartment? Shikamaru asked. Regardless of the pineapple-haired genin's apathy to just about every situation, he knew to always feign caring with Ino to avoid getting on her bad side. Ino stopped in place, mulling over her answer. If it were just Shikamaru and Chuji, then it wouldn't be so bad. But, she couldn't find a suitable answer that wasn't awkward with Sakura standing nearby. Well, I was just going to ask if Naruto wanted to come to the festival with, well, us. Ino blurted out in front of the other 5 genin. The way she worded it made it sound too much like a date for her liking. That didn't seem to be answer Shikamaru was expecting, despite his great intelligence. Ino's teammate was always under the impression that Ino and Naruto didn't get along. How troublesome. You and I both know that our 3 families. Shikamaru paused, pointing to himself, then Ino, and finally Chuji, spend pretty much the entire Kyuubi festival together. It's troublesome, but it's always been a tradition. Do we really want Naruto tagging along the entire time and no doubt being annoying? Shikamaru asked. It seems that he was the only one to voice an objection, though. Chuji just continued to munch his chips happily. He didn't seem bothered by it either way. Sakura was staring at her former friend with a devious smile, covering her mouth with the back of her right hand. Ino shot her a venomous glare, but at least Sakura wasn't openly mocking her. Hey, Ino. Since you're apparently smitten with Naruto now, does that mean I can have Sasuke-kun to myself? She said, half mocking and half hopeful. Ah, there's the reaction I was waiting for. I knew that it would happen. Ino thought. Sakura's luck with Sasuke continued, for the last Uchiha merely scoffed at her and turned away without even saying a word. That seemed to be depress Sakura just enough to where she wasn't making any more mocking comments. Well, for your information Shikamaru, I think it wouldn't be right to leave him alone during the biggest event of the Konoha year. You told me before that we've never seen him at the festival. I want to make things right. Ino snapped back. Shikamaru wanted to argue back, but it was clear that he found doing such a thing troublesome. Fine, whatever. We'll hang out with him at the festival and have a good time, blah, blah, blah. But, I don't know how our parents are gonna react to us bringing a tag along, Shikamaru commented. Oh, don't worry. I've got that covered, Shikamaru, Ino said, smirking deviously. Sakura seemed to recover after being slighted by Sasuke. Don't you think Shikamaru and Chuji will get in the way of your little date with Naruto? She mocked. Just to make things more interesting, I'll gather Team 8 and we can all meet up at the festival. I'm sure Hinata would love to see what's going on between you and Naruto. For the last time, forehead, I just wanted to do something nice for him. It's not a date, and if Hinata didn't want to miss out, she should have made a move a long time ago. Ino shot back, not necessarily realizing that she contradicted herself slightly. Sakura was already moving down the road, slightly, waving goodbye to her former friend. Yeah. I'll see tomorrow, during the first day of the festival. It should be fun. The Ino Shikacho trio just stood there, two of the three looking annoyed for entirely different reasons. I'm picking up Naruto from his apartment tomorrow at noon, whether he likes it or not. I'll meet up with you two that afternoon, that is of course you've gotten up by then, Shikamaru, the girl shouted at her teammate. Turning up her nose, Ino walked down the street in the direction of her own home, leaving Shikamaru and Chuji staring after her, somewhat perplexing. With a final sigh, Shikamaru shook his head. The beautiful evening colors fell over the village of Konoha, and already the hustle and bustle of the villagers could be heard as they scrambled to get everything done. The festival began at midnight sharp, and would last until midnight on the third day, where the Yondaime Hokage defeated the Kyuubi turned into the new day. Naruto was walking down the street, being extra careful. Even if the festival hadn't started yet, it was always a rule of thumb for him that the villagers got more hostile the closer it was to the big day. He needed to get supplies for the upcoming 3 days. He wouldn't be leaving his apartment at all, not even to go to Ichiraku's. Though, if Ino had anything to say about it, he might be going out to the festival anyway. The situation with Ino had surprised him. She had knocked on his door and all but demanded that he come to the festival with her. It was a nice gesture, despite her lack of tact, but she really didn't know how the villagers got this time of year. He wanted to see the happy mask salesman one last time before the festival started. The strange man would likely be leaving after the festivities were over, and would be very busy throughout the 3-day affair. Even when the salesman's modest wooden stand paled in comparison to the elaborate mask stands that flanked his, there was something very charming about his portable happy mask shop. Naruto felt his heart warm as the smiling man came into view. He never seemed to lose that wide, albeit creepy smile, even if he was doing nothing more than tidying up his shop in preparation for the event that would begin in a few hours. As Naruto got within sight of the mask stand, the salesman turned his head upward and smiled even wider when he saw Naruto approaching. Naruto. I was worried you had forgotten I exist. Please, what brings you to my stand? The happy mask salesman asked, his tone warm as Naruto leaned against the counter. I'm sorry, mister. I was on a mission with my team that ended up taking a week. We got back just in time for the festival. What about you? Once the festival is over, you won't really have any reason to be here anymore. Where will you go? The salesman's smile faded slightly. Ah, you are a sharp one, young Naruto. Indeed, once the festival is over, I will have hopefully procured enough funds selling my wares, and have collected a few rare masks. At that point, I will probably continue my travels in search of rare masks. Maybe I will return to my homeland. He sighed, turning his head to look away from Naruto. Although, I don't have a homeland to go to anymore. Naruto heard him whisper to himself. He continued on. But, don't look so sad, young man. Whenever there is a meeting, a parting is soon to follow. The salesman said quietly, seeing the crestfallen expression on Naruto's face. However, that parting need not last forever. Whether that parting is forever or merely for a short time, that is up to you. Although, my parting with this world may occur sooner than you may believe. There was that whisper again. Naruto was conflicted. The salesman's words seemed to imply that the man would be back someday, but the strange mumbling he was doing under his breath set him at edge. He also wanted to tell him that he was the one he had taken Majora's mask, but the mask's influence was still strong, and he couldn't. Even though he had gotten rid of the mask again. A rock formed in the pit of his stomach. Well, the festival isn't an event I really like being around, so I just wanted to say thanks for the bassoon, and the masks, and for just accepting me. It's not very often that happens. I probably won't see you again, but let me be the first to tell you that you're always welcome in Konoha. I have to go get some supplies and get off the streets, so just, thanks. Naruto said, bowing to the happy mask salesman. The happy mask salesman's grin regained its characteristic wideness, even though he realized that the boy was essentially saying goodbye to him. You're welcome, young man. I must make a habit of returning to the village every year, so perhaps this parting will not be permanent. Though with the mask you are attached to, coming back may not be wise. Naruto turned back to him and smiled, not catching the last part of the salesman's sentence. The happy mask salesman merely watched him go, shaking his head. He looked towards the sky, which was a seemingly unbreakable habit for him. It was missing the thing that he was looking for. Of course, that might change in just a few hours. If it did appear, he would indeed have to pack up early. The sun had set completely on the village by the time Naruto was done with his errands, and both the street and festival lights were beginning to turn on, lighting the village in their brilliant glow. Luckily, he got back to his apartment by 9 o'clock, and breathed a sigh of relief when he entered the sanctity of his dwelling. He pulled out 2 scrolls from his pocket, containing all the supplies he needed for the next 3 days. He had enough food now, and several wooden boards with which to board up all windows, and to reinforce his front door. He also had plenty of traps, in case he needed to ward off any ninja that got a little too bold. He turned on the light in his small living room, setting down the scrolls before his mouth went dry. As he looked through the open door to his bedroom, he saw the mask. I should have known it would come back. Naruto thought, his mind racing. A deep, high-pitched chuckle resounded through his mind, like the mask knew that Naruto couldn't be rid of it that easily. The festival? A perfect time to destroy, the voice spoke in his head. I've waited too long, it is finally time, the mask shrieked in his mind. Naruto took a step back when the mask began to levitate in midair. Suddenly, the Kyuubi festival and the villagers didn't seem like such big concerns. Majora's mask turned to him, its orange eyes glowing as it screamed in his head. The being seemed to almost gain control of him the first time he wore the mask. He wore it a second time, and the mask seemed to have gotten its mental hooks in deep enough where Naruto could almost fully be influenced. Naruto had had enough. He reached to one of the scrolls that he had filled with supplies, and 3 kunai and several feet of wire burst into existence in a puff of smoke. I've had enough. Leave me alone. Naruto snarled at the mask, his rage overcoming both his fear and the voice in his head for just a moment as he launched kunai after kunai at the mask's frontside. He curled up several feet of wire around his wrist, prepared to throw it out and make a miniature trap field between himself and the mask. His back hit a wall, and the 3 kunai he threw all clanged against the front of the mask as it floated towards him. The knives were useless against its armored front. As he felt his back hit the wall, his rage subsided as the pounding in his head got ever louder and the voices came back. Oh, those horrible voices. How could he possibly fight against them? Naruto was about to attach the wires to the wall, but the mask was done toying with him. With a great screech that only resounded in his mind, the mask hurtled itself forward in midair. Naruto didn't see it coming, if only because he didn't realize that a supposedly inanimate object had that level of speed behind it. Disgusting red tendrils emerged from the mask's backside, and Naruto flashed back to his 2 previous encounters with the mask. Before he could react though, Majora's mask had thrown itself onto his face, the red tendrils sinking into his flesh with the cold feeling that felt oh so familiar. It was such a beautiful feeling, the euphoria set in quickly, and all of Naruto's cares were gone. The mask had full control over him, and was able to whisper and prod to an extent that it wasn't able to before. When the mask commanded him to move, Naruto felt too euphoric not to. And right now, there was no way he was afraid of going out there, even with the Kyuubi festival about to start. With the mask attached to his face, Naruto left his apartment, leaving behind the scrolls that he had just gotten. He stepped out into the cool autumn air. It was almost October 8th, meaning that the festival started in just a couple hours. The mask wasn't telling him to go to the festival, however. In Naruto's mind, there was only one destination in mind. Naruto walked along the well-lit streets of the village, uncaring of the villagers' sneers as he wandered aimlessly. Unlike the previous 2 times, he didn't have a strong urge to rip someone to shreds, but the voice in his mind was telling him that greater things were to come. He wandered past both Yamanaka Flowers and the Nara clan complex, past the Hokage Tower and the Hyuga Manor. He was uncaring to them, even though several of his supposed friends should have been home. When he got to the base of the Hokage monument, everything changed. His mind was throbbing harder, and the euphoria he had experienced was only growing in intensity. The top was his goal, but he took his time walking up the railway to the very apex of the mountain. It was 11 o'clock at that point, and some of the late birds were already gathering, waiting for the festival to begin. As he climbed the railway, he saw the village from a bird's-eye view, seeing the lights of the oncoming festival in all their splendor. When he reached the top of the mountain, he paused after stepping out onto the Shodai's head, before sitting down in a meditative position and waiting. He sat there for about an hour with the mask on, never moving or speaking as he let the mask's influence just wash over his mind. Finally, when he heard a distant bell sound the chiming for midnight, he lifted his head. Fireworks were set off at that very moment, signifying the beginning of the festival. The collective sound of villagers laughing and celebrating washed over him, but all throughout it his eyes never wandered from the sky. With a sickening crack, his head turned to the side, and a magical power emanated from deep within the mask. It was a full moon out right now, and Naruto felt strong. Strong enough that he could feel his magical power ripping the moon from its orbit. His mind was telling him to bring it on a collision course with Konohagakure no the world. But, he wasn't to be hasty, that's what the voice cooed at him not to be. 72 hours or 3 days. Right now, the moon was getting closer than ever. Closer, closer by the second. But the moon would be set to hover just above the village, getting closer and closer until it finally impacted on midnight of the 3rd day, when the festival finally ended. And the people, they would look up and watch with fear, and more importantly, inevitably. It gave him an intoxicating euphoria, to know what he was about to do. The magical pull of the moon on him was an intoxicating experience. It was well into the atmosphere now, and the villagers down below were bound to be taking notice. And then, it halted. Far above the village, but close enough to be a cause for concern. He was going to bring it down slowly and destroy the village, and in 3 days' time he would see the most beautiful thing he had ever witnessed. So began the first day of the Kyuubi festival. 72 hours remain. Chapter 13, the first day, 72 hours remain. It would stand to reason that an object as large as the moon entering the close proximity of a village would draw the attention of every individual nearby, but strangely the moon just seemed to subtly sneak in as it hung overhead. By that, it meant that it didn't cause an outright panic. The villagers certainly noticed the ominous moon hanging in the sky, but in the shinobi world, even the civilians were typically made of tougher stuff than normal. Oh, Naruto was going to have fun tearing down all their mental toughness and make them nothing more than blubbering, crying babies awaiting their doom. The collective laughter of the villagers as the festival started hushed into a quiet murmur, and Naruto let himself get out of sight. He moved away from the Hokage monument, stepping off of the Shodai's head, and resting underneath the awning of the nearest safe house that was built on top of the mountain. He wanted to sneer down at the villagers, showing his masked visage to their no doubt terrified faces. He wasn't exactly in an unreachable spot though, and the ninja would no doubt be moving. Even if their resistance was futile in front of a crashing moon, it would be troublesome if he were spotted before the spatial body could plummet to the village. Though instead of looking up at him in fear, he could take solace in the fact that over the next 3 days, they would be looking up to see the moon getting gradually closer. That wasn't all, either. They would be haunted by the dreadful grimace on the sneering face that had appeared on the moon as it drew closer. "You have done well," Naruto said, clearly recognizing the voice of Majora's Mask in his mind. The influential mask was rewarding him with yet more euphoria, but it wasn't done influencing him just yet. "As a container, you have use? But a weak puppet will not suffice. To make sure your role doesn't end prematurely, you must get stronger. Now, remove me." The mask all but hissed the final part at Naruto. Naruto wasn't used to the mask speaking with such clarity and lucidity. Usually, it was a gibbering mess of conversation, even if there was a method to its madness. Majora's Mask was a demanding being, and it had gotten its mental hooks into him far enough. Obviously, when he wore the mask itself the influence would be at its strongest. But the mask was now at the point where Naruto was under its control even when not wearing it. Naruto put a hand to his masked face. Unlike the previous 2 times, the mask come off without so much as a struggle. He didn't have any blemishes upon his face to show for it. However, something occurred that was far more horrible than mere physical scarring. He knew by now that his memory was always intact whenever he removed the mask. The incident with Mizuki the first time mentally scarred him. But the ramifications of what just occurred hit him like a ton of bricks. Under the influence of the mask, he had just pulled the moon from its orbit, and now it was on a collision course with the village he called home. He felt sick. This was way beyond killing a single, traitorous chunin. If the village found out about this, he'd probably be executed, regardless of whether or not he was underneath the control of an evil mask. But in the end, even though he was aware of it, he would do the mask's bidding. It was like an addiction. That euphoria in his mind and the twisting of his emotions made sure that he follow orders. He had to get stronger. The voices in his head were prodding him too, by making him feel worthless and ashamed for being so weak. The only way he could prove them wrong was to become worthy. Once he was strong enough, he would return here the day the moon was to fall on the village. Before that, he needed to get the necessary items while there was still time. Get more masks. The voice in his mind hissed. Naruto nodded to no one in particular. If he got more transformation masks, or masks in general, he could get stronger quickly. He wanted to just leave the damned mask behind and get on with his life, but he couldn't do that. He had to make sure everything was alright, that the village didn't find out about his mask, or the fact that the moon was his doing. As he walked down the mountain, he noticed that the festival seemed to have started in full. The few minutes where time seemed to crawl to a standstill were over. Despite the moon in the sky, people were starting to have a good time. It was likely because of the ANBU, or some other shinobi trying to quell the panic. It wouldn't be too surprising, both ninja and civilian alike seemed to think that Konoha ninja were invincible. Or perhaps they were just trying to lighten the mood. Whatever the case, they would know the meaning of fear sooner rather than later. Even the shinobi. Ugh, I'm losing my mind. Naruto thought, just realizing that he had lapsed back into how he was acting while wearing the mask. He didn't want to destroy the village. Did he? He walked right back into the village proper, not really caring if he was spotted at this point. After all, who would suspect dead last genin Uzumaki Naruto to be the one to cause such a cataclysm? He followed the street lights into the heart of the Kyuubi festival, just now realizing that he was probably going to get some unwanted attention, anyway. Most people waited until daylight to celebrate despite the fact that the festival was in full swing, but for those who were out now, nighttime was perfect. As he made his way back to his apartment while trying to avoid suspicion, a thought occurred to him. The mask wanted him to get more power in the form of masks, but wouldn't it be better if he had multiple methods on his way to gaining power? If he could add more jutsu to his arsenal. Yeah, that would go so well. I could just go up to Kakashi and ask, "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, can you teach me every jutsu you know so I can get stronger and help an evil mask destroy the village?" Naruto thought sarcastically. He heard the voice in his mind giggle. Apparently it either liked his joke, or it liked his suggestion about getting stronger. Most likely, it was a combination of both. There had to be another way to get jutsu. Okay, so right now I need to get more masks, and learn more jutsu. I should also stock up on as many ninja weapons as I can, while I still can. Naruto thought. Naruto was surprised at the level of clarity that he was having right now. The mask seemed to give him back his sanity for the time being, leaving the physical and emotional dependency on the mask as the only remaining influence. He couldn't act as errand boy if he wasn't. Naruto avoided Main Street, heading into the back alley behind a nearby apartment complex. The sounds of laughter from the festival assaulted his ears. Denial, probably, and the villagers most likely believed it. The moon was still relatively far away, and to the naked eye it didn't appear to be getting any closer. Everything could be solved by Konoha ninja, everything. Come next year, the only significance of this would be as another thing to celebrate on this date. Naruto's eyes rolled, as he heard the tapping of shinobi sandals hitting the rooftops. ANBU, maybe? Naruto thought, realizing that the sounds were close. It made sense that they would be moving about this early, even if he only thrust the moon over Konoha under an hour ago. The villagers may have been oblivious, but the ninja were not. The Sandaime would have noticed the moon the second it covered Konoha, and was probably barking out orders by now while trying to prevent pandemonium. Cautiously, he stepped out of the alley, mingling on Main Street with the other villagers. If he could avoid trouble until he got what he needed, things would go far, far smoother. Hey, look! The demon kid. Oh, that's right, things wouldn't go that smoothly. He hadn't been to the festival in years. It was pretty safe to say that no one expected him to be willingly out and about during it. Luckily, because of this, the villagers were more in shock than anger or hatred. They didn't expect to see him here, so they didn't know what to do. Maybe he could get by without causing a scene. Fuck it. Naruto took off down the street, startling the nearby crowd of villagers that were paying attention to him. He weaved his way between kimono-wearing festival-goers, ignoring the startled murmuring. His mind focused on one thing, he didn't even look back or pay any mind to the villagers. In the confusion, someone shouted. They finally seemed to be getting angry. Why wouldn't they be? His presence was always a massive insult at these type of things. Fortunately for Naruto, he was too quick for the partygoers, and he leaped out from the crowd, bounding over a food stall and taking off. By the time he was out of the main festival area, he was almost back to his apartment. He unlocked the front door and sealed it up again without a second's hesitation. A loud bang resounded from directly outside, and furious, garbled voices could be heard immediately after. A few stragglers had apparently followed him back. They tried other ways to get inside, but were halted by the boarded windows that Naruto had spent so much time preparing. Ignoring the furious banging, Naruto made his way into the kitchen, pulling out the dormant Majora's mask and placing it on the table. After making his way into the bedroom, he returned with several plain scrolls and every single ninja weapon that he could scrounge up. He laid them all out on the table, before leaving to retrieve his bassoon and masks. Unraveling the scrolls, he placed every one of his important items on the blank paper. With a grunt, he put his hands into a seal, channeling his chakra to the point where a puff of smoke simultaneously sounded from over all of the scrolls. When he opened his eyes, all of his weapons were gone, and the only thing remaining were the scrolls, which now had several lines of writing on each one. He lifted up all 3 scrolls. The first one had the kanji 4 weapons written on it, and nothing else. His eyes moved to the other 2, to which it was identical to the first, save for the kanji 4 bassoon and masks on the second and third scrolls respectively. The only thing left out on the table was Majora's mask itself. He watched it with half-lidded eyes, even as the mask's orange eyes lit up with an eerie glow. He had 3 priorities to take care of before the moon came down. Those 3 priorities were weapons, jutsu, and masks, all while avoiding detection from the village before the time was right. He put the scrolls in his weapons pouch, taking the mask and hiding it under his jumpsuit. Tonight, he would take care of the easiest item, weapons. And he wouldn't be paying money for them. The clock on the wall read 2 o'clock, it was the perfect time for him to procure some weapons. He knew a good weapon shop that would be out of the way from the festival, and at this time of night. Acting as silently as he could, he walked out of his apartment and burst into the night sky, holding the weapon scroll aloft as he headed in the opposite direction of the festival. The Sandaime Hokage noticed the moon the moment it entered the atmosphere. He was the god of shinobi, and being a ninja meant being aware of your surroundings. Of course, even a civilian should have easily noticed that moon. It hung in the Konoha sky, and it didn't appear to move. Well, it didn't appear to move to a civilian. Sarutobi knew better. It had only been up there for roughly 2 hours, but the Hokage's trained eye picked up on the fact that it was gradually moving toward Konoha. Assuming it didn't change speed, it would impact the Hokage monument in about 3 days. I assume you have all seen it? He asked to no one in particular, taking a puff of his pipe. He was looking out of the window at the moon itself, before his eyes panned down to the festival below. His subordinates had done a good job holding order together down below. Sarutobi figured they were still somewhat unnerved, regardless. The Hokage couldn't blame them. That sneering face upon the moon filled even him with an overwhelming sense of dread. Even if his ANBU were down in the village quelling fears, it didn't change the fact that they had to deal with this, through whatever means were necessary. The lie this time was that the moon was a training exercise. The civilians bought it. They would buy anything. Every shinobi in the village knew the true nature of the moon, however. He had called in his elite jounin and several of his ANBU captains, to begin dealing with the threat. Of course we have. A voice Sarutobi recognized as Kakashi piped up. The lazy, silver-haired jounin sounded somewhat exasperated at being called at 2 in the morning, but he knew the danger the village currently faced. Sarutobi took another puff of his pipe. I have sent out my ANBU to quell any panic down in the village and keep the civilians inside the gates. They have done an admirable job of it, but the problem stands until we properly investigate. Hokage-sama, this seems like no accident or natural occurrence, one of the ANBU captains stated. Personally though, I am baffled that a jutsu able to pull the moon from its orbit exists. He trailed off. And that face, it is unpleasant? As he states, the probability of such a jutsu is unlikely, Hokage-sama? Kakashi piped up. Have you ruled out the possibility of a genjutsu? He asked, prompting the Hokage to turn around and face his elite forces. It certainly is not out of the realm of possibility, but genjutsu or not, the culprit or culprits have not been discovered yet. Our first priority should be to gather more information about the enemy before taking active action. Judging from the speed that moon is moving, it will impact the village in approximately 70 hours. Sarutobi locked eyes with the three ANBU captains, and a hint of understanding passed between the two parties as they disappeared into a puff of smoke, already knowing their orders. That left just the elite jounins in the room with the Hokage. Hokage-sama? Kurenai asked. I suppose this could have come at a worse time. With the Kyuubi festival going on, almost all shinobi are back in the village. Was this intentional, or was it an oversight on behalf of the enemy? We have no leads. Hokage-sama. There is no indication that this could be an internal affair, nor have any relations with allies have strained. According to our information, all the other villages do not have the capability of such a jutsu. Most likely, this is an independent affair. As with all jutsu of this nature, it likely requires the user to be close to the source. Kakashi pointed out. Then we will begin the search. I want all of you to begin the investigation within the village and the areas around. Be on the lookout for summoning arrays or anything of that nature. That moon may very well have been captured via a mass summoning technique. Also, whether or not you find any leads, avoid engaging the target without sufficient manpower. Our main priority is stopping this jutsu from destroying our village. All of the elite jounin saluted simultaneously, and like the ANBU captains before them, they disappeared from the office in a puff of smoke. Sarutobi looked out the window out into the cloudy night. The moon was still grimacing, that permanent scowl set upon its face. It almost seemed sad, like it too was a victim in these circumstances. It still lingered high above the village, but when it drew close, how much damage would it truly cause? Naruto stalked through the night in some of the more remote parts of the village. It was mostly where lower-level shinobi lived, and the weapon store that set up shop here was the best one. Not in quality, but he could avoid getting ripped off here, relative to the other shops in town, at least. The street lights were off and no one was walking around anyway. Naruto heard the noise of the Kyuubi festival even from this distance. He would be safe here, even if he lingered around outside the main entrance picking the lock. He pulled a senbon from his pocket, listening to the tumblers as he rummaged around with the lock. Eventually, a low click could be heard, and the door became unlatched as Naruto pulled the senbon from the lock. The door creaked open, revealing nothing more than a dark and empty one-room workshop. The owners clearly didn't live here anyway, but the lack of security was baffling. It's too easy? Being careful seemed to pay off for Naruto, as he just barely noticed a glint in the moonlight before he was about to step inside the shop. A tripwire had been set up near his feet. So, there are traps here, after all. I guess it would figure, this shop is a place that ninjas might be inclined to rob from. Still, I can tell that the owners here aren't ninja, there aren't nearly enough traps. If Naruto tripped the wire, it would mean that the kunai set up in the shop's rafters would be released towards his position. For a civilian trap, it was well made, but it was still a civilian's trap. Avoiding the trip wire, he made his way to the back of the little shop, and grabbed the handles that led to the storeroom in the back. Pulling the door open, he allowed himself a small smirk, knowing he had hit the jackpot. Still smiling, Naruto pulled one of the scrolls out of his pocket, rushing to the back wall. He grabbed a plethora of kunai and shuriken, much more than he could carry in his ninja pouch. Moving on to the next wall, he grabbed several dozen feet of wire along with the entire shelf of flash bombs and exploding tags, laying every basic ninja weapon he could get on the floor. Slowly and methodically, he began to seal every weapon within the first scroll in small groups at a time, channeling his chakra into the scroll with all his might. When he was finished, most of the walls were left bare, with the exception of the specialized weapons that Naruto had no interest. The entire shop's kunai, shuriken, wire, and explosive tag supply had been cleared out completely, leaving nothing more than empty shelves along most of the walls. The process had taken somewhat over an hour, and Naruto had not been interrupted during its entirety. With a final smirk, he closed the storehouse doors and made his way to the front, careful to avoid the trip wire. When he reached the street, Naruto looked up into the sky upon his creation. It was now 4 o'clock in the morning, and Naruto could tell that his moon had inched ever so closer to the village in that time frame. It wasn't much, but even a civilian should have noticed by now that it was getting closer. Only 2 more things for me to get now, then I can return to the summit and fully commit myself to my master. I should probably return home for the time being, though. Naruto thought, being careful not to linger on the street. He was out of sight in just a few minutes. No doubt the village would know of the weapon shop's incursion by morning. Morning? The Kyuubi festival would be in full swing by morning, and just now Naruto remembered that Ino insisted that she was going to drop by. He was supposed to be going to the festival with her. A pang of guilt settled in his stomach. He wouldn't see her ever again in 3 days' time. It was a shame too. They were on better terms now, and it was getting to the point where he could almost safely call her a friend. What am I even doing? Naruto asked himself. Like the mask knew he was having second thoughts, a low buzzing sound reverberated within his head, growing louder and louder. Naruto too realized what was happening, and doubled over in pain in the street as it became a loud whir, loud enough to the point that he could no longer think straight. What was I thinking about again? Naruto asked out loud, as he bounded across the rooftops. He remembered that Ino was going to come over tomorrow, but after that, nothing. He owed it to Ino to at least be as nice as possible over the next few days, it would make her final moments better. He cursed as he allowed himself to get lost in thought, and hearing the footsteps from other ninja on the roof shingles some distance away snapped him out of it. The ANBU were moving around. Actually, it was probably more than the ANBU. They would probably be the most active during the 3-day span, but most of the Jounin and some of the Chunin were probably investigating as well. He couldn't get caught before the final day, so any ninja seeing him do something suspicious was out of the question. Luckily, this wasn't a jutsu, and there was no summoning or sealing array nearby where he had to be. Acting natural, Naruto walked down the street with no sense of urgency, heading back to hole himself up in his apartment for a few more hours before meeting Ino. Reporting in. The possibility of a genjutsu has been completely ruled out by resident genjutsu specialists. Whatever is hovering in sky above Konoha, it is in fact a tangible object, and any damage sustained to the village will be real, a masked ANBU stated as he kneeled to the Hokage, who was watching the sunrise from out of his office window. If the moon wasn't in the way, it would have been more enjoyable. I see, he noted calmly. And of the civilians, no panic has broken out in the village below. The masked ANBU nodded, albeit hesitantly. Yes, sir. Panic has yet to break out in the village below. However, our observations have noted that there has been hushed talk from among the civilians that this is all merely a cover-up in the face of a true impending disaster. At this rate, I'm afraid we will have no choice but to evacuate or let the village evolve into mass panic. Silence hung over the room. It's not surprising. The villagers were bound to notice something was wrong. The moon has hung in the sky for approximately 6 hours now, with no apparent activity. If we have not determined a cause or a way to stop it, we will evacuate the villagers before the moon crashes into the village. Not so fast, Sarutobi. The ANBU captain looked surprised as the door to the Hokage's office was gently pushed open, revealing 2 figures standing in the doorway. It was the 2 advisors to the Hokage, as well as his old teammates. Hamura. Koharu. What a pleasure. Please, come in. I trust you are aware of the village's state. Naturally, but what we are not aware of is the manner with which you chose to pursue this matter. Koharu deadpanned. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. Usually he got along well with his old teammates and they typically agreed with his policies. Of course, there were always matters like this. Chapter 14, the first day, 60 hours remain. Sarutobi was forced to put on a grim smile as he regarded his old teammates. With such a disaster happening right under their noses, it wasn't surprising that Hamura and Koharu would come up with an alternative solution. Most likely, it involved military force. I have merely taken the steps I feel is necessary for the well-being of the village. I understand that you too often propose to me alternative solutions to problems that I may be facing. If you have any suggestions, I would be delighted to hear them. Sarutobi said, the political mask sliding into place naturally after several decades of use. The 2 advisors of Konoha harumphed, stepping into the office and not even glancing at the sweating ANBU captain. Such a regrettable incident has occurred, Sarutobi. Regrettable indeed. I'm afraid that I have never seen anything like it. Hamura admitted, the frown never leaving his face. We all haven't. Whoever can use a jutsu of this level must be an extraordinary shinobi. We have already ruled out the possibility of a genjutsu. It is the real thing. Sarutobi replied. The 3 old teammates stared out the window at the gradually approaching moon in silence for a few moments, until Koharu spoke up. Sarutobi, I'm afraid that evacuating the villagers is simply out of the question. You have taken reasonable steps to ensure that panic does not break out amongst the civilians, and have mentioned that they are starting to become aware of Konoha's conundrum. Be that as it may, it would not be wise to evacuate the village under these circumstances. Why? If investigating the source turns up no leads, it would seem that there would be no other options but to evacuate. So it would seem. But your strategy is dependent on the theory that there is a single entity behind recent events, or no enemy at all. We should be prepared for the idea that this is an organized threat from another nation, Sarutobi? Hamura piped up. As things stand, it is hard to believe that the enemy would deliberately make this jutsu so slow in effect, giving us essentially 3 days to counteract it. While it could be necessary on the enemy's part, there is also the possibility that this is simply a morale diminisher. Koharu added on to her fellow advisor's argument. Konoha is the consolidation of the High no Kuni's power. A forced evacuation may be just what the enemy wants. Divert the military leadership away from a capital, and a nation becomes much easier to invade. While Konoha is in shambles, the enemy would take the opportunity to invade. We don't have that much information yet. If we follow through with that plan, we put the majority of our villagers at risk, balked Sarutobi. This is true, Koharu continued. However, we both know that you are aware of the overreaching effects that an impact from that moon would create. This leads credence to the idea that it is merely a distraction created by another nation. If this moon were to impact, there would be damning effects on every nation, which is also why we must focus all our efforts into finding the source, and finding a way to counteract it. If it is real, then it will not matter where we evacuate to. Sarutobi winced on the inside. Although the thought had occurred to him that a jutsu this size would cause evacuation difficulty, Koharu was the first one to actually put it into words. We will not budge on this, Sarutobi. It is in the best interest of the village to put forth all of its efforts into stopping that moon, instead of evacuating. We should also take precautions in the case of an invasion force. The Sandaime looked contemplative, drumming his fingers against his desk as he took another puff of his pipe. Fine, we will not evacuate. I'll have you know that have already put 100% effort forward into determining the cause, but if what you say is true, then an evacuation is pointless. From this point on, let us fight for the lives of our villagers. Naruto was surprised at how deep the mask's influence spread. He was normally filled with stamina, but ever since he had come back from that mission, he had not felt tired in the slightest. Even last night, he would have normally gone to sleep after returning from his incursion at the weapons store. The urge to sleep had not come up even after he returned to the apartment. In fact, ever since he put it on for the first time, he felt the need to sleep less and less. What was more, he hadn't eaten since yesterday morning, and familiar hunger pangs had also not arisen. Therefore, Naruto spent the morning of October 8th alone in his apartment, not sleeping or eating. All he did was listen to the familiar sounds of the village, hearing banging at his doors or windows once or twice as a village failed to get inside. They yelled things like demon and monster, but for the first time in what seemed like eons, Naruto couldn't muster up the energy to care in the slightest. There were bigger things to worry about now, considering that all these villagers would be dead in under 3 days' time. One shout caught his ear. It was from a female villager that was apparently blaming him for the moon in the sky. The village's lie wasn't believed by every civilian, clearly. As the morning progressed though, he could tell that most of the villagers were buying into it. No matter, as the moon got ever closer, their confidence would begin to waver. The clock struck noon. 12 hours had passed since he thrust the moon above Konoha, and at midnight of the third day, the moon would plummet into Konoha. 60 hours from now. Naruto heard a distant cackle from the back of his mind. The mask wasn't really talking to him much right now, but Naruto just knew that its ramblings would get more and more common as the days progressed. No more than 5 minutes after his clock made the final chime, there came a knock at the door. Naruto already knew who it was. They weren't cursing or screaming. Getting up and putting a smile on his face, Naruto walked to the door. In hindsight, he supposed he should have dressed in more than his familiar orange jumpsuit for this occasion. Oh, well. Too late now. Naruto, it's me, he heard Ino's voice. Are you ready? She yelled. She had seen the other day how the door and windows were boarded up. It was very bizarre. Naruto grabbed his bassoon from the side room, leaving Majora's mask and all his other items alone in the apartment as he headed for the door. Just a second. Naruto called back. Ino waited painstakingly as Naruto shuffled around in his apartment, taking apart the boards that covered his door. Several minutes later, the final board was removed from Naruto's front door, and he blearily opened it to see the face of Ino waited somewhat impatiently for him on his doorstep. What's that all about? You even board up your own doors and windows? She asked, slightly annoyed. Naruto made a face at her and was about to respond, but his thoughts went numb as he looked at his fellow genin. Naruto looked away and blushed, not willing to admit that he really liked the purple festival kimono that Ino was dressed in. By contrast, his orange jumpsuit made him look woefully underdressed. It's nothing. Just a little precaution, Naruto said shiftily. Ino seemed to know that there was something very strange about it, but she sighed, apparently letting it go for the time being. Whatever. Let's just go. We're missing the festival. Without any warning, Ino reached out her arm and grabbed him around the wrist, outright dragging him down the stairs and into the street at her own pace. Naruto grinned and bore it, strangely happy that he was able to spend time with someone who he was growing to care about. But with everything that was going on, a creeping sense of guilt was attacking him. What was he going to do? He wanted to scream out what was happening, but the urge to obey Majora was strong. Not to mention, he didn't know if they mask would intervene more directly if he were to say anything. Instead, he just let Ino guide him to the main part of the festival with a smile on his face. Only half of it was a fake smile. Although Naruto's conscience weighed on him so much that morning, he was able to relax into a rhythm as the morning started, after he took in the festival in its full glory. The large moon overhead didn't seem to distill the village's fervor when it came to the Yondaime and Kyuubi, and nearly every civilian in the village was still there, laughing without a care in the world. It confused Naruto, who was equal parts happy and disgusted with the display. "Hey, Ino." Naruto easily recognized that voice as Chuji's. He remembered now, Ino's family was close with both Shikamaru's and Chuji's. It was practically a tradition for them to spend the festival together, at least for part of it. "Oh, it's you guys," Naruto pointed out loudly, walking up to his other teammate and his best friend along with Ino. Unlike Ino, they didn't seem to bother dressing up in festival kimonos, but they were wearing casual clothes that they didn't wear when on duty. "Shikamaru," Ino exclaimed. "Where are our parents? I know they usually do their own thing at the festival, but I don't see them at all," Ino commented, putting a hand to her forehead as she searched throughout the wave of mask-wearing villagers. "Geez, Ino. I thought you'd be able to figure it out. Shinobi duty came up, and they're working with the Sandaime. They can't afford to take time off now. I'm sure you can figure out why," Shikamaru added for emphasis, as Chuji munched on chips. Naruto figured that the fat boy would bring snacks to any event, even if there was a wide variety of food stalls set up around the festival. In response to Shikamaru's comment, Ino looked confused for just a moment, before it dawned on her exactly what Shikamaru meant. Naruto caught the exchange between his two teammates, and winced. They were of course talking about that, Shikamaru said pointedly, gesturing to the sneering moon hanging ahead in the sky. Even Chuji stopped snacking for just a moment to look at it. Whatever the case, Naruto noticed that they all looked worried, even the perpetually lazy Shikamaru. "What is it?" Ino asked in awe and slight fear. "I've heard whispers from the villagers that it is a training exercise set up by the village, but..." She trailed off, as if she couldn't describe what the alternative was. "That's just a cover-up by the village higher-ups, obviously to prevent panic during one of the most chaotic events that Konoha has. The village actually has no idea how the moon has a face and is hovering over Konoha, but it definitely isn't some training exercise. The whole thing is just too troublesome," Shikamaru responded, before continuing. "If that thing hits us?" Chuji actually dropped a chip, and didn't bother picking it back up. "Well, Hokage-sama is bound to do something about it, right Shikamaru?" Chuji pointed out. "Can't they just use a super ninjutsu and destroy it before it even hits the village?" the fat boy asked. "That's just it. I can't think of any jutsu strong enough that it would even be able to make a dent in that thing. It's too big. At this rate, we're sitting ducks waiting to die. Our best bet is finding the one who used this jutsu, and making them dispel it. But from the way it's moving, it's going to hit the village in under 3 days' time, and there's no guarantee that it won't just fall." As if expecting an overblown reaction, Shikamaru subtly locked eyes with Naruto, waiting for the expected screaming and showboating about how the moon was no match for Uzumaki Naruto. He was slightly surprised when Naruto didn't say a single word, or allow himself even the smallest emotional reaction. The genius lazily chalked it up to Naruto being unfamiliar with the festival, or just being on edge like most of the other Genin-level shinobi. "Hey, Shikamaru. Maybe we should let Hokage-sama deal with it. There's got to be a way to stop it before it reaches the village. I'm sure our parents and the other jounin are working hard to find a solution, so we should just believe in them," Chuji pointed out. The Nara looked somewhat skeptical, but Ino at least seemed to agree. Naruto was still not talking. Are they in denial? Naruto thought. No. They believe that the village has this under control. The village did have a policy of trusting each other, and the jounin were probably trying to take care of the situation, so it wasn't too surprising. Nevertheless, the gloomy conversation was pulled from Naruto's mind when Ino started talking again, something about how they should enjoy the festival, and maybe check out a few of the stands. Naruto attempted to smile his usual, bright smile. It was as forced as it usually was for the past few weeks, but his friend seemed to buy it for time being. "Yeah, let's go. I've always been dying to check out what they have here," he shouted, trying to get his mind temporarily off the cataclysmic event. Shikamaru yawned, but Naruto noticed that Chuji had his eyes on the barbecue stand about 20 feet away from them. About 2 minutes later, Naruto was walking down the street with his teammates and Chuji, carrying 2 chicken teriyaki sticks. Chuji had already finished his first, and was already working on another of the 8 sticks he had purchased. The sights of the festival were exploding in Naruto's mind. There was simply so much around. The food stalls were of course everywhere, but there were numerous games and attractions that one would see at a typical carnival, as well as a reenactment of the fateful day itself, where a blonde man playing the yondaime defeated a massive felt Kyuubi costume. Fireworks went off in the sky every few minutes. Naruto had always heard them from his apartment, but this was the first time he was actually able to see fireworks so close. Maybe he could allow himself to be happy, for just a few hours. While Chuji ate and Shikamaru complained, Naruto and Ino checked out the numerous stands around the festival. Naruto himself tried to win a prize for the girl, but the target game seemed to have thought of everything. The projectiles traveled in a far different trajectory than any ninja throwing weapons, no doubt to eliminate the advantage. In the end, he went away prizeless, and apologized profusely to Ino. Ino just waved him off easily, while Shikamaru and Chuji sniggered when Naruto's face turned red. For approximately 2 hours, Naruto didn't have a care in the world. He played games with Ino, he ate food, and he even watched the fireworks, even though he wished night fell so he could see them better. For 2 blissful hours, it seemed like everything was right in the world. His group passed some of the other rookies, no doubt enjoying the festival with their families. Hinata had blushed and stumbled over words in her attempt to talk to him. Apparently, she was as surprised as anyone to see him here. That bliss changed when he realized that the Konoha villagers still existed. He knew it had to happen at some point, but him being accepted at the Kyuubi festival couldn't last forever. There were approximately 4 of him, but if they made a scene more would no doubt come. Already, some other villagers were whispering to themselves with disdain clear in their voices, but they hadn't actually joined in confronting Naruto. The 4 genin stopped when the 4 adult villagers formed a line, blocking their path. "Excuse me, gentlemen," Ino said, trying to be polite. "But you seem to be blocking our path?" The 4 adults ignored her. They all looked livid. "What the hell is the demon kid doing here?" the man snarled, spittle flying from his mouth to land on Naruto's nose. Naruto almost winced, but he didn't show his indignation. "Don't act, you can't make a scene now. You can't give the village any reason to suspect you for anything." Like in years past, Naruto did not move a muscle when the villagers confronted him, not even when the apparent leader stepped in close and washed his rank breath all over his face. Unlike in years past, it wasn't because of fearing retribution from them. Fortunately for him, Ino seemed to do all the reacting for him. "Hey, what's your problem, asshole?" the feisty girl screeched. A few of the uninvolved villagers surrounding the group sneered at the loud genin, but the leader just glared at her. "Stay out of this, kid. Do you even know who you were walking with?" he retorted. "Hey, it's against the rules to say any more to them," one of the man's friends pointed out. Naruto didn't even blink when the leader withdrew. The villagers had always mentioned something about rules when they bothered him. Now he knew what they actually meant. Reluctantly, the leader turned his back to the 4 genin. A hatred-filled snarl was on his face. "You better go back to your den if you know what's good for you," he sneered. The lackeys patted the man on the back, before they turned and left. It wasn't lost on the other genin that because they were associating themselves with Naruto, they were regarded as less than dirt. "Are you okay, Naruto?" Chuji asked. Naruto looked at him, but didn't respond. Solemnly, he shook his head yes, but his distraught expression told them differently. Ino pulled a rag from her pocket and wiped the spittle off Naruto's face, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Naruto wondered how they had gone from hating each other, to having her dote on him. What was that all about? Shikamaru asked, looking more annoyed than distraught with the situation. And there was the kicker. Well, this was going to happen when I decided I was going to attend this stupid festival. But, just because they're starting to ask questions doesn't mean I'm going to answer. There was no way that Shikamaru of all people hadn't noticed the way he'd been treated over the years. The villagers don't exactly like me, Naruto said. It wasn't the most surprising of news, but this was the first time the Ino Shikacho had been able to see it directly. Why? Who knows? Maybe it's because of all the pranks I pull, he lied. Shikamaru stared at him in annoyance. Naruto knew that look. Shikamaru did it all the time. It was one where the Nara knew something was complete bullshit, but he was too lazy to press any further. Ino and Chuji at least seemed to buy it. You really should stop doing all those pranks of yours. One day, you may get in over your head. Ino responded, though there was no contempt or disdain in her voice. Shikamaru walked over to Ino, whispering something in her ear lowly, quiet enough where Naruto couldn't hear it. Ino seemed to contemplate whatever her teammate was saying, before nodding. She turned to Naruto, and caught him catching glances at the sky every few seconds. Maybe he was worried about the looming moon? Alright, Ino. Chuji and I are gonna go check out the rest of the festival. Ino was interrupted by the voice of Shikamaru. She had her back turned to the two best friends, but could tell by the sound of their voices that they were already walking away. That was what he had whispered to her. That he was going to leave Ino alone with Naruto. Not waiting for Naruto to snap himself out of his thoughts, she rushed forward and grabbed his wrist. She wasn't going to just stand there and let Naruto be miserable during the festival, just because the villagers hated him. Shikamaru and Chuji went off on their own, which means that it's just us now. Come on, let's go enjoy the festival some more. Before she could pull Naruto away from the scene, she heard him mutter lowly to himself. Turning around confused, she saw the faint blush that adorned his cheeks. So, if Shikamaru and Chuji aren't here, and it's just us, is this like a date? Ino groaned in annoyance, but she couldn't deny that it really was kind of like that now. Her and Naruto, she wondered when her teammate had won her over. Maybe it was when she heard him play that instrument of his. Her pining over Sasuke seemed like ages ago. Just come on. For the next few hours, Naruto and Ino enjoyed the festival together, despite running into a few more setbacks when the villagers decided to pay attention to them. All in all, Naruto couldn't remember the last time he had had such a good day. Ino was snarling at any villager who dared give him grief, and overall he was glad he was on a date of all things. Sooner or later, Naruto knew he had to deal with the elephant in the room. As the sun set, the two young genin retreated away from the hustle and bustle of the festival. Their pockets lined with goodies, they snuck off to the back alley, sitting upon the wide roof of one of the village's buildings. 6 chimes rang out loudly in the distance from the village clock tower, signaling that it was now 6 o'clock in the evening. Naruto's mind remembered that he had brought the moon down 18 hours ago from this point. 54 hours were left before the countdown to destruction. Ah, isn't the sunset beautiful, Naruto? Ino sighed, inadvertently leaning her head against his shoulder. Naruto felt butterflies arise in his stomach, but he couldn't deny how comfortable he was in this situation. Naruto only nodded nervously. The sunset was indeed beautiful, but the moon was hanging directly above the horizon, easily visible from their vantage point. Even a civilian could notice that it had gotten closer since 18 hours ago. Well, are you just going to let this go on? Naruto's conscience was telling him. However, when he got too rebellious with his thoughts, his mind would turn into white noise, followed by the shrill screaming and garbled speaking that had become a constant in his life. That moon, do you think it will fall? Ino asked. There was a tint of fear in her voice. Was the date they had been going on just a fake? Was she just pretending to happy, while the moon loomed ever closer? Was she scared? Ino, there's something you need to know, Naruto began. This is it. I may end up admitting to treason here, and I may get executed by the village, but Ino deserves to know. They all do. Naruto took a deep breath. Well, I'm probably going to die along with this place one way or another. That moon, it's... pain. As soon as he was about to reveal the plan, the white noise returned in full, followed by a throbbing in his head, and the high-pitched screaming of Majora. It sounded angry, a stark contrast to the sadistic happiness it always exuded. It was like Naruto was getting in the way of its game, and it was punishing him like a master did to its plaything. He couldn't tell anyone. He had to go through with the plan. I don't want it to fall. He blurted out suddenly. That technically wasn't a lie, but the way he said made it seem like he had nothing to do with the falling moon. Hokage-sama will do something. I'm sure of it, Ino reassured Naruto, not aware that the boy beside her just failed to give the confession of a lifetime. But, in case everything is pointless and we all die in a couple of days, we should make the end of our lives meaningful, she continued. Naruto could tell that she bit her lip right after that. She, like Shikamaru, was not entirely convinced the village could handle it. It seemed Naruto and Ino had the same idea, because they fidgeted simultaneously, with Ino scooting ever closer to Naruto. Naruto turned his face to her, suddenly forgetting about the giant moon hanging above Konoha. A few seconds later, and Naruto found his lips pressing against Ino's. Fireworks exploded into Naruto's mind as he reveled in the sensation, his heart about to burst from his chest as the kiss deepened. Ino was definitely taking the lead on it, deepening it further as she put passion into the kiss. Naruto was too numb to protest, and it was Ino who pulled away about 30 seconds after. But, guh. Naruto's mouth tried to work, but he was still high on cloud 9 after that. Ino only grinned cheekily at him, her own blush growing rapidly. Surprisingly, the two normally loud blondes remained quiet for several minutes longer. Naruto in particular remained in a daze for quite some time. Without a word, Naruto pulled out one of his scrolls. Ino watched him curiously, as he channeled chakra into the paper. A few seconds later, and his familiar bassoon emerged from the scroll. Ino seemed to brighten considerably as Naruto raised the reed to his lips and began to play the only song he knew. Ino listened on, the somber tone not being lost on her. With the sunset, the music, and the moon, it was a sad but strangely beautiful view on the rooftops. Perhaps they could enjoy this for just a little while longer. Hokage-sama. A new ANBU burst into the conference that the Sandaime and his ANBU captains were having. While Ino and Naruto were kissing on the rooftops, the village leaders were still attempting to do all they could about the moon situation, and in 18 hours they had come up empty. Suna is taking defensive measures against the impact. They could very well be attempting to distract us from their true plans, but they have long been allies of Konoha. We can likely rule them out as the enemy, at least until we get further information. The Sandaime noted. Hokage-sama, the new ANBU saluted, taking his place in line alongside the others. We have received a messenger hawk from Kyuubi. It has already been decoded. The reporting ANBU handed over a scroll from his pocket to Sarutobi, who unfurled it, scanning the information wordlessly. When he finished, he put down the scroll and sighed. It's a message from the Raikage. The other villages have taken notice of the moon hanging over Konoha. Suna has already taken defensive measures, but Kyuubi is demanding to know the situation. Their own villagers have seen the moon hanging over our village and have grown restless. He claims that if we fail to do anything about it, he will take action himself to destroy the moon, even if he has to invade Konoha to do it. Invade Konoha? But it hasn't even been a day since the jutsu has taken effect. We are scrambling as fast as we can to find a solution to our problem, one of the ANBU captains commented. Sarutobi took a puff on his pipe. The other villagers were not going to remain silent on this matter. Hamura and Koharu were correct about that. But, the approach Suna and Kyuubi are taking is far different than what we ever expected. At least from Kyuubi's standpoint, they don't seem to have created this jutsu as a way to divert military power away from Hai no Kuni's capital. The Raikage is prepared to invade regardless of the circumstances. The conference meeting continued on for over 3 hours. Sarutobi's former teammates were called to the meeting, along with any other free ANBU captains. The main topic of discussion was the threatened invasion from Kyuubi, and the possibility that the alliance with Sunagakure could fall apart if the moon was left alone. At nearly 10 o'clock at night, the war meeting was nearly over, until another ANBU burst into the office, huffing and puffing loudly. He was not carrying any sort of scroll, but the news he had to report was nonetheless earth-shattering. Hokage-sama. Iwagakure has begun to mobilize their forces. From what our intel has gathered, they plan to use their full might to invade the village of Konoha. It was nearly 11 o'clock when Naruto returned home, after having spent nearly the entire day at the festival. His date with Ino had gone remarkably well, and she even kissed him goodbye, promising that she would be back tomorrow. As he locked the door to his apartment once again, he wondered why he had gone to the festival. It wasn't as bad as he thought it would be, but it didn't change that he and Ino were approached multiple times by angry villagers. Once Ino had left him, his thoughts drifted back to Majora's Mask. It was still a constant presence in his mind, even if he was able to forget about it for a time while he was with Ino. Now that he thought about it, he got an extreme sense of joy when he found out he was making Ino happy out there today. Even during the fairly morbid conversation on the rooftops, she was happy. Ino had mentioned that if the village was unable to stop the moon, then they might as well enjoy the last few days on Earth. If he could out tomorrow and help the people he cared about, then maybe they could die satisfied? It might be the only way he could ever find solace. He knew by now that the mask could tell what he was thinking. It had control over him, but it seemed to find some strange amusement with him helping people before their time ran out. Maybe it was mocking him over doing such a petty and insignificant thing? Really, what did it matter if he made them happy? They were still going to die because of him in the end. Maybe this was just a feeble attempt to find solace. Still, he was going to go through with it, come hell or high water. The clock struck midnight, and the sounds of the festival were gradually getting dimmer as the night wore on. 24 hours had passed, and the first day of the 3-day festival was done. 48 hours until it's all over. Tomorrow, on the second day, he would do all he could to make people happy. But now, in the middle of the night, was not the time for that. He still had an agenda to keep. He had gotten weapons, but he lacked jutsu and masks, and he only had 2 more days to gather the necessary materials. Naruto slunk to the door, turning the handle and stepping out into the cool midnight air. He could see the village's most important building in the distance, basking in the backdrop of the Hokage monument. It was time to raid the Hokage Tower. Chapter 15, the second day, 48 hours remain. If there was one place in the village that would have knowledge of jutsu, it would be the Hokage Tower. This building was the center of political power in the village, after all. Even Naruto knew that much, which was why he stood outside the tower in the midnight air. The moon loomed above both the Hokage monument and the tower, its face leering down at the political consolidation of the village as it sought to destroy them. If he could pull this off, he would have all the jutsu he ever needed. And yet the stakes were high. The old man was still likely to be somewhere within the mansion, and he couldn't get caught. Sure, I have my special technique that I could in case Ji-chan finds me, but I'd really just rather stay hidden. Naruto thought. His special technique could no doubt knock the sandaime out for a little bit, but when he woke up he would remember everything. Arousing suspicion in the village? Now? When the moon was just 2 days away from impact? That wouldn't do. Not wanting to be noticed lingering outside in the door at night, Naruto crept into the courtyard of the Hokage Tower, noticing the lack of ANBU or Chunin guards on post. This place always seemed to have a surprising lack of security. Maybe everyone thought that having the Hokage there was enough. Once he was in the building proper, he tried to stay as far away from the Hokage's office as possible, while keeping an eye out for any hidden ANBU. He had to look in the side rooms for the scroll and hope he didn't run into the old man. The scroll of sealing should have been returned here. I stole it once, I can do it again. Naruto thought. There was no Mizuki to bail him out this time if he got caught, however. He would go for the scroll last though. Right now, he was lingering outside the door to the library. If there was anywhere he was going to find regular, non-forbidden jutsu, it was there. Though, with what he was about to pull, he supposed there was no such thing as a forbidden jutsu. Cautiously, he snuck into the library. It wasn't particularly big, mostly because the only books that it held were on politics, military tactics, and other topics that a ruler would need. The books only covered half of the library, with separate shelves containing scrolls on the far right. Jackpot. Naruto though, grinning and cheering in his mind. He grabbed a random scroll from the top shelf and unfurled it. This particular scroll instructed on how to perform a C-rank katan jutsu. This library was likely open to anyone who felt they were good enough to self-teach themselves ninjutsu. There probably wouldn't be anything about B rank on these shelves, but Naruto's basic ninjutsu was sorely lacking. As he leafed through the scrolls, he finally settled on picking about a dozen or so off the shelf that he felt he could use. They mostly had to do with ninjutsu covering the basic elements, a couple ninjutsu for stealth, and a genjutsu or two. All in all, a few dozen ninjutsu were laid out total in all the scrolls. Whether he could learn all of them on his own was a different story. Raiding the library was easy, but his objective was only halfway done. Without making any unnecessary noise, Naruto slunk out of the Hokage Tower library and back into the hall, heading in the opposite direction, to where he knew the scroll of sealing was. He passed by the door to the Hokage's office, and noticed a light shining underneath the crack in the door. Walking carefully as to avoid casting a shadow through the light, he crept past the door, but paused when he heard hushed voices come from within. Don't have enough money to fund a war with both Kyuubi and IWA? Naruto halted, stepping just outside the door to where he would completely out of view. This was the first time he had ever heard anything about a war. IWA has already declared war, but we can't be certain that Kyuubi won't make due on its promise early. The sandaime was clearly the one that was talking. Think IWA may be behind it after all. They've been acting suspicious lately. Like the advisors said, the moon may be nothing more than a morale diminisher. The fact that they've declared war on us and plan to invade may be evidence of that. But if the moon is their doing, then they have just made enemies of almost every other village. They think that another village is behind all this. Naruto thought. He had listened with bated breath to the meeting in the office. Knowing the village intelligence, he was worried that the village had in some way suspected him, but he had fallen under the radar completely. No one had apparently noticed the strange behavior the last few weeks, or the robbery of the weapon store last night. Naruto was about to move on to the room where the scroll of sealing laid, but an ANBU inside the office said one last thing that made him pause. And one more thing, it's about that masked salesman who caused a scene earlier this evening? Naruto's heart almost stopped. From what some witnesses said, he went on a rampage when some villagers confronted him. He was saying some very strange things, as well. He kept rambling about the moon. I see. Do you think this man has anything to do with recent events? It's possible. He was very strange. He never seems to open his eyes unless angry, and from his strange speech, dress, and mannerisms, he is clearly a foreigner. That's not uncommon though. There are plenty of foreigners who arrive here for the festival, but this one sticks out for his recent rampage. Naruto could already hear the white noise in his head, and he bounded away from the office door as if it were contagious. He couldn't believe he had forgotten about the happy mask salesman. He had planned to steal from him, but he didn't realize the connection he had with all of this. He was the original owner of the mask, he likely knew exactly what was going on. If, by chance, the village interrogates him and he rats, the falsity of another village being a perpetrator would become obvious. And since he had a connection to the salesman, he would become a suspect. The voices from the office became muffled from his distance, but he no longer found the conversation important. He would play it tentatively now, and when he got everything he needed, he would disappear. Hopefully, he wasn't being suspected before he could effectively get away. Going down the rest of the hallway, Naruto snuck into the room containing the scroll of sealing and once again stole it without any conflict whatsoever. As the sun peeked over the horizon, Sarutobi realized that he had not had any sleep in the past couple of days. There was a reason for that, of course. His last meeting had lasted well into the night, and he was to meet with his strongest jounins at 6 o'clock sharp as to provide wartime preparations. IWA was rapidly approaching the high no Kuni borders, as Kumo would get more restless as the moon drew ever closer. Investigation of the moon would go on, but the more pressing concern in Sarutobi's mind was to deal with the enemy nations. If only Jiraiya were here, but he didn't exactly have the most reliable information network with his student, so he had to fight this war with what he had. Sarutobi would have smirked had the situation not been so dire. Even Kakashi would get here on time, and it was in the early morning to boot. Of course, both he and the Jounin knew that Kakashi would be one to lead a squad of other Jounins and Chunins during this mission. As the sun peeked over the horizon, the door opened many times and puffs of smoke materialized as the next meeting began. Like he thought, the various Jounins and Tokubetsu Jounins all wore varying reactions as he told them the news. This situation just keeps getting worse, Kakashi commented, and the Sandaime couldn't exactly disagree with him. This could potentially be the shortest war Konoha had ever fought, but also one of the bloodiest. Hokage-sama, are you sure? We will be expending all of our military power near the borders fighting IWA. There will barely be any ninja left in the village to help with the investigation. Guy pointed out. I'm afraid we have no choice. Preserving the village's safety comes first and foremost, and we still have time to investigate the moon. If 2 enemy villages manage to make their way into High no Kuni, we will be at an extraordinary disadvantage. He paused for a moment. That is why I have called all of you here. Every single one of you will be leading a squad out onto the battlefield. Each of you will gather up the necessary Jounin and Chunin to form a basic platoon, and head to the various outposts along the borders to Tsuchi no Kuni and Kaminari no Kuni. Be prepared for an all-out war, but you are to defend the borders and prevent any enemy shinobi from entering the High no Kuni's borders, the Sandaime ordered. Kakashi seemed stoic underneath his mask, but the Sandaime could easily tell that he was worried nonetheless. After all, he was essentially leaving mostly genin in the village to look after the moon. Are you sure there are no leads to the source of the jutsu, Hokage-sama? Sarutobi took a puff on his pipe. As other nations get involved, we must turn our investigations inward. As time wears on, it becomes more likely the enemy is located at a specific location inside the village. I've focused many of our resources to outside the village, but it may be time to focus inward. The only problem is this: I've been hesitant to launch a full-scale investigation of the village. Devoting more ninja and resources to the internal investigation would only arouse panic and suspicion among the villagers. Forgive me, Hokage-sama, but the more time passes, the more we lose the luxury of being careful, Kakashi commented. I'm well aware of this. My old teammates have advised me against an evacuation, but if we still haven't determined a cause by tomorrow morning, that will be the best course of action. Causing mass panic early won't be any good, but we have no other options if we are going to continue the investigation properly. Kakashi still didn't entirely like this plan. So, all of the elite Jounin are going out to the war front, so you're going to leave the internal affairs to whoever is remaining. In other words, the current genin? Kakashi looked uncomfortably at his fellow Jounin, and they returned the look. Leaving the village's hands in a bunch of genin was a risky move. They were dealing with 2 rival nations potentially closing in on them. If the forces from IWA and Kumo got into the village where nothing but genin resided, the village would be annihilated. Then again, if their full force just stayed home and the enemy was allowed to enter the village unencumbered, they would probably be annihilated regardless. Please, everyone. Go out to your assignment outposts and protect the village from any outside invaders that may be wishing to harm it. We have never been in a situation this bad before. This is the best plan we have. Naruto didn't sleep that night, and it wasn't just because he was being haunted by the mask. Majora's mask probably did have something to do with the way his body was behaving lately. He hadn't slept in almost 48 hours, simply because he didn't even feel the slightest bit of fatigue. He hadn't felt the need to eat in days either. In fact, a recent disturbing revelation made him realize that he simply did not feel hunger anymore, and his body had been relatively unaffected by it. Because of the lack of sleep, he merely sat upright in his bed, staring out the window for the entire night. The empty feeling in his stomach had not lessened. As the moon drew closer, he was beginning to get even more unhinged. From his bedroom window, he had a perfect view of the moon outside as it hung over the mountain. From his vantage point, it looked like it was leering at him as it drew closer. As morning fell, it blocked the sunrise almost completely. The second day of the festival had arrived, and Naruto had the feeling that he wouldn't enjoy this day as much as the last. He was able to banish the moon and the mask from his mind yesterday, but this time, he was going to try to make everything right. Or, make it as right as he could. There was no time for fun today. Naruto opened his closet up, deciding to be at least slightest more dressed up for the occasion. He rifled through his closet, finding a plain orange yukata. It was fairly ratty in places, but it was the only kimono he actually owned. Compared to his casual jumpsuits, this was the nicest pair of clothes he owned. He put on the clothes, and moved to the kitchen after he was done. He unfurled one of his scrolls, and with a puff of smoke, the Asuma mask popped out from within the writing. I made a promise. Even if this village won't last much longer, I will fulfill Asuma-sensei's final request. Ino arrived there earlier that day, knocking on his door at about 10 o'clock in the morning. Naruto noticed that her smile seemed a little more forced now. They had a good time on the date, but it seemed she noticed that the moon had not gone away overnight. Wow. Naruto, you're wearing something different. Ino teased, noticing his orange yukata. She moved in and kissed his cheek, before taking his hand. Naruto was back on cloud 9 once again, and after shutting his door didn't seem to care about what could happen to it while he was gone. Hey, Ino. Naruto, he started hesitantly. She hummed back, much more enthusiastically than Naruto. Is it alright if I do a few things before we head to the festival proper? He asked. Ino's eyes snapped open, and she lost her enthusiastic edge in favor of a more confused one. Do a few things. What could you possibly need to do besides enjoy the festival? I mean, if you want we could go and… I'm sorry, Ino, but I'd prefer to go at this alone. It's about, you know who and what happened to him on our last mission, he said. Ino seemed to take the hint. I see. Of course, Naruto. You can meet up with me later? Ino said awkwardly. Naruto gave a sad smile and waved at her as she disappeared into the wave of villagers. He would meet up with her later, but first. He couldn't change out in the open, so he found a dark alley off to the side of the main road, and after he made sure that it was free of lowlifes or thugs, he took a deep breath. Naruto pulled out the mask shaped like Asuma's face, running a hand over the smooth velvet. It looked and even felt so realistic. It was actually very creepy. With only some slight hesitation, Naruto rose the Asuma mask up to his face, attaching it to the side of his head as he felt the mask work its magic, literally. He would come to regret his decision almost immediately. An excruciating sense of pain washed over Naruto's entire body as the transformation mask fused the genin's face. He could feel his body forcibly changing, bones and joints rearranging themselves to become the body of a large, adult man like Sarutobi Asuma was. Blood rushed through his body as his muscle grew, and Naruto felt his breath hitch in his throat. The process had taken only a second, but it was some of the most sensitive pain he had ever felt in his life. Still bewildered, he looked at his hands. They were no longer the small hands of an 11-year-old genin, but were instead large and tan, with rough patches in many areas. He felt bigger too, and stronger than ever before. He took a step out of the alleyway, and just doing that felt like the biggest stride he could take. Okay, gotta get to the academy, Naruto said, still bewildered. The voice that came out was the deep timbre of Asuma, and Naruto nearly slapped his hands over his mouth in shock. This was far different than a simple henge. Henge was never this deep of a change. He bumbled down the main road of the village. A few people recognized him, and he cursed himself when he remembered that Asuma was supposed to be dead. A couple villagers pointed at him with dumbfounded looks as he passed. He reached the apartment complex by the academy where he had helped Asuma serenade Kurenai. This would be the place where Asuma's final regrets were finally laid to rest. The lights were off and all the drapes were covering the balcony. He didn't even know if Kurenai was home. Despite that, he walked up the stairs to Kurenai's suite with a heavy heart. Upon reaching the door to 309, he knocked lightly, waiting in the awnings of the hallway. Coming, he heard Kurenai's voice ring out. Apparently she was surprised to have company. Naruto wondered why. Kurenai's greeting was cut off as she opened her front door, and she was left speechless standing in the doorway when she realized who was standing right in front of her. Asuma, she croaked, suddenly feeling very weak in the knees. Tears pricked at the corner of the woman's eyes, and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Kurenai was happy to see him. Asuma, she screaming, throwing herself into his chest as the jounin cried loudly. Naruto awkwardly placed a hand on the small of her back, not being entirely experienced with these adult matters. I thought you were dead. Kurenai blubbered, lifting herself from out of his chest so she could look at him. Kurenai-san. He caught himself. "Kurenai, there's something I need to tell you," he said mournfully. "Yes. Yes. Anything. I'll listen to you, just please don't leave." Naruto sighed, to which Asuma's voice was very deep. "I'm sorry, Kurenai. That's my final message to you. I'm afraid I can't stay, even now when you're begging me to. I'm simply a memory, who sought you out to give you this one final message, before I disappear completely. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you, and I'm sorry I died right after I told you I loved you." Kurenai was crying harder now. They had finally begun dating just a few days beforehand, and she had loved him for years. Now, it all seemed like some sick joke. "I hope you'll find it in your heart to forgive me," Naruto recited, throwing all the emotion he knew Asuma would be feeling right now. Kurenai gave him a sad smile, her tears suddenly flowing a lot less. "Of course, Asuma. I've loved you for years, and when you serenaded me, well, it made me the happiest I've felt in years. Even after your death, you used a jutsu just for the sole purpose of saying goodbye to me." Naruto smiled at her, doing the best impression of an Asuma smile. Kurenai deserved to be happy, even if he wasn't exactly her recently passed lover, or even a memory of him. Kurenai leaned forward and embraced him, nuzzling her head into his large chest. Can I stay like this for just a few minutes?" Naruto didn't respond, but that non-answer was all she needed. They stood there and embraced for a period, before Naruto pulled away. This had gone on for far too long, he needed to get out. "I'm sorry Kurenai, but I don't have much time left," he stated as he pulled away, and Kurenai smiled at him for one final time. "Thank you, and goodbye." Kurenai leapt through the treetops along with her squad, as she made her way to the edge of Kaminari no Kuni. She was one of the many elite jounin called out onto the battlefield, and mere hours after her encounter with Asuma, she was already in the process of fulfilling her mission. The apparition of Asuma had appeared at her front door at about 10, just 2 hours before she was to meet at the gate. Apparition wasn't the way she would describe him, though. He was solid, and had the general air of a living person. A shadow clone, perhaps? No, a shadow clone would have been dispelled upon the user's death. Maybe he had another jutsu in his arsenal that would allow for such a thing? She had allowed her emotions to take sway in that moment, but contrary to popular belief, she wasn't a total ice queen bitch. If a supposedly dead lover showed up at her doorstep, she thought she was allowed to be somewhat emotional. Though the experience left her heart warm and her mind overall satisfied, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something strange about it. Beyond the talking to a recently deceased person appearing fully healthy, of course. She put the thoughts out of her mind for the time being. They weren't important enough when it came to the upcoming battle. It was around noon when Naruto had finally slipped back into the village proper, and Kurenai had been called away on her mission. Trying to make a beeline to the previous alley before he was seen, he would slip out of the Asuma mask and rejoin the festival. When he arrived back at the alley, he didn't even flinch when he was surrounded by 4 ANBU, apparently being led by the purple-haired masked woman in the front. The white noise already started playing in Naruto's mind. It didn't go away even when he was transformed into Asuma. "Stop right there. Maybe I shouldn't have let myself get seen so easy, kill them." The white noise got ever louder. Since he was so close to being discovered, there was nothing else the mask wanted him to do in the situation. 4 ANBU would have to die. Your information network is outdated. If you were attempting to sneak into the village, transforming into Sarutobi Asuma was not a good choice. Sarutobi Asuma-san was killed in the line of duty several days earlier, the purple-haired ANBU said. "Since this is such a precarious time for the village of Konoha, you will be coming with us for questioning. We are certain that you have some connection with the moon hanging above Konoha? Well, they're not wrong there. Ha! Ha 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 ha." Naruto laughed, the deep pitch of Asuma's voice climbing ever higher as his bloodlust grew. The 4 ANBU seemed to be taken aback by the sudden demeanor, but the purple-haired girl reacted first as Naruto pulled out Asuma's patented chakra blades. Somehow, Naruto knew what to do. This body gave him all the experience of Asuma, from his techniques to his knowledge and his tactical mind. He knew the precise amount of wind chakra to channel into the blades. "That jutsu," one of the ANBU members stated in shock, before Naruto leveled a demonic grin. Faster than the ANBU could even react, the genin-turned elite jounin was at his side, and slashed down the first ANBU before they could even react. Naruto kicked the body off him, and the dead ANBU crashed into the far wall of the alley, scattering some junk and trash cans and making plenty of noise. The battle seemed to draw the attention of some of the villagers. Screams of panic and fear arose as the civilians looked into the alley and saw the shinobi duke it out. "Damn it," Naruto thought, before clutching his head as pain erupted in his head. Majora's Mask was apparently unhappy that he was drawing so much attention. The battle leaked into the streets, civilians running every which way. Naruto had finished this up quick before other squads of ANBU arrived on the scene. The ANBU seemed to stop worrying about whether or not he was truly Asuma, but it didn't change the fact that they couldn't kill him if they wanted to get information from him. He recharged his chakra blades, making them as thin and sharp as possible. Using the dead Jounin's mind, he scanned the next oncoming ANBU's movements, ducking under a kunai swipe before uppercutting him with a fist and slicing into his flesh. That left merely two. "Yugao, cover me," yelled the remaining male ANBU to his captain, but it was clear that Asuma was too much to handle for a basic platoon of ANBU. Naruto finished off the third with apparent ease, before all that remained was Yugao, the captain. "You bastard. What is your goal?" Yugao snarled at the transformed Naruto. Naruto chuckled once again, taking up a taijutsu stance while Yugao drew her sword. "Nothing that you'll be able to figure out before it's too late," Naruto responded, before he jumped into battle with Yugao. The woman was craftier than her teammates, and more skilled, so Naruto noted that this fight would take unnecessary time. His chakra blade met her sword with a loud clang, and she was careful enough to be able to avoid being wounded when he extended his wind chakra from the blade's core. Despite his wind chakra embedded into the blade, Yugao's sword gave her more range. The ANBU captain was fast on her feet, and delivered a series of quick jabs at Naruto. Naruto threw his left blade with all the force he could muster. Yugao read the attack, but made a fatal error when she attempted to deflect it with her comparatively flimsy sword. Yugao had apparently underestimated the amount of strength Asuma had in his body, before the sword was knocked out of her hands with a loud clang, clattering to the ground several feet away. The short little scuffle ended with Naruto mercilessly slashing Yugao down upon Majora's instructions, putting all the chakra he could into his remaining chakra blade and striking while Yugao was recoiling. Yugao didn't even make a peep as she died, flopping to the ground while her mask hid any emotions that may be present underneath. "Asuma-sensei?" came a shocked voice from behind Naruto. "Damn it," Naruto thought, when he recognized the trio that was standing directly behind him. The Ino Shikacho trio had a front row seat to the whole action, and considering Asuma was Chuji's teacher. Civilians were running in every which direction, and those who were ninja remained calm and assessed the situation. He had been caused too much of a ruckus, and from the ANBU bounding across the rooftops to get to his position, it was time to make his escape. Leaving his three fellow genin in the dust, Naruto put his hands into a seal and disappeared into a puff of smoke. "Capture him," he heard one ANBU call out while he was in the midst of disappearing. A multitude of ANBU and a few Chunin were closing in on the spot where he had just left. One of the Chunin, an older brown-haired girl with 3 dogs, was apparently helping the ANBU with their tracking. Luckily for Naruto, his scent changed when he put on the Asuma mask. "There he is," another ANBU called out as Naruto reappeared on another street within the village. The genin in the Jounin's body looked around for any means of escape, and grinned as he ducked behind an alley, leaping over the fence at the end and crouching underneath some boxes. He heard rustling of footsteps behind him, and quickly raised his hands to his face. Like elastic latex, he pulled the mask off of his face, being careful not to make any sounds as his body cracked back to the way it was, regardless of how painful it was. "The scent disappears here. He must have gone back the other way," the voice of a young woman sounded out, along with the barking of 3 dogs. Naruto realized how close he was to getting caught. They were in the other alley just over the fence, and he breathed a sigh of relief when they moved on to another part of the village. The sun was high in the sky, even though it was partially blocked by the much larger moon. It was approximately 2 o'clock at that point, and Naruto still wanted to help a few people he had grown to care about. After waiting a few minutes in the alley, Naruto stepped back out from the boxes and out onto the street. He had an idea of another nice thing to do for a friend. As he walked back to Main Street, he saw the Ino Shikacho trio in the middle, looking serious. ANBU and Shinobi were running to and fro, attempting to calm the civilians. A mass panic hadn't quite broken out in the village yet, but seeing his fight with the ANBU was definitely bringing it to that path. Still, if there was one thing that Konoha Shinobi were good at, it was quelling panic. With the help of the shopkeepers, they seemed to be getting things under control, reassuring that the festival would go on and Asuma would be captured. "Naruto!" Ino called out to him, waving him over. Shikamaru and particularly Chuji were wearing serious expressions, and Shikamaru was looking at him suspiciously. Hey guys! What's going on?" he asked. "Asuma-sensei was here, and he killed a squad of ANBU," Chuji said. Of the 4 of them, Chuji was the only one who directly had Asuma as a teacher, so Naruto figured it would make sense he would be the most shocked to see that happen. "But Asuma-sensei is?" Naruto said. "Dead. We know," Shikamaru pointed out. "But there's no denying what we saw. In broad daylight just several minutes ago, Asuma or someone masquerading as Asuma was arrested. He then killed the 4 ANBU and escaped. Speaking of which, Naruto, where were you? The festival seems to be on once again. Hey, Chuji, do you want to go get some barbecue? It's my treat. Naruto changed the subject. Chuji perked up immediately, jumping for joy as much as his fat build would allow. You're gonna treat, Naruto? Hooray, he shouted, while Shikamaru and Ino looked at Naruto like he was a man possessed. Naruto followed Chuji, who practically pulled the other boy along in excitement, his previous inhibitions about Asuma forgotten and gone. Ino giggled and moved to follow the two, but Shikamaru held them back. What is it, Shikamaru? She asked. Shikamaru looked around, as if checking for eavesdroppers, and when it was all clear he whispered in a hushed voice. I think I should be clear to you on this. Naruto's hiding something. That wasn't what Ino was expecting Shikamaru to say, and the pineapple-haired boy continued. Haven't you noticed? He's been acting strange for a while now. Where was he just now? Ino's eyes snapped open, and her mouth went dry. He had told her earlier that he was going to take care of something alone. It specifically had something to do with Asuma, he told her that. Then, the supposedly dead Asuma shows up and kills a squad of ANBU, and immediately afterwards Naruto reappears. There was a connection there somewhere, but Ino's brain couldn't figure out what. She chuckled awkwardly. Come on, Shikamaru. This is Naruto we're talking about. There's no way he could be involved with what happened back there, she said awkwardly, trying to laugh it off. Shikamaru wasn't convinced. I know it doesn't make it sense that the dead last Naruto could be involved in something far bigger than us genin, but he seemed suspicious. He cast a look at Ino knowingly. What do you propose we do, Shikamaru? Keep an eye on him. We should follow him after it gets dark, and see if he does anything more unusual. Shikamaru suggested, but Ino seemed reluctant. He's our friend, Shikamaru. We should trust him, and wouldn't it be better to just report this to Hokage-sama? Shikamaru sighed. I know he's our friend and teammate, and I know you've gotten a little closer to him over the past few weeks. But the village is in a time of crisis as it is. This is something that is beyond genin, yes, but we need more concrete proof to go reporting this to Hokage-sama. But, look, most of the jounin are gone. I heard it today from my dad, they're getting called out to the borders to defend them against Kumo and IWA. That means the genin are going to have to take care of things inside the village. Look, we'll watch him while we get barbecue and then follow him tonight. If it's normal, then everything's fine. Shikamaru put a hand on Ino's shoulder, in an oddly reassuring manner. Look, I know you like him now, and he's our friend. Everything will probably be fine. But we should do this just in case, for his sake as much as anything. Ino didn't say anything else, which was surprising for her. Shikamaru gestured for her to follow Naruto and Chuji to the barbecue restaurant, which would no doubt be packed. As Ino and Shikamaru walked through the door, they noticed that Naruto and Chuji had somehow managed to get a table in the packed restaurant. Chuji was already screaming for some meat. Ino and Shikamaru took a seat next to Naruto and Chuji, respectively. A few minutes later, and a waiter was placing a glass of water for each of them on the table. Naruto was laughing along with Chuji, but Ino and Shikamaru looked at one another, as if goading each other into asking the proverbial awkward question. So, Naruto-kun. She began, adding the kun suffix. Are you feeling alright? You've been acting strange recently. Ino didn't notice, but Shikamaru did. That little gleam in Naruto's blue eyes along with the quiet intake of breath. Nope. Everything's fine, Ino-chan. Just a little worried, you know, he chuckled deeply. Ino cast a look down at her feet, before leaning in and kissing Naruto's cheek softly. With a worried look, she made a silent gesture at Shikamaru, who nodded in return. The two of them fell silent as Chuji enjoyed his food. No one else seemed to feel like eating. Naruto got home that night at around 9 o'clock that evening. His wallet was devastated from taking Chuji out to barbecue, but it was nice to see how happy his friend was after they were done. As he strode into his living room, the weight of what he did that afternoon hit him, and he collapsed over his table. He had boarded up his windows and doors once more, but it wasn't because of the villagers this time. It was because he knew that Ino and Shikamaru were suspicious of him. More white noise resounded within his head when he began to feel guilty, but he quashed it. He had to go through with it, and there was one final piece on the agenda, and likely the most important one. At midnight, exactly 2 days after he had pulled the moon out of the sky, he would go out on the village for one final time. This could have been the most important excursion in his pursuit of power. He needed to get masks. He only had the stone mask and the Asuma mask, and if he was going to get stronger, he needed more. The Jinchuriki felt a deep sadness overtake him through the white noise. Once he was done raiding the mask stall, He knew he couldn't stay hidden among the villagers anymore. He could no longer take Ino out on dates or spend time with his newly found friends. They were suspicious of him now, and for the last 24 hours of the village's life, he would disappear. It was beyond a shadow of a doubt. Your son, Hokage-sama? A Chunin reporting to the Hokage said. It was the first time he had ever seen his leader so distraught. He looked visibly upset. But Asuma is dead, the Hokage said stoutly. Are you sure it wasn't just someone transformed into him? Well, from reports that happened on the scene, the intruder used the same exact techniques and moved in the same exact way. Inuzuka Hana, who was also at the scene, identified his smell as Asuma's. Sarutobi sighed. Just another thing I need on my plate, but at least we now have some lead for the investigation. Did the ANBU manage to capture him? Well, the Chunin said, ashamed of the village's failure. No. I'm afraid Yugao's ANBU squad engaged him, but they were all killed by the fake Asuma. Sarutobi clenched his fist, and banged it lightly against his desk, ratting several stacks of paperwork. It was getting ridiculous, but there was nothing they could do. The Chunin continued. There was a short moment of panic amongst the civilians in the village, but the ANBU and the remaining ninja in the village have successfully quelled it down. I don't know how much longer we can keep the villagers in the dark, though. The moon draws closer by the minute. Asuma is dead, Sarutobi said in a pained voice. That means somewhere there is an enemy impersonating him in the village. This is the only lead we have. We must find the fake Asuma and bring him over to interrogation. What of the masked salesman who caused a scene? See about that, the Chunin said, leaning in and whispering in Sarutobi's ear. What?